to know where it's curving. Is it curving on 1,000 miles or on 1 million miles?
Oh, I don't know, man.
I can tell you.
Okay.
It's a radius 3,959 miles. And with your height, you are like a small, like an ant, you know. Let's say that you are 2 meter height, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot see more than 5 kilometers. Okay?
Okay.
When we go in reality, this is the second part of the story. That's the numbers. When we go reality, and when we put the observer height, the camera, almost on 30 centimeters, we see 16 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes 20, sometimes 30 kilometers.
Wow.
There is no such a thing like a curvature in reality.
That's impossible.
That anybody measured or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, everyone.
That's why these people are flat earthers. I'm telling you this, and I will go to sleep. Not because of God, not because of some ideas, because the surface in reality is not curving. I can repeat, if you can repeat, if you get it, my sentence. If you didn't get my sentence. These people are flat earthers because the surface in reality does not curve. And you can check that for yourself. Like all other people did for themselves, most of them, not all.
Okay.
And that's why, and idea, it's crazy when you hear first time flat earth. It was for me also. Like, who the fuck can think that earth is flat? Are you crazy? That's not possible now. But when you look into that, like in reality, then you find out that something is wrong, but not reality. And you are living in reality, and you can find out it's only point of the geometry. Yeah, there are numbers, but it's not a nuclear science. It's only numbers. You can get that. It's easy.
Yeah, I like different opinions, but I don't think it's flat, man.
I told you that was information. I don't want to convince you. You can check it for yourself. Okay. You can look into that geometry, and you can look into that.
I will never find out 100%. I can never be 100% sure, man.
But you can be. You can be 100% sure when you measure something, you know?
Yeah. None of us wanted to be flat earthers, man. We went out and checked.
Then have fun measuring.
Let's go on, Oro. Let's go. Madness. I can't on it.
Let's find measuring or another option. Do never ever measure, and Earth will be sphere forever. Don't for sure. Bugs Bunny is back.
No. Bugs Bunny and the road chaser, the guy who always chases the road.
The coyote?
Yeah. The coyote, the coyote. I don't know, man. It's kind of tough to when third son can speak up in from Australia, who can take a average income hour, have to work or have to do 3 years in the army to afford a house to then be turned around. That's kind of, I don't know, man. For me, that pinpoints to a scenario where people are able to afford the house easily, and then they have a lot of free time on their hands to explain the world to others. Whereas in they are a product of the world that was made. So I don't know. I think that's kind of, in my opinion, that's a little bit short-sighted, this scenario, and a little bit arrogant. So
Sobered up, Carrot.
no, I'm saying that the people who have money plus time, or money times time at their disposal, are able to defend something where they, and then they can also defend, oh, I was in the army, da da da, I earned my shares. But nowadays Australia doesn't operate like this anymore. It's quite hard to get a job in Australia, and it's not the monetary benefit that the people who are spouting this truth or lies or whatever you might deem it, the general income level doesn't exist anymore. So for them, it was quite easy to buy a house.
Dude, it's easy to get a job in Australia. Very
Yeah, sure.
easy. You just got to be dedicated.
Mm. Maybe.
You can't be a lazy bum. You be a lazy bum, you won't get a job. But if you try hard enough, get any job. The
Yeah,
opportunities much better than most places.
Yeah, I just feel like there's a relation between income level and people in Australia being far away for some people, like, and being so-called mathematicians, or what you call it. I think there's a correlation between that. So income level, serving 3 years in the army, and then being there, and then in the end telling other people how to behave, and then filling that vacuum of Christianity or whatever. And I think that's kind of, to be honest, a little bit sad. So that's my understanding of your correlation between your instigators, and everybody is a product of the past and a thought process towards the future. But still, I think, like, that's kind of naff. So that's my take on it. Anyway, I think it has to do with income level and how people and family has to be taught. But eventually, this belief vacuum gonna lead to a whole nother level I cannot understand. And I really hope that all of you I don't know, man, just gonna fucking defenses again to destroy each other once again. That would be nice, no? I think.
Okay,
so.
dude, go to bed. You're too drunk. Go to bed.
Yeah. Well, that's eventually what's going to happen. What's going to happen? And if you can't handle that, I don't know. That's just what's going to happen. You're always
Oh.
gonna fight, and always gonna find a reason to fight. Alright?
Okay, good night. Good night.
Yes, good night.
Sweet dreams, Carrot.
Good dreams. That's what's gonna happen eventually. There's no real solution at hand, you know. Even if people are earning more in terms of the global economy in their country, they're earning more. Okay, so they are more easily prone to buy a house. But in the end of the day, when they have a house, they still have internet. To be honestly, like the fucking black guy running around on the stream. I don't know his name, but
What are you reading from?
I'm not reading from anywhere. I'm telling you merely what's gonna happen. And I don't have to read from
Okay,
anywhere.
Is the Earth flat or is it a ball?
Bro,
Ball. Okay, how big is it?
Oh, please,
This carrot guy is too drunk to talk.
I know.
Yeah. I'm not too drunk not to talk, but I don't want to. You really think it's necessary if we have, let's say we have people who serves in the army, people who have a good life, blah, blah, blah.
What,
Do you
what,
really
what
think
does it have to
it's
do about what the shape of the Earth?
Let me finish. You can talk. I'm not gonna be long.
I don't want to talk about
Do you-
geopolitics.
Do you really think it's necessary that
It doesn't matter.
your modus operandi inflicts another dilemma onto the youth? Do you really
It's
think that
irrelevant
is?
to this.
It's
topic.
irrelevant for which argument?
Yes.
Is it irrelevant that your modus operandi
For the
inflicts another dilemma
For the
onto the
topic
youth?
of this room. For the topic of this room, it's irrelevant.
That's true. For the topic of the room, it's irrelevant. But why have you decided to chastise yourself to the topic of this room?
Because that's what this room is about. If you want to talk about the topic of why the military has its modus operandi, there's probably another room out there that you can go have this conversation in.
No. Your modus operandi is from a consequential thought process that you cannot even explain. Therefore, you are in the vacuum of like other people.
Okay, so since I don't understand this topic that you're trying to talk about, because it's not a topic in this room, and so therefore I'm agnostic to the understanding of your topic, would you please talk about the topic of this room where I have a lot more information to have a discussion on?
Bro, when you are going to vex in your circumference of status quo you're always gonna vex in your status quo. Therefore, there is no
That's a
reason
completely
to
incoherent.
talk. There's no
That's
reason
completely
to talk
incoherent.
about you because you have already established your point of view, and you are like Islam, Christianity, any other religion, and you are not willing to diverge from your facts, even if they are facts, false towards you. So you
All right.
cannot diverge
Well,
from that point.
I'll give you this, D-Carrot. The next sentence out of your mouth better be about the shape of the earth, physics or geometry, or I'm just going to put you on mute.
You cannot explain geometry and a 360 no-scope view on the world. You cannot. Because there are satellites, there's a lot of things floating around in space, and you cannot say that those things go off the deep end. No, they are going around in a circular motion around planet Earth. So you cannot
Okay.
deny that fact.
So
You
how big
cannot
is the
deny
Earth?
the fact. It doesn't matter. You cannot
How big?
deny
How
the
big
fact.
is the Earth? How big is the Earth?
You are a charlatan. That's what you are, a charlatan.
Oh, okay. So you're just going to go straight to atoms?
That's all he's got.
You're gonna attack me instead of have a conversation about the topic of the room.
I'm not attacking you, but you should know that there are satellites
literally
floating
You
around
called me a
us.
charlatan. You called me a
Yes.
charlatan.
Yes, I did. And I
I'm
will
not.
stick behind that. Yeah, but you
Okay.
you
If
don't
you're
know
calling me a
where
charlatan,
satellites go.
explain why I'm charlatan. I don't need to know where
Because
satellites go.
you don't
If the
know
Earth is
where
not
satellites
curving,
go.
look, Carrot, look, if the Earth is not curving, then that means whatever the satellites are doing are only happening over a flat Earth. I don't need to know where they go.
You are
For
merely
me,
a product of
Charl-
too much money. Okay?
Mr.
You
Carrot,
have too much free time and money.
Mr. Carrot,
That's all you have.
instead of diverging again from the topic, for me, the charlatan is the one who is using logical fallacy to argument his point, like what you did, by begging the question and saying that those things in the sky are going around a planet. Can you validate that? Because you said that it is a fact. You didn't present anything that shows that it is a fact. It's something that you believe, I guess. You heard from in TV and in
No, I
school
saw
during the-
myself. I saw myself.
So explain it to me. How you saw stars and the sun and the moon going around a planet? First, a planet is
This
something.
is called simple
Just listen.
observation.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So I just have to give
oh
you
my
the
God.
definition.
Now God has nothing to do with this.
I just
This
have
has
to
to
give you
do
the
with-
definition of what is a planet first in your paradigm, because a planet is a celestial object that is going around a star. So when you say that things are going around the Earth, that doesn't make the Earth a planet first, by definition. So to
If
consider
you're just
the
gonna-
Earth being a planet, you have to make the Earth going around a star. For example, the sun.
Am I roboting by any chance?
No.
No, you're
Okay.
I just wanted to say, Carrot, I'll unmute you so you can talk. But if you're just going to mock everybody, I'm just going to mute you, man. That's not civil discourse. So go ahead, Necros. Continue what you're saying, and then I'll unmute him whenever you're done.
I said my point. I'm done now. You can unmute him. You have a response.
Can you do a quick recap, just because I interjected in
Yeah.
conversations?
A planet, by definition, a planet is a celestial object that is going around, orbiting a star, like the sun. So if you say that everything that you witness in the sky, including the sun, because it moves like the stars. So if you say that all those things are going around the planet Earth, no, it's false. You have to have the Earth going around a star to make the Earth being a planet by definition. So you can't consider it a planet if it's not going around the sun or a star. For example, the
I
sun.
don't want to be honest. What did you say? What did you say?
Maybe it was a language barrier. If someone can explain it to him.
Yeah, you said the Earth was a planet, and that means that the planet would have to be a ball going around a star or the sun. So you're going to have to give evidence for all of these things because you're basically stacking a bunch of claims to try to beg the question on what you believe to be right. But we got to start with the basics first, right? Like we got to start with motion, and we got to start with curvature. Did I steelman you, Necros?
Yeah, but that was it.
I find it really interesting that this belief vacuum in society, especially in the Western world, has come to this sort of a disagreement of agreement, where the people base their ideology towards other things, and this is a thing I predicted a lot.
No, the belief in the vacuum
Hold on,
of space
Necros.
is not.
I just want to say, like, he said a whole lot of nothing. He used a whole bunch of words to say literally nothing,
Nothing.
and he left.
I was about to use his words against him. So the belief in this vacuum of space is not just in the Western society, is worldwide. By the way, worldwide doesn't work on a ball, because wide is for something that is flat, like a wide road, wide river, worldwide. Everywhere on this flat surface. That word doesn't work on a ball.
No, I agree, but I mean, gosh, it just
There isn't much at all that work on a ball.
Yeah. Horizon. They need a curvizon instead of horizon. They need to stop using the word worldwide.
Well, I get a kick out of like when we talk about our laser tests, and you get them. They'll come out and say, well, lasers bend. You can't trust a laser because they bend. But yet, every military in the world uses lasers for perfection, basically.
Yes.
All the technology they use lasers. Rely on them.
They bounce radar on the sun. On the sun. Just imagine that. Imagine someone saying that, oh, we bounce radar from the sun, a giant gas ball. So why that damn radar doesn't bounce on the air that is here? Hydrogen and helium, they are just here on the air that we breathe, on the top layers. So why doesn't that radar bounce from those layers and just wait to reach the giant gas ball? And it bounces from gas. There. How? Radars are cherry-picking hydrogen and helium. Oh, wait. This hydrogen and this helium is Earth's form. So we won't bounce from here. Let's wait to the sun. Oh, this
How the hell? Well, how the hell did they get a laser to travel or radar to travel 93 million miles and then back again?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I lose service down the road.
Yeah, no shit. I go to the bathroom and I lose service.
So the word is that in the report of that study or experiment or prearranged meter reading, whatever you want to call it, that it was even noted in there that they were receiving back all kinds of hisses and pops and everything else. And then they were noticing ones that come back about the time that they had calculated. So they just accepted that. So the truth of the matter is, not only do they not really know for sure that that was the same signal, if it was, there's no way to prove what it actually bounced off of. For instance, they do what's called EME, or Earth, Moon, Earth, and radio. You get on a 2-meter radio and you point an antenna to the moon. And so tradition has it that it bounces off the moon, but nobody knows if it's just the moon is something to aim at and it just bounces off of either some layer of atmosphere, or if it bounces off of a firmament, or just what. Nobody knows for certain. They just assume, because that's what you're aiming it at.
Well, then there's the radiation belts up there. There's all kinds of stuff that you have no idea what the medium is between us and that. So it's a shot in the dark.
And even if you... just let me make one last comment there, brother, which just more or less is that that even if it were to come back at the exact calculated time, it still doesn't bounced off of whatever. It could have met some anomaly, like you say, in one of the Van Allen belts or wherever, and then it queued up for a moment and come back. So who knows for certain what that bounced off of, unless you could put some sort of receiver up there and send a digital code and get it back. And as far as I know, this experiment happened before they were doing a lot of digital radio transmissions like that.
But the problem that I have to just try to understand how they managed to ricochet that signal, and those things are moving. The Earth is going around itself, so that signal transmitter and receiver, it will just rotate, go with the rotation of the Earth. And also the Earth itself, it's going around the orbit at high speed, 600,000 miles, I think, going in orbit. So how they managed to catch that signal again in the trajectory of the orbit and the rotation of the Earth? completely problematic.
It's just like sticks and shadows. You first make an assumption, and then you find a calculation that agrees with your assumption, and then you make an observation that agrees with your calculation of the assumption. So I'm not quite sure how anybody in the supposed world of science buys that crap. Because that's all it is it's just kind of like backward engineering what you want. And that's exactly what they've done. And yeah, like you say, there'd be Doppler shifts. There would be all kinds of stuff that would happen if you did that experiment in real life. And you would never be able to tell, especially when they did that experiment, they'd never be able to tell for certain that it was even the same signal. I mean, they're really no better than Jesse Paths of Light and his idea that he bought himself an old theodolite from eBay somewhere and cranky and pissed off when somebody asks you how you calibrated it. I mean, that's the only thing they did there. But Sheepdog, were you trying to add in something a moment ago?
Not necessarily sure I remember, but I have an event starting soon, so please, if all of y'all would stick around, hopefully people will come in, and maybe somebody will grab a mic.
I have one question actually.
Hey, when is that starting? And I'll try to tune in.
When is it starting?
5 minutes.
No. What the fuck is this?
That was quick.
What's your question, smartass?
He got put into another room.
Yeah, now when is it starting, Sheepdog?
1:45.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've got to go check on the little turds, and then I'll be back here in a bit. So I'll be looking forward.
Yeah, no, you're good, man. I just figured since there's such a large group of flat earthers up here on the panel, maybe somebody might be interested in hearing what a flat earther has to say. But you never know until people ask questions.
Where are you doing it at, Sheepdog?
brother.
I'm doing it here in this server. I'm just creating a nighttime event for some of these people. It might be morning for many of them.
Okay, what are you calling it?
A panel of flat earthers from around the world. A little bit of gaslighting there. How can they be around the world?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of around the world, but worldwide. It's not
I don't know if I can change it now.
Hey, Sheepdog, question for you.
What's up?
What happened to, I know you go over there and you talk to them guys a lot. Flat Earth Fridays, what happened to that?
Like some people still host a Fridays Flat Earth session, but as far as Flat Earth Fridays goes, I don't know. Like, I guess maybe life took over or whatever.
Yeah, I haven't seen it on there in a good 6 months or whatever. I see the little Friday Twitter space ones every now and again, but it's usually the same, like 3 people just, chopping it up. So
Yeah, like there's a guy, I think Nicholas Cagey. His name's Brian Sweet, but he sometimes uses Nicolas Cage as his moniker because he likes Nicolas Cage. But he usually will host a Friday Flat Earth session that'll go all day from like 10 a.m. or say 10 a.m. local time, right? It'll be like 8 a.m. for him to like 9 or 10 p.m. But he doesn't go all Friday night into Saturdays like Sacred and Proud used to do.
Where does he do it on his own channel, or does he do it on Space Audits?
Yeah, no, he does it on his own thing. Space Audits and Shane St. Pierre, they typically do their readings on Ether Cosmology, and then they go and have their debates over on Earth Awakenings. But let's see, I'll give you, it says at 8 here, get over it, man. 8. I'll put the link to his account. Chat over here for anybody who's interested for other flat earth conversations. You know, it's not just limited to Discord, even though we want the conversation to continue here. But you know, it's always nice to go and visit other places and meet other people and talk to them and everything like that. So
Oh, for sure. I used to I liked Sacred and what's her name? I liked listening to them, and yeah, they had a lot of people come on. You know, like Planet Peterson. I used to get a kick out of that. But now, does Earth Awakenings? That's only on Rumble now, isn't it? It's not. Why did it stop streaming to YouTube?
Earth Awakenings, I don't know. I just know Earth Awakenings is a Discord channel. Like they host their roundtables in Discord. Anybody can join the panel too. Obviously, it like the main meat of the discussion, unless you have like actual credible information to bring with like sources and everything like that, they'll let you talk and have an open discussion as long as it's coherent. But for the most part, it's generally the people who know the discussion that have that conversation, and then after about an hour of conversation, hour or so, then the conversation kind of opens up and other people get involved, ask questions, things like that.
Does Geo still run that channel, or?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen it on YouTube at all. The only time I can get Earth Awakenings is if I go on Rumble.
I couldn't even tell you whether it's on YouTube. I'm in the server, so I can send you a DM to the
But they're
server.
all there. I think they're doing the show tonight. Alan and Shane.
Yeah, Sheepdog, if you could, would you DM that stuff to me? I'd like to kind of reconnect with them guys too.
For sure, I sent it to you, man. But yeah, man, like Sacred and Proud, they were really cool because they would pick one topic, right? Like one specific topic. It may be a broad version of it, like an over-encompassing area, but it'll be in a general area of a topic. And then they'll just beat it to death for 4 or 5 hours until nobody has anything left to say on it. And then the floor gets to open up and you get to talk about other things, flat smack.
I think
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a good time. I mean, it would, yeah, we'd go for 8-9 hours and crush it. I mean, so many people would show up too. Like Witsit would come in every now and again. You Flat Earth Day would even show up.
8-9
Yeah, it was
hours.
crazy.
The topic about the Dr. Mike measurements elevation angle to that occluded star by the mountain, that topic is still rolling during months now. It will nearly close a year. The same exact topic.
Yeah.
And
It's like 8 or 9 months. I think it's like 8 or 9 months.
Yeah, Alan and Shane are there now, and Gio, Jeremy, Beasticle, they're all there. And I bet if I jump now, it will be the topic of the night.
Yeah, Jesse Patholite is pretty locked in on that conversation. So that's pretty much what the conversation is surrounded by. Is that observation, Jesse Patholite's alternative observation, and then the discussion about who's using the correct math and who's using it incorrectly. So you're right.
I'll go try to see what's going on.
No worries, man. It's like 5 minutes. What's that?
Say it again.
I was just gonna say it's 5 minutes past the start of the event, so I was gonna start the event and move forward with that. But I was gonna let you finish getting your speak out about the observation, Dr. Heffron's observation, or anything else before I start the event.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I guess without further ado, we'll start the event. It's true, Demikazi. But yeah, man, it's still a very vivid flat Earth discussion on Twitter. Shane will still come in on Flat Earth on Friday Flat Earths with Nicholas Cagey, and he'll come in and have a conversation every once in a while. And then,
Yeah, I listened to him last Friday.
oh, does he broadcast when he goes in on X?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the whole ether thing is something that like currently is unprovable using the scientific method. But it's still a very interesting conversation nonetheless.
Well, there's something to it, and I get it. How you don't want it's hard to you don't want to mislead people,
right?
Especially newcomers. But I understand what's going on. I understand the concept. There has to be something there because there is impedance. I mean, in a vacuum, there's impedance, so there has to be something there.
Exactly. That's exactly what my thought of it was as well. And but outside of that, like I can't put my finger on it and wiggle it and say this is exactly what it is. So I have to relegate it to a belief.
Right, exactly.
So I'm fine with that.
Right, and it makes sense to me it makes sense when I look at like my relationship I have with the creator. It would make sense that there's something there that connects us all consciously too,
right?
In a way.
Yeah, no, I completely agree as well. But again, you know, to be fair for those that are listening who are new to the conversation, you know, you got to be careful with belief, right? Because people can say, "Oh, I heard God's voice," and they're hearing something else, right? So, like, that's a very, you know, give and take situation, and you just gotta, you know, you got to stick with the axioms. You got to stick with what you can prove and what you can know. And then you can build off of that. And then once you reach a point where you create a hypothesis and you can't prove that hypothesis anymore, you're relegated to belief. And you just got to be honest with that. That's the most important thing, right?
Yep, it's honesty and confidence in yourself and knowing.
Absolutely.
But do you have to relegate it to belief if you have overwhelming evidence against what you believe, or and so therefore do you have to be honest and reject that which you believe is wrong? That takes a lot of
Well,
courage.
for instance, what are you talking about though? Like that's kind of a broad statement.
What's up, Sydney?
I was just responding to Sheepdog's general comments, I guess. I'm not sorry, I just came in the conversation now.
I
guess
think,
for yeah.
I think that there is believers and disbelievers, meaning that you just believe in, and it's something personal. It's not something that you're meant to follow in a group the same exact. No, something personal. Your way with the creator to understand your creator, and it will always be a belief. You can't know him. You can't have a proof, physical proof of his existence. You can have a logical inference from what you observe around you. Its creation shows that there is a creator, but it's logical inference that you make from what you observe. So you believe that there is a creator, and you build some things about around that creator in the belief that you have. So that creator is most loving, is the all-knowing, and so on. So there is
I understand
nowhere.
I understand there's belief for creator, but I thought the conversation here was whether you believe that the world is flat, for example. Isn't that the conversation I thought? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I came into the wrong.
That's not something that you can consider to be a belief, because it is something that you can verify.
That's right.
It's in measurement. It's something tangible. It's not like in a religion where everything is just like metaphysical. But in reality, it's tangible. It's verifiable. You can check the surface whether it's flat or the opposite, which is curved.
Right. What is your stance on it? Not you, the guy that chirped in a little bit ago.
Madrian.
Myself. Yeah, I mean, my stance is there's no stance. It's the Earth is spherical obloid. Yeah.
How did you verify that?
How did I verify that? I took a plane. I don't know. Have you taken a plane?
Okay. Yeah. I've been all over the world.
Have you flown across the North Atlantic? Or the northern hemisphere, or even like the North Pole. Sorry, have you flown across that before?
Yeah, I flew from Kentucky to Iraq.
Okay, over the North Pole. Yeah.
You can't fly over the North Pole. Not even with. You can't even go 500 miles from the North Pole.
Yes. Well, let's talk about what the North Pole is. What is the North Pole to you?
What is the North Pole? The North Pole is from where all of the magnetic lines originate from.
How did you verify that?
I mean, we can talk about the magnetic North Pole, or we can talk about the geographic North Pole. Either way, let's talk about the magnetic North Pole.
So you know about the magnetic North Pole, right? So then you understand that there's something called magnetic declination.
Magnetic what? Sorry.
Magnetic declination. How you doing, Noon?
I don't know what that is. Can you explain?
So magnetic declination is there's these locations out in the middle of the ocean in the southern hemisphere that also have magnetic north poles, which if you're in those areas, your compass will point to those instead of pointing to true north, which is just a location slightly above the Asias, above Eurasia.
I'm sorry. I'm looking it up now. Magnetic declination is the angle between true north and magnetic north, right? It doesn't seem to be
Right.
what you just said.
The magnetic north is the location in the southern hemisphere that actually has a magnetic pull on your compass. And so you create a magnetic declination based off of your location because your compass is giving you false information. And because you know you're in an area that actually points to another magnetic region, you then create declinations in order to navigate those areas.
No, actually, magnetic declination is basically the difference between the magnetic North Pole and geographic North Pole, and they're not the same because the Earth's magnetic field is not perfectly uniform. That's pretty much the yeah.
Declination more than the magnetic declination ley lines are.
Yes, you got getting cut off. Sorry.
I was just wondering if you could show me a map of this, since you're learning about it for the first time and trying to explain it to me.
I'm learning about it because I'm not sure it makes that much of a difference, but to the conversation. But I'm happy to learn about it.
Well, it does, because you said that you can use a compass to find north, but you don't understand what magnetic declination is.
Okay, I can use a compass to find the geographic north, but not the the magnetic north, but not the true north. Yeah, okay. There's a difference. I understand. I mean, I didn't know that it was called magnetic declination, but okay. But how is that relevant to the conversation?
What about the magnetic pole region off the west coast of Australia?
I am in Australia. What about it?
Yeah, there's a magnetic pole off the west coast of Australia.
Can you cite me the paper?
Yeah, the
Okay, I'm looking up online. No, there isn't a magnetic pole near Western Australia. The only two magnetic poles are in the North Magnetic Pole and the South Magnetic Pole. That's it. So can you cite me where you see a magnetic pole in the west coast of Australia? Because if I go to the Western Australia, I'm going to have to basically, what you're saying is then my compass should point to the west of Australia instead of to the north, right? Yeah, where is your reference?
Sheepdog, isn't there's a map that there's like 5 different magnetic poles, isn't there? They're weaker, but there's like 5.
Yeah.
No, again, no. There is. That's not how magnetism works.
Yeah, nuh-uh.
Yeah, no, it's not going to work for you here, man.
Okay, so this is magnetic declination. So there is the difference. Again, this just shows the difference between the true north and magnetic north. I think we already talked about that. How does that really? Yeah, how is that relevant to the conversation?
Yeah, do you see the red arrow on the bottom right? That little circle in the bottom right where it's like blue and red circular? That's another pole that the compasses point to when you're in that region.
But what you see in the bottom right is not Australia. That's the South Pole, right? That's not Australia. There is nothing you can see in the top picture. There is nothing near Australia. Australia, do you know where Australia is? Yeah? There's nothing, there's no poles near Australia.
Apparently, you don't know what you're talking about.
Again, like you're giving me all these photos, but where?
Don't worry, we're gonna flood the whole thing. You'd have to go navigate in order to understand what's going on. If you're just gonna ignore it and say "nuh-uh," and we can just move on to something else because you don't know.
I didn't say I said, can you give me the website so that I can look it up? I'm willing to hear your arguments. Of course, I there's no need for me to believe that the Earth is flat. I know 100%. But again, I'm willing to look at your sources. That's all I'm saying. So if you give me
They're not my sources. They're your sources. They're the
great.
globe sources.
Give me the link. Give me the link. I will look it up.
I gave you a link.
Okay. So magnetic. So
At 3 minutes past the hour.
3 minutes. Okay. I'll look that link up. I'll come back to you in shortly.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Find the magnetic declination in Australia. What that means is, what is the difference between the true and magnetic north from any place within Australia? It doesn't say that there is another pole near Australia. Where is that? That link does not say that.
It's a magnet, bro. The needle of the compass points to the magnet. There's magnetic things going on out in the water next to Australia. If you don't know that's on you.
Where is the link? Where you gave me a link. I clicked the link, right? I'm keeping an open mind. Every single conversation I have, I keep an open mind. I'm going to keep an open mind. I clicked the link. I clicked a couple of the places within Australia there. Again, magnetic declination, the definition is, what is the difference in angle between true and magnetic north? So from any part on Earth, you can find the magnetic declination. That means the difference between true and geographic north, true and magnetic north from any place on Earth. But there isn't anything in that link that says that there is a magnetic pole near Australia. Please give me that link. Is that clear?
And don't worry, I'm going through all of this right now just so you can find it. Because you don't know these things, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Because you fly around the world.
Am I all?
You think because you fly around the world that because you fly around the world, therefore the Earth is a ball, and that's just the dumbest thing in the world. You have no measurements of actual curvature.
Yeah. So I am, as I said, I will keep it on my mind. Whatever you give me, I will look at it, and I'll ask you questions. You can do the same, right? Just because I didn't know what magnetic declination is, I am learning about it, but it doesn't really show me anything that says that it is a flat Earth just because of that.
I didn't say magnetic declination proves that it's a flat Earth. I said having a compass doesn't prove that it's a ball.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you can have magnetism on a. Well, the magnetic lines from a. We're in a 3D space, so if we look at a bar, for example, if you think of the Earth as flat and a bar, for example, then the.
I don't think of the Earth as flat. Do you want to know why I think that why the Earth is flat?
Sure.
Do you want to know why? All right. So when they tell you that the Earth is a certain size, right? They tell you the Earth is a certain size. That means it's curving at a certain rate, right? So when you go and look out over the horizon, looking over land isn't really like something that is per se like a good idea, because you have mountains and you have hills and you have valleys, right? It's not necessarily truly flat because Earth is solid, like dirt is solid, right? Do you agree with that?
You can go into the Pacific Ocean, and then you can let's say go. You can look at the horizon, right? Because there is no mountains or anything like that.
Awesome. So you understand that looking out over water is the best way to determine whether or not there's actual curvature, correct?
Oh yeah, it would be more accurate than, let's say, if you wanted to look over a mountain, for example. Sure.
Right. Do you know why water is important? Do I need to explain that? Or can we agree that water always seeks horizontal equilibrium when at rest?
Water seeks the lowest powers possible area, yes.
Right. Well, in its containment, right?
Yes.
All right. So when you're looking out over the curvature of the Earth, and they tell you the Earth has a certain size of 40,050 kilometers. But forgive me, I'm from America, so I'm going to go ahead and use miles instead of kilometers. I know some of the numbers in kilometers, but I don't know the math in kilometers. So we're going to work with miles, okay? So with a circumference of 40,050 kilometers, the mileage ratio would be 24,901 miles. Now, you would agree that's a pretty big number, correct?
Mean mileage ratio, what does that mean?
Well, if you convert kilometers to miles, for a 40,050 kilometer circumference, the miles would be 24,901 miles.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, what's the okay, miles and kilometers. Yeah, you can use miles or kilometers. It's up to you. It's fine.
Right. I know the math in miles, but I'm at least giving you a comparison in kilometers. Okay.
It's fine. I understand miles as well. It's okay. You can use miles.
So with a circumference of 24,901 miles, that's a pretty big number. The radius of that ball would be 3,959 miles. That's a pretty big number as well, wouldn't you say?
Sure. Yes, it's a big number.
Okay. All right. So if you're 6 foot tall, most males are roughly between 5.5 feet to 6 feet tall. Even if you're 6'1" or 6'2", the math is really negligible. If you're 6 foot tall, have a 6 foot, you're looking out over the ocean. How far away is the horizon from a 6 foot observer height?
Well, I have to calculate that, but give me 1 second. It is 3 miles.
Okay, 3 miles. So from a 6 foot observer height, you're going to say roughly 3 miles. It's like 2.99999, whatever.
It doesn't matter, right? Like it's not relevant to this conversation. 3 miles, 2.9.
I'm just letting you know. I understand the math as well. I just want you to know, like, this is the reason why I know the Earth is not curving, right?
Sure.
So,
all right.
If you wanted to take a measurement, like obviously, the higher you go, the further you're going to see on Earth. But the lower you go, you're not going to see as far. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So from a 1 foot observer height, how far away is the horizon?
From a 1 foot observer, okay, well, I'll have to calculate that. Give me a second. It would be 1.2 miles.
Awesome. So if you wanted to test to see if the horizon is at that specific location, you might go and look at a long distance observation with things that are known distances, right? Like if I set something out at 6 miles away and at 9 miles away, I would expect to see curvature or the consequence of curvature in front of those objects.
You would expect to not be able to see it at all with a 6 foot person.
Or even if I drop my eyeballs down to 1 foot, like if I lay down in a plank position, right, or lay down on my belly and looked over the water, I would expect to see tall things, right, that are taller than what the curvature would allow, but I would still see the horizon in front of those. Would you agree with that?
So if you were at 6 foot, you would see farther into the horizon than when you were at 1 feet. Correct. Yes.
All right. So like you said, the horizon should be about 1.2 miles away.
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and give you an observation here in just a second. If somebody beats me to it, then so be it. But I'm trying to find the not so funny version of it. Here we go. If you look into the chat, posted an observation. It's a very simple one. This is a 1 foot observation. It was a screenshot from a video, and they did do some clarification on it just to kind of like show you where the defining horizon would be, right? So, like in this image, would you say that the horizon is in front of the two oil rigs, in between the two oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs in this image?
Well,
The one that I posted, the one that looks a little more yellowish.
Observer height 1 foot.
Yep.
Platform habitat 9 mile.
Is the horizon, from what you can see in this image, is the horizon in front of the two oil rigs?
The platform
in between the two oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs, platforms, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah. So the platform is above the horizon.
The platform
is actually quite high. I mean, it's a very tall. Like, you understand that when we say the horizon, only the things that are at the sea level would be the 1.22 miles. If there's something higher than the sea level, like a platform which is very high, which has a height, then you will see it, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's why we would use things that we could see a little bit further on, even though they're behind the horizon. I would expect to see the horizon in front of them. So I'm asking you, in this image, is the horizon in front of these platforms, in between these platforms, or behind these platforms?
It's, well, I mean, I think the horizon is actually in front of the platform, if the platform was 6 miles away.
Okay, can you point to, can you, like, save the image and then draw me an arrow on where you think the horizon would be?
You need to give me the link so that I can actually verify the image. No, I'm going to work with the assumption that everything you're giving me is like everything, all the commentary on it is actually true. Now, if it was, then the horizon is in front of it.
No, you're coping. The horizon is not in front of it.
Why is the horizon not in front of it?
Because you can see the horizon behind the second oil rig, dude.
The horizon is in front of it because it would be about 3.4 whatever miles if in the last image. So it would have to be in front of it. Now the platform rises above that. Now, if you're able to see behind it, I'm not sure what it exactly is showing. If I have to look into the image, so can you give me the link?
Listen, you believe in your ball theory that the horizon should be in front of it, yes, but it is not in front of it. It is behind it. Anybody with eyes can see that.
You're being obtuse, but that's okay.
Can you give me the link to this particular?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
The link to the video is in the side chat.
Or in the side chat.
Thank you. I had just gotten to it and copied it, so I apologize.
No worries. Anybody who says that apparently they see a horizon in front of those oil rigs is delusional or obtuse on purpose at this point.
Okay. I see what's happening here. So I'm looking at the actual video now, and I understand what's happening. So there is something called atmospheric refraction. So that means that any of the light rays that actually come from behind the oil rig, the atmosphere actually refracts it so that you're able to see farther than the horizon.
You're coping.
All right, so what you're saying is that he's saying that the horizon is not Earth curve, and he just debunked his own globe.
Yeah.
No?
It's an apparent location. It's not geometric.
He just researched that on the spot, by the way.
I know.
Atmospheric refraction bends light.
Isn't it great how, yeah, I know, bro. Here's the thing. I know we've heard this 1,000 times. You Googled something, and Google led you astray to debunk your own globe by saying that the horizon is an optical phenomenon, not geometric. Good job.
Oh, my Lord.
Since you can't measure the geometry of the Earth, therefore you have no sphere because there's no geometry.
By the way, you don't need to Google this stuff. I actually study physics, or actually.
So tell me about atmospheric refraction. What's it based on?
What do you mean? What's it based on? It's based on the light rays.
Give me the formula. Give me the formula. I need the formula, please.
You need the formula for refraction?
No, atmospheric refraction, the thing that you claimed.
I can give you the formula for refraction. It depends on the
No.
refractive.
This is yeah. Snell's law and what you're claiming are not the same thing. So you're going to have to be very specific. You claimed atmospheric refraction. Give me the formula for it.
How is it different from normal refraction?
Well, you tell me. You claimed it.
Thank you,
It's not.
Sasu.
I
Thank
didn't
you.
claim it was different.
Seriously?
You said
did claim
atmospheric refraction. Is atmospheric refraction different than Snell's law?
I don't think so.
Oh, great. So Snell's law requires that there be an actual there needs to be a boundary, right? Like two isometric, not isometric. What's the word I'm looking for? Isotropic media, right? So like glass and water, or water and air, those types of things. Can you show me the boundary in the atmospheric refraction?
You need two mediums
That's a
and
formula
the
if you'd like.
boundary between the two mediums.
There is a boundary between two mediums because there is density differences between the different air mediums between the different temperatures as you go higher up. There is different.
Temperature is not a medium. Try again.
I never said temperature was a medium. I'm saying that there is different
so what are
mediums. There is a different.
Different mediums. Oh, air and air is two different mediums.
Okay, if you want to use Snell's law, here you go. This is the Snell's
No,
law.
I'm not asking you. I didn't say anything about Snell's law. You said refraction. I said refraction is actually Snell's law. You're claiming atmospheric refraction. It's not the same.
Do you understand?
Okay, great. So now we have R. We have R again. Where did R come from?
What do you mean? Where did I come? Do you have a physics background, or do I need to explain?
No, that's the best part about this. I don't really have a physics background, and I'm still taking you to school. Some idiot on the internet is schooling your dumb ass with refraction. So R is based on Snell's law. In this case, what did you give me a formula for? Is this Snell's law? You gave me Snell's law. I want atmospheric refraction,
That is
please.
the Snell's law that you integrate over the atmospheric density.
No, I'm sorry. That's okay. So in the formula we have little r. That would be radius. Can you tell me where the radius came from?
R0 is the observer's radius from the Earth's center.
No, we have n squared, r squared. That lowercase r, that's radius. Can you tell me where that radius came from?
That is the distance from the observer.
No, the radius is not a distance from an observer. You made that up on the spot. Please tell me where radius came from. Please tell me where radius came from. I don't know why you're talking through me. I just need you to tell me where r came from.
Do you understand what I just said? The r is not representative of radius. The small
okay,
r
so
is
what's that for then? Okay, great. Just show me that.
What do you mean? Show you what? I'm sorry. What?
Yeah,
what
some formula. I want you to show me where they got that value.
So small r represents the radial distance from the center of the Earth.
Can you post it and get me the quotation? That's fine.
Okay, all right. You want the whole thing? Good. All right.
The radius at the observer's location. Radius, right there, it says it essentially Earth's radius. Where'd that come from?
Earth's radius.
Where'd that value come from? It says it right there in the thing that you gave us. Where did Earth's radius come from?
Where did Earth's radius come from? We know the Earth's radius.
Yeah, where did it come from? How'd they measure that?
If atmospheric refraction is happening all the time, how did they measure the radius?
We have. Okay, how did they measure the radius?
No, just say you don't know. It's obvious you don't know, Mr. Physics background.
Just because I don't know how they measured the Earth's radius, that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. Like,
no, it's just I didn't. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. The whole point here is that you're going to beg the question of a radius, and you don't know where it came from in the formula for atmospheric refraction, which is a begging the question fallacy. So you're using a begging the question fallacy.
Just humble yourself and say, I don't know.
I don't know how they measured the radius of the Earth. Okay, are you
All right,
happy
so
now?
we use the formula. They beg the question.
Do you want me to give you? Do you want me to give you? Do you want me to look it up and tell you how they measured it?
I know what
Yes,
I know what you're
tell me
going to
where they
find.
measured it.
You're going to tell us that it was Eratosthenes back in 240 BC. That's what you're going to tell us.
Already
Yeah, and he also begged the question.
you showed that you are a physicist that plugs
I don't-
values that he brings from his ass. And that
I'm not bringing
R, for example, is a value that you don't know anything about. You just plug it there
This dude's a
and
physicist.
show us, oh,
No
here is the
fucking
formula.
way.
Yeah, he's a physicist.
No fucking way, bro.
Yeah, you guys are all scientists, right?
Yeah,
so you know that.
hey, check out what I just
I'm
posted.
talking to a bunch of scientists.
Check out
who
what I
believe
just
that the
posted
Earth
in the
is flat.
chat.
Yeah,
brother,
It makes a lot of sense.
brother. You said use Snell's law. You can't use Snell's law for a gradient index atmosphere. Fermat's principle and Snell's law are not equivalent. They don't give you the equivalent angle. You pulled that out your ass.
I didn't pull anything out of my ass. So,
Hey, Indio,
how
you
did-
posted it
They
in the
don't
wrong
use
chat.
Snell's law to calculate atmospheric, terrestrial, or atmospheric refraction. They use the principle at least time.
Indio, you might have posted it in the wrong chat. It's not in here.
I tagged him.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
I tagged him
There, I
here
posted
in the chat, and I can read it.
Oh, it
In
freaking
Snell's
keeps
law, it
deleting it.
requires two mediums, two different mediums.
Fucking deleted it again.
Yes, and those two different medium. It is considered different mediums if they have different density, temperature, everything, right?
Some single
Do you
medium.
understand the concept of a mirage? Have you
You
seen a
have-
mirage before?
It's a single medium. When you talk about a medium that have gradient of density, that's a medium. One single medium that have gradient of density. That's not two or multiple mediums. And you have to know there is no straight cut when you have a gradient. It's gradually going from a denser to a low dense medium. And so meaning that you are imagining that there is infinitely amount of mediums there.
There
No.
is definitely a line. What do you mean? There is an infinite number of mediums. What does that even mean?
So
Why
when
is
you
there
have
infinite?
a gradient, do you think that it's going from a denser
That's the reason
medium?
why there's an integral and it's not a single sum, right? There is a gradient, and that's the reason why there's an integral on that sign. Do you know what the meaning of an integral is?
Jesus Christ. Just stop,
Yeah.
dude.
It's pathetic, bro.
It is pathetic.
You guys are trying to explain something that you have zero background in. You're just like,
okay.
oh,
You know my background? What's my background?
what is your
So-
background? If you had a background
No,
in
you
science,
just told me I have zero background, then you're going to tell me because you know what my
Yeah,
background
so what is your background? Do you have a scientific background?
Yes, I do.
And you believe that the Earth is flat?
I don't believe anything.
Do you believe
You
that the
believe.
Earth is flat?
I can
I
observe
don't
the Earth
believe
to
that
be
the
flat.
Earth is flat. No, I
Is
don't.
science empirical?
Of course it is.
Okay, I observe the Earth to be flat. Do you observe the Earth to be a globe?
I also observe the sun going.
Do you let's not talk about the sun. I said the Earth. So,
Yeah.
do you observe the Earth to be a globe? Yes or no?
From my perspective, it is flat because
So
I do
that
not
would be
see the horizon.
no. That would be no.
I can just take a flight and I can see it as a globe.
Okay. Oh, really? You can see curve from a plane.
Yeah, you can see the horizon from a plane. Yes, and if you take a rocket, if you go even further up, you will
can
see
see the
Earth.
horizon from a plane. What's that mean? What's that mean? No, don't go to rockets, dude. One step at a time, dude. You're freaking running ahead of yourself.
All right, go ahead.
So really simply, what does it mean? You said you can see the horizon. Do you think you see a curved horizon from an airplane?
You can see.
Do you see a curved horizon from an airplane? Yes or no?
I could see the. I could see the.
Did you see
curvature
that?
of the Earth. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
did you see that?
Yes.
You're a liar.
Oh, you want me to give you photos?
Yeah, I
Okay,
want you to give me photos that you saw a curved horizon from an airplane because even mainstream says 10 miles, right, is not high enough. Would be 10 miles above a ball 8,000 miles in diameter. It's nowhere near high enough. Even 128,000 feet is not near high enough.
Come on.
Oh, do you want me to post Neil deGrasse Tyson saying even from 128,000 feet, it would look flat. Do you want me to post that? Or even from 250 miles from another planetarium director, you've never seen curve from an airplane. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar. It is admitted in mainstream. There's even one called Visually Discerning the Curvature of the Earth. It's in Applied Optics. You can't see curve from an airplane. You're a goddamn liar. You've never seen that.
I just sent you the photo.
Sorry, India, it's 24 miles, India. 20 India, it's 24 miles, okay? 24 miles.
That's the curve of the earth right there. No fucking way.
That's not a curvature. You see a straight line, or do you see a curvature?
That's not the curve of the earth, bonehead.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm done. I think
you think that's the curve of the earth? How big of the ball you on, bro? You a tiny earther?
Do you see a curvature or not?
That's
you
not
asked me
the curve of the earth, dude.
I gave you the answer.
That's
do you see
not
a
the curve of the earth, brother.
Did you see a curvature or not? Just don't.
Yeah, but it's not the curve of the earth, dude.
Yeah, what is that? What is that? The curve of your
curve
face?
caused by the air. It's caused by the airplane window, obviously.
Oh my god!
How big would that ball be? How far away is that horizon?
That's a camera lens
horizon,
curve.
Trace outside of the window, is that a curve,
dude?
Or a straight line?
Was that generate? Hold on. Was this image generated by AI?
Oh my lord!
Was this image generated by AI?
No. Did you ever take
hold on
a plane?
Second, dude. I'm gonna do a image search on this.
Go ahead. This is just an image from a plane.
Oh, really?
Is it generated by AI?
Yeah, this image. Yeah. Did you generate this with Grok or something?
It's just ridiculous.
Oh, it comes from Shutterstock. StockAdobe.com, deposit photos, cartoondealer.com. This is not a photograph.
Yeah, is it generated by AI?
It's not a photograph.
Oh my lord. I rest my case.
It's not a photograph. It's on Shutterstock.com. Okay. So check this out, dude. It's literally a fucking Adobe Photoshop created image. You're embarrassing, dude. Did he bounce?
What a joke.
That's disgusting, man. Disgusting.
A
anyway, great job, India.
Physicist. Self-proclaimed physicist. Lying.
Well, I mean, that was my point. Once he said freaking curve from an airplane, they don't want to admit that they don't have the empirical evidence to support a globe. So they'll just resort to lying.
Yeah,
I mean,
they have to lie in order to stay alive. Yeah, they've got to lie in order to keep the globe alive.
He's not lying for us.
The globe doesn't
exist. But Jen, he's not lying for. He's doing it for himself. He's literally doing it to shore up his own freaking cogdice.
Of course he is. Yeah. And that Neil deGrasse Tyson, the Felix von Gardner jump is 24 miles. Not 10, but 24. So, you're not seeing it from 24 miles. That's how high the jump was.
I do appreciate the way you call people out, Indio. It's something to listen to, let me tell you.
Yeah,
dude,
you don't often call people a liar. You called him a liar, yeah.
Yeah, the airplane one, no one's ever seen curve from a fucking airplane, dude. That's just a blatant lie. I can't take that one. I really can't.
Yeah, neither can I. I was going to post the in-flight telemetry data to back you up if he had gone on. If he had insisted, that's what he would have to have looked at. Look at the graph, a real life incident that happened, and there you have it. And this information is available to the public. That's the other thing, so he can get it himself.
This is how ridiculous it is, Johnny Law. If you had a ball that was 6 feet in diameter, and a plane would be 1/100th of an inch above its surface, okay, that would be the equivalent scale of an airplane above a ball 8,000 miles in diameter. 6-foot ball, 1/100th of an inch above the surface. That's what an airplane would be. It's not even close to high enough, dude. It's not even remotely close. You're very
India.
far away from being high enough.
If you are able to see the curvature of the Earth from an airplane, you have to understand that if the Earth is that ball that you see there from the airplane, you won't be able to fit one single continent in it.
I know, right?
Australia will be so big to fit on that ball. If you complete the ball, you're not even able to see a country, the entire country from that angle. So imagine if you complete the circle, Australia will be so big for that ball, and they don't think they can.
I don't think they understand scale, how big the Earth really is compared to their models and in this fantasy they have in their mind.
They also don't understand that the horizon, right, is an equidistant circle, right? That's what it is. It's an equidistant circle, and as such, it's going to appear as a line. It has to.
Yeah, it's the equidistant circle of your vision.
Yeah, which
And
means
yet
it's a line
it's funny how they
around
keep
you in a
saying the
circle.
Earth is so
Always
big when
will
they
be.
don't realise scale. Sorry to cut you off there. I was just saying it's funny how they keep mentioning the Earth is so big and you're like a tiny ant. That's all they keep saying. Scale wrong.
Well, then they don't even understand their own comment when they say that.
They don't. It's funny. It's funny. But that's something that a child would say though. I expect that from a child, not from a grown up. When I first heard that, I just thought this is ridiculous. The Earth is so big. Only a child would say that when they're losing their argument. Okay? That's what tends to happen with children.
It's just the body that grows up.
So I'm going to post the image in the chat. Okay. So this is like Google Earth, and I didn't do this. Paul Larson, who's a planetarium director, did this. Which circle do you think is the airplane horizon?
The small, I think the small one. Yeah,
the little tiny yellow one.
The small one.
It's like the little tiny yellow one.
Yeah.
The big one would be the ISS. Okay. The ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. Okay. So the idea, you wouldn't even see Earth from that. So the idea you would see it from a plane, which would be, 10 times lower, is ridiculous. More than 10 times, 20 times. That's why I pounce on it, because there's no doubt that they're lying. There's no doubt in my mind. There's no way. Nobody says that shit. They're just making it up to make themselves feel better.
And then he didn't know where the radius came from. He didn't know what the R was. He's putting out formulas that he doesn't understand himself.
Now he's crying in the chat.
Oh, he's crying in the chat, is he now? Oh, they make you laugh.
Yeah, he can't have a conversation with us loonies, I guess.
Listen to the video he posted of Brian Cox. Very funny.
Oh, Brian Cox, of all people.
I did a search in the server and going around talking to people who have been mentioning flat Earth but aren't in here.
Did it die off that quick?
I guess.
I mean, that was pretty funny.
Kobe.
That was pretty funny, him trying to push off that cartoon.
Dude, it always blows my mind, man. But I can go on the home server and type in, curve from an airplane, and there's like 1,000+ freaking people that have said it. Think about that for a second. We know it's a lie. Just 100% it's a lie, and thousands of people have said this.
Well, if I asked those people, what's the angular resolution limit of the human eye, none of them would be able to answer.
They wouldn't be able to tell you the horizon
Physics, bro.
either.
Physics, bro. It's physics. You don't know physics.
You don't know a physicist. You don't have a physics degree.
Yeah, they're painfully uninformed that the human eye really can't help seeing past 5,000 meters. That's about the accurate visual limit of the human eye. And if I wanted to see 50,000 meters, I would have to have the opening to my eyeball would have to be at least 10 centimeters in size.
Oddly enough, isn't that about the radius of the Earth?
It has quite striking coincidence similarities.
Odd that they would use that number to try to explain away the ball, right? They'll never figure it out.
Yeah, these people love to use their numerology, let me tell you, because the diameter of the Earth, 7,920 miles. Strangely coincidence that there's 7,920 inches in a furlong. What a coincidence.
So, not that we haven't debunked Eratosthenes a million times from a million different ways, but did you see my new debunk on Eratosthenes, Rayleigh?
I can't say I have. Been busy last couple days.
So I'll walk you through it, right? So Eratosthenes measured the curve of the Earth is the argument. And then the next question is, well, did he assume an infinite sun with parallel rays? Your answer would be?
Of course he did.
Yes. All right. So if the sun is infinite miles away, how big is the sun?
Yeah, that would be a difficult endeavor to undertake.
Well, Matthew Learns answered it honestly and said it would be invisible. So how do you get the sun that we see in the sky from an infinite miles away with parallel rays? If it's invisible.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You know what I always wondered? If
What's
we're
up?
only getting parallel rays, then are we only getting like the rays that are like the size of the Earth that leave the sun? Like we're only getting like a portion of the sun's light?
Yeah, we
Because
get
if I took a circle and I drew straight lines to an Earth, right? All the rays of the sun aren't going to hit it, right? Because the sun's supposed to be 800,000 miles in diameter. So there's going to be a lot of excess rays.
Yeah. It's amazing how wonderful the sun is.
Yeah, it's casting its light on 360 degrees, a ball every direction, and the Earth is getting like a fraction. And that fraction they consider to be parallel to each other. It's not. Obviously, it's not. It can't be parallel rays, but it's slightly divergent that you can't distinguish that version. There is no light parallel. It doesn't exist, and certainly not from a ball, giant ball, burning in vacuum. Maybe Eratosthenes were thinking that the sun isn't a ball. Infinitely distant, okay, but it's not a ball, so it will be able to cast parallel light rays.
You gotta think about it. If you had a infinite distance sun, it could be an infinite size because that would defeat what we're seeing because it's the same size all the time. So it's kind of pointless to assume infinity for the location. I got a paradox. I just thought of one. Anybody want to answer? By all means, do it. What is infinity minus one?
Almost infinity.
That's funny.
Minus one infinity.
You like that paradox, huh? Still infinity.
Is it like one of those questions where I'm traveling at the speed of light and then I turn on my headlights? What happens?
Well, that would be infinity, right? So if you're traveling at the speed of the light and then look behind you, what would that be? I guess that would be infinity minus.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
Hey, how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
Welcome.
What's going on here?
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome back to a flat Earth. You abandoned it when you were a child for stories about cartoon balls. But welcome back.
Came back. Mozumber? Mozumder? Do you have a master's in science? I don't know if you heard him earlier, Indio, but he was like all over the place. Like, this is how it's supposed to work on a flat Earth. It can only work on a globe because we fly in planes, use compasses. And I was like, instead of telling me how you think it should work, don't you want to know how we know it's flat? And I walked him to the Black Swan. And he didn't even look at the image. He just looked at the numbers on there and said, oh, the horizon's 1.2 miles away. Like, where is it at in this image?
Dude, he's fucking bricked, man.
Oh, Necros stole my meme.
You guys, what?
I said, Necros, he stole my meme.
Oh.
Someone tossed that at me one time because of conspiracy theories and everything.
Yeah.
And so I just slapped a NASA logo on it.
Very funny. I wonder who put him up. This kid, dude. He abandoned the Mad Iron dude or whatever his name, Madrion. He said he was a physicist. He was lying.
That's what he said. I think he was a physics student, or he took physics in college.
Well, I said he appealed to scientists, and if he, bro, I say, your cult leader said the Earth is a ball, and didn't provide you any evidence. He said, i.e., scientists. Well, if isn't he a scientist? Did he forget that? He lied? He forgot his own freaking lie, dude. It's crazy. They have no staying power. That's how these guys always get exposed, is because they have no endurance.
Yeah, no, like it's like you just said. They claim to be scientists of whatever sort, and then when you expose that they don't know, they claim other scientists, forgetting that they were the scientists.
Yeah, there wasn't a chance in hell he was any sort of scientist or academic, and maybe he took some physics classes in high school, or maybe flunked out of physics in university.
I will say this: if you ever want something fun to do, just search Flat Earth on the server. There's people talking about it, not in our room.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah.
I need to check this out, man. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Let me find this.
Yeah, some people get mad. Some people are like, how come they're not talking about the firmament and Flat Earth? So I responded, we are. It's called gas pressure needs a container. But yeah, for those of y'all that want little extra conversation, all you gotta do is search the server for Flat Earth and then just try to strike up a conversation and see if you can't drag it back to the room. And I bet if you search Flat Earth in other languages, right, like use Google Translate and just get the word Flat Earth in a different language, I bet other people are talking about it also.
Found a bunch of copy pasta bullshit from freaking Globetards. The Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Where's the other? Pontchartrain Causeway. Freaking straight out of ChatGPT.
And that is a thing that I've noticed about this server is they use ChatGPT or some kind of AI chat for everything.
Yo, man. Dude, Jet, you know that someone hit me to this. It was a computer scientist. I was watching them interview. But these things, they're just autocomplete. That's all they are. They're more complex autocomplete. When they don't autocomplete a word, they autocomplete like a paragraph or a couple paragraphs. Right? You say, hey, why is the Earth... Well, think about what they really are. Hey, why is the Earth a sphere? Now, there's only a couple answers to that in the data it's been trained on. Right? So it's going to autocomplete from the data it's trained on, and it'll say, Earth's a sphere because of gravity or something, right? Because it's been trained on gazillions of freaking posts on the internet saying Earth's a sphere because of gravity.
Right.
It's basically giving you instead of the next word, it's really giving you like the next series of words So I've been telling these guys, I'm like, you're using ChatGPT to auto-complete your own thoughts.
You're not wrong.
Oh, I can't think my next thought. ChatGPT saved me, auto-complete my brain.
I don't know the answer. Let me do a quick search. ChatGPT says,
They think ChatGPT is actually like thinking about it, or like considering. It's just predicting next words. It's not doing anything like that.
well, it's
That's why he sucks at logic, man.
it's you know what I say all these AI what it is, right? It's not artificial intelligence. It's just a babysitter. It's just a fast thinking version of of what we used to call Google.
It's
What used to
automatic
be
Google. It's just automatic Google. Instead of clicking on the link by yourself, choosing the link of the page, reading the thing. So the AI is doing the thing for you. So he's clicking on all those thousands of pages that you have in the research. He's reading everything, and he's giving you just a resume, a recap of all those things.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. They've integrated the freaking Google search into Grok and freaking Gemini. I actually, when I use Gemini, I just turn it off because I don't even want to. I don't need it to type into the freaking search engine and read it for me.
I do it sometimes for me just because like when I'm searching up definitions, right, which is probably a bad thing to do on the internet. But like if I like get a word and we're having an impasse at words or whatever, it's like, okay, let me look up the definition of this word, make sure I'm understanding it.
You know, I did do something where I wrote some chicken scratch down. It was a bill I was writing for someone. I just wrote, like, I had just chicken scratched it in freaking pen on, like, over time. And I just freaking took a picture and uploaded it, right, into the Gemini. I was like, turn this into a fucking invoice. And it fucking did it. It only made, like, one mistake. It made it misread one of the numbers. Because I got fucking horrible handwriting. But, yeah, I mean, that was like super useful because I could have freaking took it and okay, you know, typed it all out myself, but it actually did it for me. It was super useful for that.
Right on, dude.
Yeah, it was actually fucking pretty cool, dude, because I was just like, yeah, I'm going to just keep tracking my time. I was just like writing into the notebook, just not even thinking I was ever going to do that. And then when I go, it's like, I'll transcribe it, I'll type it up. I'm like, fuck, dude, let me see if the AI can do this so I don't have to type this all out. And it did it. It was freaking pretty cool.
Hey, that's our advertising right there. So good, it can read Indio's handwriting.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll tell you why my handwriting is bad, because I used to get in trouble in school a lot. And back then, they'd be like, okay, go up to the chalkboard, write, I will not swear in class 500 times. And I'd be sitting there doing that all class. So, my handwriting got very sloppy from writing fast. My God, I had a whole fucking book. They made me, I can't remember what they made me write, but dude, they made me write it like 1,000 times. Some stupid sentence. That was like the punishment in this school was to write I will not do X. I will not do X. Like brainwash yourself or something.
Sorry, I missed like half of that. Talking to my wife's kid. He doesn't want to eat. He's got food for himself, but it's time to go to bed because he's got school in the morning. So it's like, okay, you got a choice, dude. You can eat or you can go to bed.
How old is he?
8.
8. They can, 8. Hard to remember when they're 8.
It's that age where they're just starting to get like super curious and sneaky at the same time, where like tell them not to do something, and then when you're not looking, they start going to do things and figure things out for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. They get into a bunch of shit, dude. You gotta freaking lock everything down when I think about it.
Yeah, he was sneaking on the TV when his mom was asleep and watching Mr. Beast.
Yeah, they'll do shit like that. Yep, certainly. And you better watch out. He'll go, okay, my choice is eat in bed. I'll just do both. I'll bring my food to bed with me.
Yeah, no, he does that. Like he's not supposed to eat on the couch. And he'll take it and eat on the couch when nobody's around.
Of course.
I've caught him a few times.
Going against the rules when the adults are around.
I know, right?
That's sin if
Yeah, that's true,
man. You know that.
It's true though. I mean, like you're only in trouble if you get caught.
That's what my mother taught me. That she used to say to me, "You're not sorry because you did something wrong. You're sorry because you got caught."
Exactly. And that's fine. Now you have two choices: don't get caught again, or learn your lesson and don't do it. But the thing is like, okay, you get caught with me, it's one thing. But someday you're going to do something you're not supposed to do. You're going to get caught out in the real world, and then you won't have me to deal with. You'll have somebody else to deal
That's how I always taught my kids, man. That like if you take up certain behaviors and principles, they might seem trivial now, but if you do that in another situation, there's serious consequences.
For sure. And you might get a scolding from me in this situation, but you're going to go to jail in another situation. And that jail's time could be overnight, anywhere from overnight to 25 hours.
Yeah, 18 to life.
And I try not to get mad at him when he like does stuff that he's not supposed to do. Certain things, right? Like obviously, like I'm gonna like say something to be the adult, but then at the same time, like I'm not gonna give him too hard of a time because learn your lesson somehow.
Yeah, don't ever take it personal either, because like it's not personal. They're just being kids, right? They're just trying to, they're always gonna try and toe the line or look for where the line is. Sometimes they'll cross it. Sometimes they'll be just short. It's like a little game. That's how they learn, right? Children learn really kind of through games. Game playing. So kids will play games with you. But you don't take it personally. It wouldn't matter. You could just take you out and pick another person and they would do it to them too. They'll do different shit to different people.
For sure. And other people let them get away with more or less or whatever. It's just exploration at the end of the day. But I mean, I've always said this, raising my daughter, it's probably about a year, 2 years, maybe 3 years in, that I started really formulating my understanding of like, life is just behavior, right? So like how you modify your behavior, you can raise your kid to be whatever you want them to be, but you're going to have to fine tune it along the way. The only problem is you can't be there 100% of the time. So you don't You don't know. So they have to learn how to explore the world on their own in a safe way that doesn't fuck them up for the rest of their life.
Well, I mean, I'm of the opinion that parental influence on the people that the child grows up to be is overrated. I mean, it's a significant factor. Don't get me wrong, but it's overrated. I think kids, I think the research has showed this out, is that kids really learn their social behavior from other kids. And if you've ever been around like a family gathering or anything like that with a bunch of children there of all different ages, they will separate themselves in their own hierarchy. Pretty amazing thing to watch. They don't even have to be told, right? They just automatically do it.
Yep. Yep. No, the older kids will separate themselves, and then the younger kids will follow in line.
Yep, they'll follow them around. They try to be like the big kids, right? And it's usually the freaking oldest girl that'll just start bossing everyone around. It's almost every freaking time it's the oldest girl. Bossing everyone around, getting all the little kids to do stupid little tasks. Go get this, go do that. It's like almost like a freaking treasure hunt, right? It's very fun to watch, man. If you just watch really closely, the dynamic is very stunning because it's very pure. It's like, you know, they created their own little Lord of the Flies social structure. It's fucking funny.
It's true though. Like Lord of the Flies is a very true situation. It's exactly what would happen if kids were left to their own devices.
But it's always the oldest girl watch, dude. It like listen, if you have a group of like 6 kids, all different ages, the oldest girl will take charge of all of them. If there's an older boy, he won't listen to her. He'll just be off doing his own thing. But if it's the oldest girl, she just makes them all fall in the line. She gets them freaking jumping through hoops and all sorts of shit. It's kind of funny.
Yep.
Especially if it's like a family gathering, especially like an all-day event, like a cookout or a camping or something like that. It's just weird how the girl always ends up in charge. Probably just because violence is off the table. If violence is on the table, the girl would not be in charge.
See, whenever I start having family gatherings, I have these Nerf guns, right? So violence is definitely on the table. But have you ever seen those Nerf ball shooters?
Oh yeah.
You know how fast those things shoot?
I don't know which one I had. I had a ball. I mean, I got 3 fucking boys, dude. We had all sorts. They always get broken. So we've had the Nerf freaking darts.
Not the Nerf darts. Not the Nerf darts. The Nerf balls.
Trying to think. They're actually the little round ones, right? Like the size of a marble.
Yeah, I'm a post.
Are they bigger than that?
Nerf Rival is what they're called.
Pretty sure they had those. I don't remember. It's possible. I mean, we had all sorts of ones. We had like freaking discs and freaking little frisbee things, little rings, soft rings, and like ones that had like fucking Velcro on them. So you shoot them at them and they stick on people. Had laser tags, freaking every shooting freaking thing possible. The darts.
No, these are the modern day ones. These came out like 10 or 12 years ago. You're gonna laugh so hard. So there's this one, right? I just posted in the side chat. This is the typical.
No, I don't think I ever had that. No, I think my kids are too old.
You want to know how fast this thing shoots?
Like in repetition, or how fast the round goes?
How fast the round comes out of the barrel.
I can only imagine.
You're gonna laugh.
Is it bad?
300 feet per second. No.
Wow.
So that's
wow. My kids would love that.
My kids love that.
You need a firearms license in Canada for that.
300 feet per second.
Yeah, my kids here, they would have loved that. Do you know what I
This
used to
one-
do?
I was going to say, this one is battery operated.
Yeah, that's the one. That's what my children have got, battery operated ones. Now, I used to dress up in my motorcycle gear. I used to dress up in my motorcycle gear, leather trousers, leather jacket, gloves, and helmet, and I would be the bad guy that they would shoot me up. You know, I'd be chasing them around and be shooting me to bits, and their friends. You know, yeah.
Yep.
But the one thing that had to happen at the end, we had to collect all those little BBs. That was the price you paid. You want me to do that? Then we clean up the park because we can't litter. Okay, and the reason I did that as well. The reason I did that as well, because I don't want to keep buying the BBs. So you recycle them all the time, yeah. So wherever we went, if we used them, we would collect them all back up. We won't get every single one, but we'll get most of them because we do that for about an hour, picking up the BBs. Yeah, man.
Yeah, they airsoft is one thing, right? Like airsoft, you can use the plastic pellets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But these are little Nerf balls. These are like they're really soft and squeezable and everything. They're just when they come at you at 300 feet per second.
Yeah, you
Yeah, it's like some sort of sponge.
Check this one out. This was battery operated also.
Yeah, I'm into all that. Definitely into that. I took my children. I got some targets from Hawaii. We went because I took them shooting at the shooting range in Hawaii, and then I asked them, "Can I have a pile of these targets?" Thank you. Brought them home, photocopied them. Then when I took them hiking, I have walkie-talkies, so we had our walkie-talkies together. They're mountain bike trekking. They're at the bottom, and what I'm doing is I'm setting the targets up that they've got to hit, and then when they get to the top, they've got to find Daddy in the bush. And when you hit the target, bring the target that you hit with you. What do you think? A little bit target practice for them whilst they're mountain bike trekking. Yeah, man. That's what we used to do. They're big now, so we don't do that as often now. But when they were little, yeah, it's brilliant, man. Can you imagine mountain bike trekking with firearms as well, you know, BB guns, and you're shooting your targets, and then you've got to find your dad in the bush. Yeah. I really enjoyed that.
Anyway, I've got about 10 different variations of those Nerf guns.
How comes you have so many, man?
Because it's fun.
Yeah, I've got, you won't believe this one, I've got about 20 odd of these BB guns myself. The rifles and everything, yeah. In fact, I laid them out on the table and I took a picture and I sent it to my brother, and he thought, are those real? I said, no. I go, and then he got paranoid. He goes, don't send me pictures like that again. Looked like I was a terrorist, you know. Yeah, he got worried. Yeah, sent a picture of my collection. Yeah, I think the icing on the cake was when they could actually shoot at somebody. You know, it was painful when I got it on the back of the legs, a little bit, where the leather is very tight there, so you could feel it. But on the body it was okay, you know, a bit of body armor in there as well, so it didn't hurt as much. And I had the helmet on, had my gloves on, yeah. And then I'd chase them all around the park.
But yeah, this is like a mid alternative between like the Nerf darts and the airsoft.
Yeah. We used to, when I was a kid, we used to shoot, you know, the 2.2 air rifles. They were really good. You know, when you pop the barrel, yeah,
the copperheads,
put one in, put it back, and then that very dangerous. They were. You kill someone with it, take someone's eye out, cut someone's face with it. Very dangerous, very high powered. Oh yeah. Pump action air gun. Put it in there and pop it back up and pow. Yeah. 0.22 pellets we used to use. And that was in the 70s and 80s. I don't suppose you use your weapons that often, then, do you really? How often do you use it? Do you use them, should I say? Once a month?
Just when. No, those aren't like, so they're. I don't know how to explain it. You pull back on. It's almost like airsoft, where you pull back on the slide, and then it releases a controlled burst of air going forward.
Okay.
But and it's in the ball is in a really tight space. So if you think about the physics of it and everything, if there's no way for the air to escape except forward, it's going to push the ball out pretty rapidly, especially if it's
yeah, right.
smooth.
I was asking, how often do you use those though yourself?
Like whenever anybody wants to go play.
Yeah.
That's all.
So I used to use them a lot. I don't use it so often now because my children have grown up, you see, so they've outgrown that for now. So I still have all the weapons in their place and I have all the pellets, all the little BBs, in the cartons.
What's up, Morgan?
Welcome.
Everybody wants to come in here and listen. Nobody wants to ask questions.
Yeah, well, if you've got questions, don't hesitate because, we know the earth is flat. Now, you might be wondering, how do we know this? Then your questions will be welcomed, We know you don't know the earth is a globe. We know that because you haven't gone out there to actually measure the curvature of the earth, to actually know it's a globe. You're carrying a belief. That's what we do know. But at the same time, we would appreciate that you come in, you've made it this far, ask the questions. You know what I mean? It's quite simple, really. Yeah, it's not a joke. It's real. We are flat earthers, and we know that the earth is flat because it's measured flat, demonstrably so. So, yeah, you'd be surprised in the field of construction and engineering how they do not consider Earth's curvature whenever they're doing their constructions. If you're on a boat, you would have to. You could not consider the Earth's curvature. You would have to. It would be a necessity. But yet, it is not considered. Nor is the supposed rotation of that Earth as well. You'd be surprised in the field of aviation, for example, construction. The Earth's rotation is not even considered. Aye. So please think about it and then ask your questions. We're here to help you to understand that you are not living on a ball that is hurtling through the universe. Oh, and by the way, that universe that you haven't confirmed to exist at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year, and you would still be looking at the same constellation stars. Nothing's changed. That would be an impossibility, yeah. But that's what you currently believe. So it's over to you with your questions now. Sure, you must be having something there.
Really, it has nothing to do with science and everything to do with geometry. And all you're doing is drawing a tangent to the horizon, which would be the edge of the sphere, and then measuring that edge. if there is an end.
That point, to be exact, ladies and gentlemen, it's a point, tangential point. That's all it is. And a point is not a level. This is just a point. That's all that is. Got to measure it to check it. Okay, it's not a curving. It's not a level. You've got to check it. For a spherical ball, it is continuously curving. Continuously. There's no flat spot on a ball. So when you have a ball and then you have your tangential point, it's only a point there. Right, and that will be a problem for these aeroplanes to land on a moving, curving ball. Think about it. Tangential point of landing whilst it's rotating, curving. Yes. Pilot's nightmare. Flat Earth now, pilot's dream, ladies and gentlemen. Pilot's dream, landing on a flat Earth. Landing on a ball after spinning, pilot's nightmare. And there's a distinct difference between a curved trajectory and a horizontal linear trajectory, ladies and gentlemen. They're not the same. If you're living on a ball, you will not be traveling in 9.5 hours from London Heathrow Airport to Narita, Japan, 9.5 hours horizontally. Now, that would be impossible. That's 6,000 miles, which is approximately 90 degrees. That's a quarter of your globe in distance. That globe you think you live on, that's 90 degrees of curvature that you must experience, but you don't, ladies and gentlemen. It's a horizontal flight all the way. And the only time it deviates from the horizontal is, of course, when it was taking off, of course, because it had to nose up and then get up to the altitude and then level off. And then when it comes to landing, 20, 30 miles out, starts to nose down and then dropping gradually. Okay, the gradual descent is different from the ascent. The ascent stage of the aeroplane, when it took off, it was a sharp nose up. It's a sharper angle there. But when it comes to landing, it's not the same angle landing because the passengers will be very uncomfortable. You've only got a seatbelt round your waist. So if the plane is nosing down to come and land now, you're going to be very uncomfortable. All your weight around your stomach, not good. So it has to be a slight coming down, very gentle. Step down motion, ladies and gentlemen. But you notice it, you do notice it, but it's a very gentle one. Right? So that would be impossible on a globe because it'd be a continuous curved trajectory. That means you could not have your seatbelt off. You'd be in your seat, completely seat belted up, so would the cabin crew. Seatbelts fastened totally. No chance of going to the toilet because the plane is following a curved trajectory, which means there's no horizontal there. It's curving exponentially all the way to the destination. Curving, following the curvature of the ball. But it doesn't. It follows a horizontal linear straight line, which is the flat Earth. You are able to go to the toilets. You can release your seatbelt because the seatbelt sign is there. You can relax now, seatbelt off, go stretch your legs, go to the loo, and you can receive your drinks, blankets, pillows, magazines, newspapers, comics, snacks, etc., etc. Yeah. Because the aeroplane is flying horizontal, level to the Earth's surface. It is not taking a curved trajectory, because a curved trajectory is not horizontal, ladies and gentlemen. The globals will have you believe that a curved line is straight now. That's what they're telling you. A curved line is level, ladies and gents. Such is the bizarro world they want you to live in. Not for me. I don't live in that world. Level is level, and a curved line is a curved line. It's not straight, not level. And we don't live on a globe because the Earth is measurably flat. And it is not rotating because no one's taken that into consideration. Least of all the pilots who are landing every day on the runways. Yes, would be a nightmare. Got to remember the rotational speed of the airport you're going to all the time and prepare to land on a moving runway. And the worst point is, if you're landing anywhere like 500 miles per hour or less, you might be able to land. You might, I say. But if it's 1,037 miles per hour at the equator, you're never going to land because you're not going to make it. Your airplane can only do 600 miles per hour. So you're not going to be able to land on that runway. You can't keep up. You haven't got the speed. See? And then you've got the tangential point of contact. Pow. It's instant crash, instant death everywhere. Instant mess. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. You didn't think of that, did you? Why? You know? That's what it means to be living on a ball. You would see the curvature. You would notice the spin. In fact, 1,037 miles per hour would throw you off the surface of the Earth. That centrifugal force would throw you off. That linear speed would throw you right off the Earth. You couldn't live on a ball. 1.5 times the speed of sound. Almost 1.5 times the speed of sound. Yeah. So bear that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, when you're thinking about the globe and you're going on your holidays. Look out the window. Can you see the curvature of the Earth?
Elimination, the operation will go in our operation. If Americans act against Afghan nation.
Allahu Akbar. Subhan Allah, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Thank you very much. God is great. Peace be upon everybody. Fantastic. You see, we take the childish pranks and we turn them into a positive, such as the flat earther. We take it on the fly. We hit the ground. Yeah. Nothing stops us. We're unstoppable, unwavering, unceasing. The truth, the facts, life keeps coming at you. That's a flat earther for you. We're not deterred. That's the last thing we are, ladies and gentlemen, is deterred. The last. It's not even on our menu. When you're on your holidays and you're traveling by plane or by ship for that matter, look out for the curvature of the Earth. Can you see it? Are you experiencing it? Shouldn't you be if you're on a globe? The globe that you've never seen, ladies and gentlemen. The globe that you've never experienced. The globe that you've never proven to exist for yourself. The globe that does not exist. Yeah. That's where you are currently. Yeah. I've done a fine job in indoctrinating you. A fine job indeed. When are you going to wake up and then take control of your life? When are you going to do that? When are you going to start to push back? Start to question those scientists? And as my colleague said, I think it was something dog in his name, man. My colleague anyway. He told you that it's not science what we're talking about, because it's not. It's geometry, trigonometry, geology, and geography, if you like. The geology of the land, yeah. We're talking about. Nothing to do with science at all. So those scientists have lied to you about that as well. When they say they're scientists and they're doing science, talking about the shape of the earth. They're lying. They're making themselves sound more important than they should be. Welcome to the server. Sorry we're quiet. It's a quiet moment at the moment. Excuse me. But if you have any questions, please come in, ask your questions, and we can answer them for you. If not, just relax. Any and every questions are welcomed. Please go ahead.
I only stay here to listen, man.
For elimination.
Oh shit.
Okay. Well, I hope you like what we're saying to you, because we're telling you the truth. The earth is indeed flat. You have no curvature experience. If you do, you would be able to show me and tell me immediately. That's what you would have done if you came here. What do you mean it's flat? This is my curvature experience. Where is it? You don't have it. There you are. I can make that claim straight. I can assert that all day long. I can make that statement. I can make that claim. I can make that fact. That you don't have curvature experience. No one has.
I don't have experience. I don't have experience in this topic, man. I'm new in this server.
Yeah. You're new. Well, welcome.
Thank you, man.
Flat Earth Discord server here in the English hub section.
Yeah.
And we talk about the Earth being flat because that's how it. And when I say it is measured, do you understand what I mean by that?
You traveled a little. Can you repeat?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I said the reason why we say that the Earth is flat is because we are measuring the Earth flat. We cannot measure the curvature.
Pulling you up on the things that you were saying were incorrect, and for the last hour and a half you've been crying about it in the side chat.
Example.
If you got a problem with your memory, go and watch the live stream.
Tell me what was wrong. Tell me what was wrong in it.
What was science associated with gravity and astronomy? I pointed out to you that astronomy doesn't follow the scientific method. You can find citation in the side chat if you scroll up. I also made the claim, and you were talking, so you probably don't fucking remember, that gravity doesn't follow the scientific method, i.e. you won't be able to prove it to me using science.
He says he's done speaking to you, Jedi. You're big meanie, Jedi.
Good. Thank fuck for that.
He says you don't understand basic physics, bro.
Uh-huh.
Like, you're not incorporating Stephen Hawking, bro. Like, you really gotta like get up to date on Stephen Hawking. It's
too much Carl Sagan's what it is. Yeah, need more Stephen Hawking.
Like, yeah, I kind of lost it. I lost it when he said, Newton, Einstein, Stephen Hawking. Like, what? That's gotta be a first, dude.
You mean Newton, that genius that couldn't solve the longitude problem?
All I'm saying is no multinational, multi-generational conspiracy out to debunk you. There's nobody doing that. There's no evil scientists that are like, coming to like, we must hide the truth from these people. Like,
fuck is he gibbering on about now? Why have we let him talk?
Apparently, he's never heard of the Freemasons.
About the general consensus.
Multi-generational group wanting to hold us back.
Scientists have been lying to you for ages. For example, the chemical industry and the medical industry. But hey ho.
So even I can reference different cultures that have contradicted.
I don't think anyone cares, dude.
The archaic European understanding of Earth and the sun and
That's
moon.
nice.
Earth. Like different cultures have different things of this, and in their Islamic age, they were able to advance astronomy farther than primitive idea in Europe.
Question: Is astronomy the study of the Earth?
It's the study of the universe.
Okay, so not the study of the Earth.
The Earth is a part of the universe. So
so the study of astronomy, does that beg the question that the Earth is in the sky with the other things that we look at?
Yes. Wait, what?
Okay. What evidence is there that the Islamics used to prove the Earth was a sphere?
Why? What? That's not what I said.
I know, this is what I said. It's like you can't follow conversation. You thought that you could stand on a soapbox and start preaching to us for some reason. Again, I've decided to hold you up on what you fucking said to see if you understand what you say or could even give evidence for anything you're about to say. I'm starting to think you can't.
Never got to. I didn't even make a claim besides telling you what you
I know, I'm trying to get you there. Are you not following again?
Dude, I've done nothing. I haven't made a
stand on a soapbox and make bullshit claims.
I haven't even told you what I think of the Earth. I haven't made a claim. You're arguing with nobody.
I'm arguing with you, ancient Muslims.
I'm arguing with you, dude. I don't care. Like, you're just, when you make a false claim, I'm going to tell you where and when you're wrong. Just
really?
like
You're the person who thinks that you could educate me. Really?
I did, because dude, they backed me.
Dude, everybody in this room sat back and laughed at you.
You're right.
Everybody laughed at you, dude.
I don't care who your Discord buddies who are fully as uneducated, bud. Like,
dude, are you just going to ad hominem your way through this conversation?
No, sir, but you've been...
Stop it. You came into the conversation saying that we were stupid, that the flat earth was an archaic idea, and we only believed in it because we were fundamentalist Christians.
When I was
your time here has run out.
We were speaking about Vikings. Not just Christianity. We were speaking on different cultures, not just Christianity. No, you don't even know what we were talking.
It's here the entire time, dude.
Jedi, you're disrespecting his Viking heritage, bro. That's not very nice, man.
I love these advances in astronomy, even though we couldn't build a decent telescope until the 20th century.
The most intelligent thing that boy said was that they double charged him at McDonald's.
Well, so, may I ask a question?
Please save us. Yes.
Okay, so let's say, hypothetically, that the Earth was proven to be round. Would you believe it then? Like, made an observation that you could actually go and test out, would you believe them then?
Easy. You're talking about hypotheticals when we already measured it. It's not curving. So why are you asking silly questions? You've been in here long enough to know that it's not curving. Bring us some measurements of surface curvature instead of coming in here asking hypothetical questions about things that we already know are not going to happen. You understand? The Earth is a ball. If the Earth is a ball, it would be obvious after all of the people looking for the curvature didn't find it. You understand? Come on, buddy. Don't come in here with these hypotheticals.
Let's check for double standards. Easy. If it was proven that it was flat, would you be okay with that?
If it was proven, like, and everybody knows it, then sure.
No, not everyone knows it. It's just if it was proven. You're on board?
Well, it depends on if the majority is on board. Like, if it's actually like proven and tested and like verified by other scientists, then sure.
That's not what I mean. That's like a weird double standard. It doesn't require everyone to believe it along with you if it's proven. Like, there's still going to be people who believe in whatever they want to believe, regardless of the proof. But, I mean, John makes a good point, though. It's already been proven. That's why we're flat earthers.
Okay, sir. Sorry for the stupid question.
It's not necessarily stupid unless you have like a double standard where you expect flat earthers to like switch their position, but you wouldn't switch your position in the face of proof. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we're really that
The reason
dedicated.
why it isn't a smart, this isn't a good question, CB, only because he's been in here for days and he's asked every single question under the sun. He's been presented with every long distance observation, laser test, and he's still going to come in here asking silly hypotheticals. It's ridiculous. Not like he hasn't been presented with the data.
Well, I still have more pages in my textbook I haven't read, but I have to get that tomorrow. It's in my locker at school. But I'll get it and I'll read it out. So, yeah.
Oh, great. More lore. That should be fun.
Because, see, I could post a photo of my bedside where my books usually are, and they're not there.
I would say the answers are not in the books. They're outside. Like, it's the behavior of the earth is where you'll find the answers. Any man can put anything in a book and say whatever they want. But the earth is truly where the answers lie.
That's a very sweet message. Thank you. I'll look more into that.
Aww.
But yeah, I started school. Like, I'm learning stuff in school now, so I might have more info to use apart from just sticking to some stupid books.
Like, in regards to the everyone else must believe it thing, my parents taught me when I was growing up that if everyone jumps off a bridge, that doesn't mean you have to. You know, so just be mindful of that. If every book or everything in the book is saying oceans are curving, then you go into reality and they're not curving. You know, you might have this peer pressure to think that it's curving because everyone else does. But again, you don't have to jump off that bridge just because everyone else is.
Okay, sir. John says he needs to concede, so he needs to be unmuted so he can concede. Well, he conceded there in the text chat, so that's good enough. What does concede mean? To admit, to basically be like, okay, yeah, you were right.
Yeah, I was extremely wrong. I'm just following what the books are saying and what my professors taught me. And now
No, you're not. No, you're not.
No, I'm believing you now.
You keep arguing for both Newton and Einstein. Einstein superseded Newton, and you keep denying that. So you're not even following your own lore, like you say you are.
Don't forget Stephen Hawking.
I take it back, dude. I was wrong. So I just want to understand now. Does Earth have a core or no?
Probably not.
Probably not. So, like, how does it look? Is there like how do volcanoes happen? Like, where's the pressure? Like, how does no core or any of that? I'm just trying to understand because I know I'm wrong. I can be wrong, okay? But with your idea and understanding of flat Earth, how does it look like in space? Like, if I were to look,
Okay, so nobody here has a God's eye view, right? We can only go up so high, e.g., high altitude weather balloons, right? And when we go up there, it just looks like a flat horizon, right? There's no curve anywhere. So that's as far as God's eye view we can get.
John, hold on, dude. The Earth is not in outer space. So let's rip that Band-Aid off. Number two, there's no such thing as seeing the whole Earth in one shot. Like, it's the same, for the same reason you can't tell me what the universe looks like. Why? Because you're inside of it. You can't leave it and say, oh, okay, well, it looks like this giant egg or whatever. Like, you're never going to be able to say what reality looks like as a whole. So no flat earther, nobody is ever going to be able to tell you what it all looks like. And so your next question was, well, what's under it? You're thinking of like a flat object in space where there's an edge, there's a bottom side, it's floating around in the galaxy. This is not flat Earth. That's a really like terrible idea that you probably came up with. So the Earth is not in outer space. That's like the key point here. And you can't know what the shape of it is.
Oh, I was just confused because I understand your analogy with understanding the universe, but what the books taught me was that we were able to determine that the universe was expanding and like how the universe was like by observing the light from distant from galaxies far away. And
that's cool, bro. But that doesn't mean you're going to be able to know what shape it is. Even if you had like, let's say you had a balloon and it was expanding, it has a shape. It's just expanding. But you can't know the shape of reality, whether it's expanding or not, which I don't agree with. But
so time dilation. Where is Earth if it's not in space?
Earth is that's like asking where is the universe? That is the where. That is the place. So that's what I typically say. For you, the globe is a thing or an object within a place, the universe. Flat Earth is not like that. Flat Earth is not a thing in a place. It is the place. So, yeah.
Okay. So like I kind of thought that they figured out the shape by like seeing the cosmic radiation from like they can go back and like the farther you look into space, the farther in time, like, there's this time dilation, which sounds completely fucking stupid if I'm being honest. lot more sense, and I'm not being sarcastic. Y'all have more logic than this. But what I was taught is that there's this microwave background radiation that's coming from the beginning of the universe, and we can observe it somehow through some kind of telescope. And I'm not really sure how any of that works. But I digress. So, my question was, how do volcanoes work?
I think the chat said lava go burr.
Why can't we have a explanation of things that why can we not? Is it just not possible to understand what's on the other side of Earth, or if it's not possible to understand these things because you're kind of telling me that?
Wait, what do you mean the other side?
You're just like when I ask you some of these questions, you're like pretty much telling me that, it kind of, so your ideas contradict everything that I've been taught in academia, right? Everything, like the very, very fundamentals of this. Like when you make this claim, it changes the idea of even archaeology, like everything.
Give a solid example.
All right, so with the understanding of the core of the Earth and tectonic plates and gravity, like it correlates. But if gravity isn't the way we think it is, and Earth isn't in space, and what about the sun? Is the sun in space? And is the sun in outer space? These are questions that are being risen by the claims that y'all are making, and I'm not disrespectful to ask these questions.
There is no outer space. And,
the sun.
Yeah, but see, no one knows what the sun is. Like, you don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. No one knows what it is. So, what you can't do is take your current understanding of the sun and then implant it into an idea of a flat Earth, because then they're not compatible. They don't go together. So
we don't have understandings of chemistry and stuff. We can't observe chemistry through experimentation and say, look, this is hydrogen. This is what hydrogen does. We can observe the things on the periodic table, and we can use that to understand, the sun and its mass and the vacuum of space. So is whatever they call space, like the above, is it a vacuum?
No.
It's not a vacuum. Oh, okay. Because, dude, I feel so stupid because I don't know physics. I don't understand science. For I didn't even understand social constructs. I was just looking into it, and I went onto jw.org, and I figured it out a little bit, the perspective that I align with, and personally I think the Bible says the earth is flat too. I think it says there's a circle, it's just a circle in the Bible.
I mean, I don't think anybody's going to use the Bible as globe or flat Earth proof in here necessarily. But look, man, it's pretty simple. We've got 3 core, no pun intended, tenets here. Basically, the first thing is the surface is flat. So this doesn't say anything about the shape or the boundaries or anything like that. We're just describing the surface. There's a lot of water on
around their surface.
All right, bro.
So there's no core, then how is gravity a constant? Wouldn't it mean the farther and farther out you go, the less gravity you experience? I'm trying to understand, because this is debunking all science. It's debunking archaeology.
Gravity being a constant either.
What's that?
You say that one more time, Jed? One more time, Elijah?
You don't experience gravity being a constant either.
I can say that I do because in my experience, it feels I'm the same weight. Like, I mean, my body itself changes, but the same force is I'm being pushed down. Like our bodies were designed like through evolution to like for example, for instance, our hearts can't function with a human being upside down. There's a reason why we would like our hearts would stop working when we're consistently upside down.
That's a problem for being weightless in space.
Excuse me?
That's a problem for being weightless in space.
Oh yeah, it does create issues with the human body.
Hey guys, how are you?
They're astronauts in the International Station. They're in orbit. Like they're not in outer space. Like they're not.
How does the liquid in that inner ear know which way to go?
Excuse me?
The vestibular system inside the inner ear that shows a person their balance, it knows your orientation, it helps you fucking figure out where you are and orientated in the world. That's a liquid. Now, being as you're in zero gravity in, the International Space Station, how does the liquid know which way to go?
I mean, they've done this experiment with cats because they brought cats up into space to see how they react. Because they have kind of a similar system, but how they always land on their feet. I can't reference it off the top of my head, but the scientists who are the liars, they've explained this somewhat, but that's why I'm trying to understand your perspective. Like, I think personally think the Earth is flat, but it's like
it's measured that way.
Is it like forever? Does it go on forever?
Me being a finite being, I wouldn't be able to experience eternity.
What about Antarctica? Is it all around us? Is are we just like what's our border look like?
Pardon?
Our border, the border of Earth.
I never experienced it.
Oh, okay. What about people that sail from one part of the world to the other part? Like, how do they do that? Like,
sail from one part to the other part?
How do they go from Europe around Africa and to the Americas again? And then how can they go around the Americas back to Europe?
It's a circle.
Wait. So you don't believe in the map that
there's lots of different maps, dude. You were asking, how the hell do people navigate the seas and then where they started from if they go in one direction? So east and west are circles around poles, so they went in a circle.
But they're like, whoa. Because if it's flat, they would have to turn around to get to the other side.
The other side? No, we ended up where we started from. Remember your example about sailing around Africa and then coming back again? That's a circle. I'm pointing out that, for example, in this example, they travelled east. So east would be a circle around a pole. You can draw a circle on a flat piece of bloody paper. You're asking how this works on a flat Earth. It's a circle.
All right. So let me ask this one. I don't think I quite understand. So if they go in one direction, and let's say they go one direction. So
east.
Just straight east, right?
Mm-hmm. Straight east. No, east isn't straight.
They were at by going straight.
The east isn't straight.
I mean, from where they're at, I know it's subjective to where the person's at. So if they went direction, can they get to the same place? Because that's the spherical art. Like,
if you travel in a circle, can you end up where you started from? If you travel in a circle, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking you.
Yeah, but that's east.
Like, because on the flat Earth, like from what I've talked to other flat earthers, they say that it's a plane, and that would suggest that that there's
you can't travel in circles on a plane.
Yeah, but I'm saying one direction. Can you get to the other side? How do they get to the other side? Going
What do
in
you mean,
one.
other side, dude? Other side of what?
So let's say for a European, right? Let's say you in the UK, right? If you get a ship and you go west and you get to China.
Yeah.
How? If
you went west.
No.
West, like east, is a circular direction around a pole.
I mean,
do you know what compasses are? Do you know what a compass is?
I do, but that's not really.
Awesome. Do you know what both types of compass are? The one that draws a circle and the one that orientates you to cardinal directions.
Asking about your interpretation on.
No, I'm trying to explain to you what directions are for some reason. Because you're asking the question, how can I travel west and end up where I started from? I'm trying to explain to you that this direction of west is a circle around a pole.
Around?
Oh my God.
I'm trying to
you go to university and you've done physics 1 and 2. Fuck me.
Listen, I'm only a sophomore. I'm not smart. I'm kind of stupid, all right?
No shit.
I got you. But I'm trying to understand. Because
what a circle is.
Round, like they're moving around something.
Yeah, around. Right? Can I go around a flat surface? For example, if I put a pole in the floor and I say, this one is north, and I point to it and I travel in a circle around it, that direction will either be east or west. Because I've gone in a circle around the pole, I can end up where I started from.
So the poles are in the middle.
The poles, too, are in the middle. What?
So you're suggesting that the poles are in the middle of the flat Earth?
No, I'm saying that when you travel around using cardinal directions like east and west, don't be surprised if you end up where you started, because it's a circular direction.
So that's not really what I mean by.
Well, you were talking about navigating the fucking seas, and now the hell on a flat Earth do you end up where you started from? Because you think you can only travel in circles on spheres.
I'm trying to understand the depiction of Earth that y'all are giving.
At the moment, I'm not trying to give you a depiction of Earth. I'm trying to tell you what fucking cardinal directions are.
Someone else told me that there's a border, and if you like, there's Antarctica is the border, so you can't just keep going. You can't
You shouldn't listen to fucking people on the internet, dude. What the hell?
Listening to you. But all right. Okay, so
I mean, don't argue with me if you're going to bring up points that other people that I'm not associated with bring up.
The directions are. I know it has something to do with the North and South Pole, but that's with the spherical theory of Earth.
No, that just cardinal directions, dude. Poles? What's a pole?
On the opposite side of each other.
What is a pole?
Like that's how, bro. The continent, Earth, and there's a South Pole and polar opposite.
Now.
Does that work on the flat Earth model? With the way you're explaining it, how does that work?
Because we get north and south from celestial rotations in the sky.
Yeah, rotate. What do you? So it's a disc spinning around.
No. I mean, how did you get that from when I said?
You said
that moving in the sky.
And then you keep saying, I'm honestly like, I'm coming in an open mind, and I'm like,
not really.
But
no, but you're mixing the globe and the flat Earth together, right? You're trying to like you're stuck on your current like religion, and then you're coming. Okay, well, how does the globe work on the flat Earth? Right? It doesn't work like that.
Can we get like somebody to draw it out or something like on video? Like I'm trying.
Like we said, we don't have a God's eye view. We can only see what we can see and how far we can see due to perspective. Would you agree?
the maps are the maps lies too?
No, the maps are maps. Maps are like based off like geography, right? Based on like, you have elevations and stuff like that.
Yeah, but so on flat Earth, does it end somewhere? Does Earth end? Like
Okay, that's been answered already. And do you remember the answer?
No, it wasn't directly answered. Yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no answer. It's we don't know. So I can say no, definitively. Okay, how do we know? We haven't been that far. We haven't seen it, right? We haven't seen an edge.
Okay. Well, we've had people that have have sailed around the Earth. That's what they say. Just like he said, around. So when the way he's describing it, it leads me to believe not a spherical Earth. I don't think that's what he's saying. What it leads me to believe is that the poles are in the direct center, and that there's a circle around these poles, and that when you look at a map from the North Pole being in the center, and you put this map
I'm gonna stop you there. But he said the poles were in the sky, right? The stars, Polaris, right, and the Southern Cross.
So I'm gonna show this. So this is how he's I'm gonna copy and paste this source real quick. It's off. It's just a picture. And I want to say, is this how you go around? Is this how you go around? So in that map, you see that map? All right, I'm gonna ask a question. So is that the way he goes around from the U.S. back to the U.S.? Because they're going around it. So is it like that? Is that what he's describing?
So if you're at let's say California, all right, and you go around, and then I don't know. I'm not sure if you can go through South America. I'm not sure if there's an inlet there. I'm not sure if it's all land.
There's canals stuff.
Okay, so let's just go through a canal there. Let's just skip the South America. Let's just go through that little part, and then we'll go back to Boston. There we go.
But if you can't travel in a straight line though, hypothetically, in the same direction, you're telling me that these directions it changes depending on where you're at. That doesn't make sense because what Jedi's depiction of the compass and what north, south, east, and west, it doesn't really. It's subjective to where you're at. And I know y'all don't believe in the hemispheres, and I don't believe in them either. So my question is, do they have to literally change direction though, to move around it, or else it's not a perfect flat Earth? Because if it's a flat Earth and they're going, they'll literally have to change direction to move around it. They're gonna have.
I'm getting it. You're confusing me. Anyone else want to take this up? I'm gonna go work on my bike.
I don't know.
It's in the word. They call it circumnavigation. Maybe you should look up what it means to circumnavigate. It means to go around in a circle. It's in the word.
All right, so I want to send a picture of the map. Okay, this map, and I'm just using a picture off Google Images. Okay. Just to reference, I'm going to be looking at the same map, okay? Okay, there's the map, right? That Plumbot put down. So let's say I'm at California, right? He's telling me if I because of some kind of rotation when it comes to north, south, east, and west, that if I travel solely, I can't just travel west. That's pretty much what he's saying. That's
not what he said. You didn't listen to anything. East and west, doesn't matter which one you pick. is a circle around north. East and west are not straight lines. They are circles.
Oh, Adam, he's walking in circles, though. Like it's
like even on a globe, they're circles, dude. On flat, they're circles. On a globe, they're circles. East and west are circles, dude. Period.
But it's a how is
okay? John, let's scale this way back, John. Let's scale this way back. You're at. Imagine that you're at the North Pole, and let's pretend that there's an actual pole there. Okay, and that's where your compass points. It'll point to that. It's north. And if you're going to go around west, you're going to put your hand on the pole and swing yourself around the pole and make a circle around the pole. That's west. Now put your other hand on the pole and walk the other way. That would be east. And you walk around the pole. That's circumnavigating. Now let's move back a little further so that we can't touch the pole and go in a circle around the pole. You still go in a circle around the pole, the place where your compass is pointing, and you go east or west. I don't know why you can't figure this out. It's just common stuff.
They can't go straight, like, because even in this picture that Adam sent, it's literally a man. But we can move on to another thing, because I just don't think I can understand that, because
you can understand circles.
South are in
reference for you, dude. I'm so embarrassed for you that you can't understand circles, man. This is like, ooh boy.
I think he's putting us on
understand
now.
what's
This
north,
has gone
east,
way
south,
too
and
far.
west.
This is nonsense.
It's in reference to, like, oh my god. All right, I'm gonna just cite my source when it comes to it. There's like, this isn't. It has nothing to do with astronomy. Whatever. What exactly are you telling me? North, south, east, and west are like? Are they direct?
Navigation, your cardinal direction. Oh my gosh.
It's in reference to where you're at. How is it a circle?
No, it's an north, like south, is an absolute direction, because that is a definite geographical position on the Earth. That geographical position is underneath a celestial rotation in the sky. For example, celestial north. Directly underneath celestial north, we can affix a pole. East and west will be circles around that pole.
So you just told me there were no poles, because like
oh my god, he's fucking retarded.
So
my brain just broke.
Model, there's polar opposites on the axis of how Earth revolves. Like there's the North Pole and South Pole. They're not literal poles. It's just based on
dude. All right, we understand that they're not literal poles, even though you can go to the South Pole and see a nice fucking pole. But we understand that these are geographical and celestial positions, absolute directions for cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. North and south being poles, east and west being circles around them. You're asking us how we can travel in circles on a flat surface. It's a circle.
So they're really going straight, right? They're really going straight. Is that what they're doing? Even though they're going down the North Pole.
Wow.
No, they're actually going in a circle. Actually going in a circle. Do I need to say it again? They are actually going in a circle.
How does that side with the flat Earth theory? That makes more sense.
This is dumb. What's a circle?
You're saying that is some kind of like flat. I don't.
Circles are two-dimensional what shape?
Understanding what you're depicting.
You asking that how you can go in circles?
Two-dimensional plane,
on flat surfaces.
North and south is in reference. We use it to navigate, but
that's what we're doing. Yeah.
The North Pole and South Pole when it comes.
Hold on a second. I gotta unlock my card.
Something that's like meant for the north, like that we use. You told me that North Pole is a star.
I'll be right back. I gotta unlock my card.
Like,
Yeah, I told you Celestial North. The clue's in the fucking name. Celestial. It is in the sky.
are you talking about like the North Star or something?
Oh, has it got North in the name?
Okay, so what else can we use like to navigate? Like, because we cannot use North and
All we
South.
can use to navigate is the stars. The stars is how you navigate.
Stars. What the fuck? We can use also magnetic field lines.
All right. Okay.
We can use
It's
the
not that hard.
terrain.
It's not that hard. You go in a circle around a star, dude. That's it.
Some flat Earth depiction. My idea of a flat Earth was that like the literal archaic depiction of a flat Earth.
Oh, yeah, that's a straw man.
No,
the
it's
idea
not.
that the Earth is a disc where the center is the north and the circumference is the south.
No,
yeah, that's a straw man.
How's that a straw man?
Because we're not making a claim to that. That's a claim that other people are making on our behalf. This is the archaic model that they think that we're talking about. We're not talking about that, so it's a straw man.
So explain your depiction because you're not.
You haven't asked me to. At the moment, you've asked me how do we go round in circles when we navigate the Earth.
You're just saying we
don't know the dimensions of the Earth. I did say that earlier.
So you can't tell me how the Earth looks because
I'm not God, for example.
You have to be God to see that?
Sorry, do I need to step back from the Earth to see what it looks like in its entirety? Isn't that what you had to do when you went to the moon?
Experiments, like you brought up.
Start saying words you don't understand again, please.
Dude, I haven't made any claims. So if you don't
experiments,
I haven't made any claims.
You just said experiments.
Yeah, you claim that there's experiments. So, what's an experiment? Can you go ahead and define what an experiment is in science?
That's a straw man. Like, no, he said
it's
that
not a straw man.
That I can do to see the curvature of the Earth. With
You apparently don't know what an experiment is.
That's what I'm talking about. So now I'm trying to understand his depiction of the Earth.
I don't have one.
It has none. So
I don't have one. I don't know what the entirety of reality looks like.
Then how are you making claims on
because the surface of water measures horizontal.
What was I about to ask you, sir?
I don't care. I'm telling you why I say
Are you
the
making a
Earth's
claim
flat.
about the flat Earth? If the Earth is flat, why are you making a claim about that? That's what you're going to ask.
So why
the first rodeo?
Lying so much to scientists?
Oh my
what?
God.
Why are they lying about it?
Oh, we don't know.
Did you know science has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth?
What literature is like? Where's your supporting literature? Where's anything that's on your side?
Would you like some?
Would you like some supporting literature?
A doctor.
We've offered you so many citations, but you haven't read them. Do you require supporting literature for the water's horizontal on the surface?
Sure. I would like to.
Perhaps you'd like how airplanes fly over a flat and motionless plane. Perhaps you'd like that one.
He just made a claim that you would only know from a God-eyed view. He just said that it's a flat and motionless plane. So,
dude, no, don't strawman me.
Other person is saying,
asshole, don't do it. Don't strawman me. That is not what I said. I was answering your question, but you asked me. Don't talk. Look, my friends, right? I'm going to be honest with you. I could remove you from the channel. You've been here long enough and you've tried everybody's patience. Now, bare-faced to everyone, you're going to try and build a straw man. I'm not going to fucking hold for it, sunshine, because that's not what I fucking said. I was answering your question. Oh, he's going to talk again. What an intolerable man.
Dude, I was talking to the other guy. I wasn't saying nothing to you. I didn't say nothing.
The flying fuck, dude. And I do apologise for swearing. But my goodness, you've tried our patience.
Well, somebody else said something about not having a depiction. You haven't made a claim. I'm not talking about your claims. Someone else said that the Earth is a motionless place. I'm not talking about you. And you can ban me, but that's just intellectually dishonest. You're a miserable, single, fat old man, dude.
Dude,
John,
if you
shut
feel
up,
hard
dude.
done by, instead of complaining, you can reiterate your point if you feel hard done by.
Way too much time on Discord.
So here's the problem, John, right? Here's the problem. Here's the problem, John. Here's the problem, right? I'm not giving you a God's eye view. There's flight manuals out there that tell you that when you're flying a plane, you treat the surface of the earth as if it's flat and motionless. Everything that we do is based off of a flat, non-rotating earth. That's the way the mechanics work out. You know why they say that? To simplify it, because it would be over. You would have to overthink everything. Oh, what's the tangential spin of the Earth based off the angle that I'm flying? How do I maintain this? You'd have to do all this extra unnecessary math because the Earth is flat and motionless. That's why they treat it as such.
I kind of came in here thinking that flat earthers were skeptics and they were challenging the status quo. But I come in here and I face like suppression, like insults. Like I came in with an open mind. I haven't said nothing just because I don't understand your ideology, and I'm cross-referencing other areas.
It's not an ideology. Can I explain how? Listen to this, okay? If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
I mean, it's not a perfect sphere.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
How do you know it's not
then?
Because of what you can see from the horizon from your 6-foot perspective? No, when you go up in a plane, you can see the curvature.
No, stop trying to defend it. He's just asking you a good faith question. Just answer the question. Stop getting so defensive. Just answer what he's asking you.
If it's it would be flat, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
That's the only alternative. If I put a TV screen in front of you and it said that TV screen is curving, and you said no, it's flat, what would we do to make sure to determine whether or not that TV screen was a flat screen TV or not?
By looking at it?
No. By definition, lines, straight ones and curved ones, they can't be the same thing.
But you argued that there was a 2D, like this is like almost like a flat Earth. And like
no, it's not 2D. It's a surface description.
So how do you move around something then like that in that way?
Well, how do you move around a flat surface?
You said the pole is in reference. What exactly is the North Pole?
Exactly, it's the North Pole. It's a point of celestial rotation in the sky.
Yeah, everything's based off the stars. The only thing that's not based off the stars is the surface of the Earth.
So, where do these ideas originate from? Like, are you guys on atheists?
Hey, somebody decided one day to go out and look at the surface of the Earth because they said the Earth was 24,901 miles. They said the horizon was 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer. And someone was looking out one day and said, well, holy, that island might be 30, 40, 50 miles away. I shouldn't be seeing that island. I thought the horizon was only 3 miles away. And so they decided to go and do some geometry and some calculations, and they find out there's no way that they could see that island from 30 miles away or 20 miles away. And so they doing other observations. and they start finding out that the horizon is actually in the wrong place. It's not anywhere near where it's supposed to be based off of the what the globe says it.
It depends how high up you are. Of course, when you're like literally, if you
That's
put
why he
this
said 6 foot.
Right.
I was trying
So
to
when you're 1 foot, when you're 1 foot observer height, how far away is the horizon?
I don't know the mathematics off the top of my head.
We do.
We do, and you should look into it.
That's
so you're right. I mean, well done for pointing out that the height of the observer is going to change the distance to the geometric horizon. The mathematical formula to figure that out is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's eye height in feet. So that's why Sheepdog just said, if you're a 6 foot observer, if you're on a sphere, then the horizon's 3 miles away. If you're 1 foot, square root of 1 is 1, times that by 1.225, and that gives you a distance to the horizon of 1.225 miles. Conversely, 8 foot above sea level, that's a horizon of 3.46 miles. Increasing or decreasing the eye height of the observer would change the geometric distance to the horizon. You understand this? Well done. Sorry, Sheepdog, carry on, mate.
No, yeah, just we all agree that, like, based off of the geometry of the Earth, the supposed geometry, as you get closer to the Earth, the horizon would get closer to you. We're not disagreeing with that at all. What happened was somebody showed us some things, and I don't know Jedi's entire story, but for me, when I saw people doing long distance observations, I was like, I've seen things that look like I shouldn't see them, but really the horizon's that close? No, there's no way, man. Let me go look for myself. And that's when I started down my own little path, and I went from believing the Earth was a ball to knowing that the Earth was flat because of long distance observations. All these things are done over water because water, when at rest, always seeks horizontal equilibrium. We can observe this with a cup of water, the surface is flat. Observe this with a puddle of water when it rains, the surface is flat. We can observe this with a bathtub, a swimming pool, a pond, a lake, a river, whatever you want to call the surface, any body of water, the surface of the water is flat. So then it's like, well, now we're going to beg the question, we're going to go out and test this over longer distances. So we're going to use large lakes that we can't see the beach on the other side, or maybe we'll go out to the ocean and we'll find things that are demarcated out in the middle of the ocean at a set distance and see where the horizon ends up along that observation. So we don't disagree with you at all. The difference between you and I is, I was skeptical, but at the same time, I'm like, that can't be true. Let me go look for myself. So I was skeptical both for flat and globe. And I just decided, you know what? I've been lied to before in the past. I've been gaslit before in the past. Let me go check for myself. I bet you've never done that for yourself.
I'm not skeptic, but I wanted to ask y'all about your worldviews, because is there any other ideas in your worldviews that like reinforce these?
No.
That's the main point.
It's math and science, bro. I don't need the idea of a creator. I don't need the Bible. I don't need scripture to confirm my worldview. All I needed was geometry and science. Knowing the difference between the two, that you don't need geometry to do science, and you don't need science to do geometry. When it comes to the shape, whether it's a cube, a pyramid, cone, a triangle, a square, whatever the shape is, that is not a science question. That's a geometry question. And the way that you go test those things is you look at the lines that are involved with it, and you look at the angles that are involved with it, and you compare it with what Euclidean set out for us, right?
Is the sphere?
Huh?
Is the sun a sphere? And furthermore, we can also...
I have no idea. I see the sun in the sky. I know. I see the sun in the sky. It looks like a circle. It could be a sphere, right? But I can't go there and check for myself.
Okay, so whack-a-mole.
To a flat Earth astronaut.
Y'all need empirical evidence. All right, I get that. So, okay.
Let me ask you something, John. When you look in the sky, do you see the sun moving or do you feel the earth moving?
I don't feel the earth moving. I feel gravity upon me, but
you feel gravity upon you. Okay, that's a good one. Explain that.
Gravity, our weight is determined by
If you're just standing there, you don't feel gravity upon you. So, saying you feel gravity upon you, that's the most ridiculous thing. Bro, when you look in the sky, do you see the sun moving?
Gravity.
Do you see the sun moving, or do you see the earth moving? When you look into the sky.
The sun moves.
Okay. All right. We experience the same thing then. We see the sun move. We don't see the earth move.
John, sit down. Somebody else needs to talk.
Contradicting the ideas of the
nose off again. It's going to start preaching now.
Thank you, John. We appreciate your question and little honesty, but next.
Yeah,
we'll come back to you later, John. I think you need to think about some things. Maybe do a little research.
John, take a break. Take some coffee.
Understand, like, dude, you just.
It's not your invitation to keep talking, John.
This is a toxic server, dude.
All right, what's your close? We'll give you 5 seconds. What's your closing statement?
Stay in school, kids.
Okay, bye.
All right, that's John, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, John.
John seemed like a vibe. He was pretty cool.
I mean, overall, like, he seems like a nice guy. It's just this conversation will trigger people because they can't fathom anything but the globe. And
Mr. Tide,
you figure after you told them.
Brilliant. John's passing remark in the side chat is Jedi is a virgin. I mean, this is the standard that we're dealing with, guys.
I know, right?
Seemed like a real cool. Yeah, you still think he seemed like a cool guy. I mean, he just heard that there's no measurable surface curvature, and he went on to ask, "What about the sun?" So he didn't want to learn how anybody is making that claim or why anybody's making that claim. He didn't want to ask about long distance observations and how would we know any of this stuff. He just went on to ask about the sun and what do we know about the sun.
And here's the weird thing, right? Like, here's the weird thing. We were all taught the Earth is too big to see the curvature of the Earth, right? So we know it's flat, but somebody else has to tell us that it's curved. So there you go, John. If you're listening, like, you know the Earth is flat. You knew it was flat all along. You just chose to ignore your senses and go with what somebody else was telling you. You got fooled like you all got fooled.
Well, please, I'm banned from these side chats by someone. I don't remember who, but I was banned to watch a video. So I did watch most of the video. Yeah, so I'm here to provide the conclusion or summary of what I watched for Mr. Adam Unsalted.
Go for it.
Just so you know, Mr. Tides, you were hot miking, so just be careful.
Okay, so in the beginning of the video, he showed from what I remember, I'm not looking at the video right now, he showed something like a flat earth map with Greenland in the middle, and then he was talking about, is it 16th or 60th, like, ring of the earth, and then, like, we can't go past the south part of that. I know I'm not putting the words clearly, but, like, you get what I mean. Yeah, so we're not allowed to travel down there without like heavily guidance and stuff, and then animals aren't allowed to travel there, and then yeah.
Right. So does that make the claims verifiable necessarily?
Well, it does make the claim that Antarctica might be an ice wall a little verified, yeah.
Verifiable, like how verifiable are claims from Antarctica, particularly inner Antarctica?
Well, I don't think any claims in Antarctica will be verifiable since, Antarctica is this place and then we aren't allowed to see most of it. We're only allowed to see the tippy tip.
Yo, pause.
Hey, just FYI, y'all, I muted Mr. Tides because he was hot mic. If y'all want to talk to him, just unmute.
Oh, by the way, could I get unmuted from side chat?
So, like, Antarctica may as well be like outer space, right?
Yeah. And then in the video, they compared Earth to like a ring magnet, and they were showing how stuff can stick onto it and stuff.
Is that all? Or you have other things to add? I don't even know. What did Adam and Salted, can you summarize what he presented to you so that way we have a little more clarity on what you're specifically interacting with?
It's not here. I think it was Antarctica's closed, that YouTube video, I think.
Also, over fences for like 3 months now or something, he's been calling me a troll. And I'm not a troll. I'm a real person. I have my own thoughts and stuff, so I'm not a troll.
Trolls are real people that have their own thoughts and stuff.
Damn, over fences, you're gonna sit there and take that?
Guess so.
Damn. No.
So yeah, just to clarify, if I'm acting like a troll, I'm very sorry. I'm just here to provide my insights on these topics.
What do you think about geometry?
Real quick, before you answer that question, I want to respond to you about what you just said about being a troll. Like, so just so you know, some people have concerns with you changing your voice. And so we're very honest people here. So if you're changing your voice, like the best thing you can do is just use your real voice. That's more important than anything else.
Okay, so you're saying my voice is getting on your nerves, right? So should I just like deepen it or what?
No, your voice is not getting on our nerves. We just want you to be yourself, not try to be somebody else's voice. Don't change your voice. Don't change the sound of your voice just because you want to do it for humor. That's something that trolls do. Trolls do things to mess with other people's minds, and it's a very dishonest thing. So if you're going to be honest with us and you want us to be honest with you, it's best to establish yourself as yourself and not try to pretend to be something else.
Okay, I'm gonna be 100% honest here. Number one, I'm not using a voice changer, but I am putting on a voice. Like, it's kind of stressful to do this voice, you know? It's kind of hard.
Why do you do this voice? Why don't you do your regular voice? Be yourself.
My regular voice is like, since I'm in Africa, I have to speak pretty deep to people, so my regular voice is a little deep, so I don't think it will help.
Go ahead, give it a shot.
Oh, really?
Why not?
Okay.
They're really deep, bro.
Anyway, so what were you talking about again? Somebody asked me what is geometry, right?
Dude,
No,
you sound perfectly clear.
I ask you, what do you think about geometry?
Geometry. I only know the basics of geometry. Probably a little more advanced than basics, but like, you get the gist.
Okay, if we have a pyramid and pyramid is 700 meters, how we will know that that pyramid is 700 meters?
You ask the person that built it.
I'm asking simple question.
Yes, and we ask the person that built it what the height is.
How you will know that that height is real, 700 meters?
Because he built it. He built it.
He built it. I can build now house, and I can ask you how tall is my house?
How the hell would I know? How tall is your house?
Okay, great. How we will find out how tall is my house?
I ask you, go take a ruler and measure.
Okay, but how you will find out?
How I will find out? Why would I need to know the height of your house?
Okay, can we do the same thing with the Earth?
No,
Why?
because we are not like 1/3 the size of our house. Earth is gigantic.
Okay, how gigantic Earth is?
Okay, Earth is very gigantic. Like very gigantic.
Is it there a number, or is it 2 million miles?
Oh my god, I'm never going to say it's 2 million miles. It's
Okay, it's not.
a set measurement, but I have to Google search that measurement right now because I do not know at the moment.
Did you know that all of us did that years ago?
You're saying years ago like I'm a kid. Like
Okay, you're a kid.
like
you can
I'm
watch.
on a lower level than you.
Okay, you're a kid. You can look it now. You can look it now and see how big Earth is.
Okay, but which side do you want? The radius from the horizontal axis or the radius from the vertical axis?
Radius. Okay, radius.
Which radius? From horizontal or vertical axis?
Radius is 1.
Radius is not 1 because the Earth is not a perfect sphere. So the vertical.
I'll say this. I'll say this, Sasha. There is a polar radius and an equatorial radius based off of what NASA presents.
Okay.
But the 3959 is an average of all the radii.
Okay. If he has some another number, he can say, okay, it's not 3959, it's 3958.
That wouldn't matter much at all.
Yeah.
No, I think the polar radius is 3950 and the equatorial radius is 3963 miles.
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
Yeah. What will give
it's a 13-mile difference. 13 miles out of 3,959 miles or whatever, like a difference of 13 miles it might as well be a sphere. It's 13 miles ain't nothing in the big scheme of all that.
Yeah, but with that given number, will give us that with our height, how much we can see in distance with that given radius.
Like, I'll give you an example, easy. Draw a circle or draw an oblate spheroid where the equatorial radius is 13 millimeters shorter. Like, do a 3,000 or 24,901 millimeter circumference circle with the polar radius 13 miles or 13 millimeters shorter than the equatorial radius. I guarantee you it's going to look like a sphere.
All my books at home, I can't draw.
But it's going to look like a sphere. It's not going to look like a...
yeah, it's going to be like almost a perfect sphere.
Sorry, go ahead, Sasha. My bad. I just wanted to clarify that. People get all nuanced about an oblate spheroid, and it's very close to a perfect.
But it is good to say that Earth is an oblate spheroid instead of a spherical plane.
Why?
Because the reason is Are you hot miking, Jedi, or are you gonna
Sorry,
say
I
something?
do apologise. Yeah, no, yeah.
Okay. Well, what I was saying is that it's very good to say that Earth is an oblate spheroid, because even though it may be just a few miles, it's really how do you put this? It's really important to how measurements are made and discussed, because if it was a perfect sphere, does a perfect sphere even exist? Like, does a perfect
No.
circle even exist?
No. But how do you know it's not a perfect sphere?
Well, how do we know it's not a perfect sphere?
Yeah.
Well, you don't really, according to NASA, this I've not conducted it myself. Why am I stuttering so much today? Anyway, according to NASA, the Earth is an oblate spheroid because it's too tiny to be an actual sphere. Like Jupiter is more of a sphere than Earth because it's gigantic and its gravity is bigger. And then because its gravity is bigger, it pulls the stuff closer to core.
Okay, I mean, that's a lovely story, but that's not telling me how we know the story's true. I'm asking you, you understand the difference between a perfect sphere and an oblate spheroid. The surface would still curve, but on the oblate spheroid, there'd be a change of the rate of curvature, but there would still be curvature. I'm asking you how that change was measured. So we know that it's an oblate spheroid because when we measure the surface of the Earth, it's not always curved the same amount.
Okay, so the reason we know, like, we don't really know it. We don't know anything in life, but yeah, we don't know if we have hands or not. But like, apart from that, we don't really know if the exact dimensions of it. But
Really? We don't know its radius, diameter, or circumference?
What?
Radius, diameter, and circumference, the values that go along with the Earth, its size and dimensions. We don't know these things?
No, we know them. You're confusing it. Like, it's a normal measurement, but like,
What measurement? What?
Okay, we have the measurements because everybody on Earth took a ruler, put it down, and then attached some string to it.
Okay.
Of course not. That's not how life works.
Sorry, that's not how we. Sorry, I appreciate your what vague analogy of using a ruler, but that would be just using a straight edge to measure a deviation from horizontal or an elevation.
You know how to calculate a curve on a map? Do you know how to do that?
Excuse me. We've let you talk and talk and talk, and we've been very patient with you and really have tried not to interrupt what you're saying. Why are you talking through me?
Sorry, sir.
I appreciate the ruler idea, but we can survey the world, right? The land upon which we build upon, the level of the building, your floor is level, right? The building is fucking straight and true. We understand these things because we survey the world around us. We build, for example, upon a level. A level is a straight line from left to right. Its orientation in this instance is horizontal. That's perpendicular to vertical. Up and down.
Yeah, up and down.
Yeah, we can measure these things on the surface of the Earth. That's how we build upon the surface of the Earth. Like, for example, the tunnel underneath the English Channel that connects England to the rest of Europe. We can measure the Earth. When we measure the Earth, we measure the Earth to lay horizontally over distance, not curving.
Well, yeah, that's true. But speaking about levels, that just gave me an idea. Thank you for the idea, sir. But couldn't we just use a leveler to find out the curvature of an Earth?
Yeah, we use things like laser levels.
But
so a
still,
laser
it
level
could
would be
provide
a laser level will be a transit of a spectrum of light hitting a receiver, most commonly an optic or a reflector. This is how we survey the land, for example. When I brought up the English Channel Tunnel, that was using laser spectrum analysis across the English Channel from one coast to another. That's a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. So when we survey the land, it's flat, shock horror.
Yeah, I understand, sir. I'm gonna keep quiet and recollect my ideas because I'm having a brain fart.
No problem. It's just because you seem to think it was impossible to measure the Earth, but we do it every day.
I never said it was impossible to measure the Earth.
But yeah, you started bringing up the analogy of the ruler, and like, oh yeah, I'm going to get my ruler out again. Like, kind of like pouring fun of the idea that we measured the Earth. We obviously measure the Earth, dude. This is how we like live on it. This is how we navigate. This is how we construct like engineering projects on and under the surface of the Earth at huge distances. We even have to make the water flow. Now, understanding how water flows, you most definitely come to the understanding that the Earth can only be a horizontal plane.
Well, that is not really true because according to what I learned in physics class, wait, I'm coming to change your voice. According to what I learned in physics class, my teacher, Miss Juliet, that doesn't matter. Anyways, she said that gravity, it depends on how big the object is. So if we have an object and another object next to you, let's say you have it, like take anything, it's an experiment right now. Do you have any two objects, sir?
Yeah, my head and my phone.
Okay.
Are you going to tell me are you going to tell me if my head was big enough and my phone was big enough, my phone would orbit my head?
No, not at all, sir. It will actually crash into each other. But that's besides the point. That's besides the point.
I mean, that's interesting and all, but we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal. You seem to be coming up with an idea that creates curved surfaces. If your gravitational story was true, then the surface of the Earth would be curved. Something we would observe, something we would measure, something we would actually practically have to take account for. But we don't do that. The surface of the Earth is observed, measured, and practically taken account as a horizontal plane. So I don't know why you're bringing up a story that creates curved surfaces. The Earth isn't a curved surface.
Sir, you, wait, how do I say this? Okay, you didn't allow me to finish my analogy. So, may I
I do apologise. If you feel hard done by, I'll stick myself on mute and you can continue.
Okay, sir, thank you. So, your head and your phone, right? Both of them are attracting each other at a set mass. Like, at a set gravity. Like, they're attracting each other with gravity. But that gravity is so insignificant that you do not count it when you're measuring force. Now, if we were to get a slightly bigger object and another slightly bigger object, and we were to put them next to each other, they'll also have a force of gravity connecting to them, but it will still be insignificant. This is because gravity is the weakest force known to man. That's why we can jump and fall down.
That's nice. What's this got to do with the surface of the Earth, though?
Sounds like you're reading from a script.
Breaking up. What did you say?
What's this got to do with the surface of the Earth? I was talking to you about how we measure the surface of the Earth, and now you've gone out into this realm of, big things being attracted to other things very weakly. I don't understand unless you're going to tell me that eventually, if the things become big enough, then the things that they will create will be curved surfaces, like spheres in the vacuum of space. I mean, that's the only reason why you can be talking about what you are at the moment. If you're
Okay, so
trying
I
to
should
address what I
explain-
said, I hope.
I should explain how gravity makes things spherical, right?
Okay, so that would
Okay.
mean the surface of the Earth would be curved.
Yes.
We don't
Now,
measure that.
may I do another analogy?
Yeah, if that one wasn't good enough, I'll give you another go.
No, like on top of that analogy.
Oh, on top of that one. All right then.
Yeah.
You want to, mate?
Do you have any flat objects in your room, like a bunch of
Yes.
soap?
Yeah.
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 So take two soaps, flat soaps, and then put them next to each other.
Okay.
Okay. Now that they're next to each other, find the center of the soaps.
Okay.
You see the center?
I mean, yeah.
Now, according to physics, that's where gravity acts upon. So, when the thing gets bigger, the gravity is not only pulling to another object, it's also pulling to the center. That's why we have center of gravity. Now, because of this center of gravity, when the flat slope becomes bigger, it all gets, since the center is where the gravity is getting attracted to. Why are you laughing? Anyway, so all of the soap stuff come into the middle, and then like they become round because that's how gravity.
They become round. That means the surface will be curved.
Yes, the surface might be curved.
That's not
depending on
what
the
we
size.
measure on the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth measures to lay horizontal over distance. Horizontal is not a rate of change of slope.
Yeah, what does that have to do with my analogy?
What does that have to do with it? Mate, you're giving me a creation story of spheres. Like a ball, you said. The consequent on the surface of a ball is that surface is curved. I assume, and forgive me if I am incorrect, you're trying to make this analogous to the Earth, meaning that the surface of the Earth would also be curved. Curvature is a rate of change of slope. When we measure the surface of the Earth, we measure zero slope. That's horizontally. So the Earth is measured flat. Why are you bringing up creation narratives for a sphere which the Earth most definitely is not measured to be?
Okay, now you're saying the Earth isn't measured to be a sphere, but that's not what I'm getting at. I'm not talking about this specific measurements. I am talking about the fact that if you get something, there will always be a center, like a center that it will like gravitate upon on.
Guys, I don't get it.
You might
What
have
is
to
this
repeat
all
what you
about?
said. At the moment, this guy's trying to tell me that curved lines are straight lines.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're
What
saying
I'm
that
saying
gravity
is
forms balls. That's a curved line. I'm telling you, the Earth measures flat. That's a straight line. Are you trying to tell me that straight lines are curved?
I am not telling you straight lines. Do you know what you're doing? You're bringing up like let me use another like analogy.
Easy.
You're bringing up the horizon when I'm talking about space.
Easy.
I didn't say anything
Easy.
about
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I
Easy.
can hear
Can you hear me? Okay. Again, you've heard all of these arguments plenty of times. I don't think we should be wasting time on somebody who's heard every single long distance observation, been given countless stuff to go and research, and then you still coming back in here playing stupid. It's ridiculous. So
I'm not
if somebody else has any questions, hey, listen, I'm over it, man. So is a lot of the people that have been listening to you for I don't know how many weeks you were in here before. But I know if DJ was here, he would not be wanting to listen to this junk. So if anybody else has any questions, that'd be great. We can move on.
Is anyone here a flat earther?
Yes.
So you're basically debating on whether Earth is like flat or spherical.
Yeah, if you want to debate an objective subject, yeah, I guess.
Well, but we need an opposing like side, because I guess I'll take the side I believe in. So the Earth is spherical.
Okay. So why do you say the Earth is spherical?
Okay, there are actually like lots of reasons, even the ones you can prove to yourself.
Should we start with those ones? Those sound interesting. Things that I can verify for myself.
Like if you have like a basic telescope, you can see Saturn, Jupiter. You can see Mercury, especially Mercury. If you know it, it makes lots of revelations around Sun per year. So Earth, it takes Earth to go one time around a Sun, 365 days, right? For Mercury, it's so it's closer to the Sun, so it's rotating faster. And from the movement on the sky, you can actually like draw on the map, but it will be like a 3D model, like on paper, that it's moving around object and it goes behind the Sun.
So when you get your telescope and you look at spheres that move like Jupiter and Mars, how do you also know that the Earth is a sphere that moves?
Look, starting from the orbits.
Okay. How do you know the Earth is like those things that move in orbits in the sky? For example, you're claiming that they move. When I stand on the Earth, I don't feel any motion of the Earth. I just see the things in the sky moving. So how do you know that we're moving also?
No, you don't feel that you move, because it's the same as in the train. You don't feel like you move unless you accelerate.
Or go around the corner.
But Earth is not accelerating.
Excuse me. Or go around a corner. Like in a circular path, you feel that. That would be analogous to your idea that the Earth is in orbit, a circular path around the Sun. The Earth's not going straight in your model. So why are you talking about a train that's going straight? To make the analogy fit, the train would have to go in a circular path, and you'd feel that.
No, actually, we're not going with analogies here. Actually, I don't like the ideas of analogies when it comes to like materialistic things.
Okay, I'm still trying to ask you how you prove the Earth is like those things in the sky.
We have satellites.
Okay, can you prove that they rotate around a sphere?
Look, actually,
yes.
If you look at the sky, have you ever noticed like little stars that move?
Yeah, things in the sky that move.
Have you noticed that it became more like frequent than it used to be like 5-6 years ago? Because actually, look, 4 years ago, or 5 in 2020. On the sky, it was 4,000 satellites, and right now at the moment it's above 13,000.
More things in the sky. Okay, there's more things in the sky that move. Okay, and
so if Earth is pulling it down, yeah. Why is it not falling down?
Sorry, wait, what?
Why are they not falling down?
I don't know. Why are you saying the Earth is pulling them down?
Because of gravity.
What's that?
The same reason when you jump and then you fall back.
The same reason that when I let gas go, it comes back, right?
Gas, look, gas has less density than air. Air has
less density. Gas. Sorry, hold on. Gas has less density than air. Air is made
is a
of
mixture of different gases.
Yeah, mixture of different gases. The air is mixture of different gases. Oxygen, nitrogen. They expand.
It's different, but look, you can even prove that it's pulling down just because of the pressure. Difference in pressure at different heights. Look, you go to mountains. There is less. There is
What's
less
the cause of pressure?
It's harder to breathe.
Excuse me. What's the cause of pressure?
Density?
No, not density. Density doesn't cause pressure. What causes pressure, gas pressure?
Force over area.
Force over area. The force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. To have gas pressure, you require a container. If you don't have a container and there's more available volume to fill, the gas will fill it.
So why is it not leaking out?
Because we're contained.
How are we contained?
By a container.
What container?
I don't know. The one that causes gas pressure.
Why is it different at different heights?
Because there's gas production that takes place primarily on and within the surface of the Earth. Oxygen cycles, nitrogen cycles, the absorption, reabsorption, dissolution of gases and liquids on the surface. There's more of it down here where it's produced and circulated.
That's a solid point. I don't even notice. Not because it's not something I really agree. Because I mean what you.
I mean, you didn't think science was that simple, did you?
Oh my gosh! No, I know.
It's not that you don't agree. It's not an agree or disagree general of what he told you. It's not like politics. The gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. That's not an agree or disagree thing. That's the way it is.
No, about what he said, that the reason why it's different, the pressure is different at different heights, is because the production of gases or circulation of gases takes place closer to us, where all the grass, trees.
We don't disagree.
Total sense, silence.
Where's the density of the gas the greatest?
Sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear.
Where is the density of gas the greatest? Do you want the answer? Where it's produced?
No. The metal things, aquanauts, like the people who go underwater, swim underwater, they have these bottles with pressurized gas. There's a lot of gas contained in the.
Yes.
This is where.
What happens when the diver breathes and opens the valve inside the container? Does the gas come out?
Hold on, I don't understand this.
The answer is yes, because that's how the diver breathes. He opens the valves by the inhalation, and the gas comes out and fills his lungs. That's the high pressure in the container on his back, moving into the lower pressure environment of his lungs. high pressure feels
Okay,
low
so
pressure
we
environment.
know, yeah, high pressure feels low pressure. So
Yeah, good, good.
if there is no gravity?
Oh my God, he's going to bring up gravity again. There's no gravity in the second law of thermodynamics. There's no gravity in PV equals nRT. There's no gravity in gas behavior.
Okay, fair enough. Wait, Jedi, I have a very a straightforward question for you. That if really Earth is flat, then this is unexplainable.
It really is flat, though. That's the thing.
Huh?
It really is flat. That's the problem.
After his convincing argument, so yes.
I mean, the Earth is too big to see curves, so you already know it's flat, right? I mean, the Earth is too big to feel any motion, so you already know that it's not moving. And then you know that you can't have gas pressure next to an open system because all the air would go and fill the available space. There's not a single force in the world or in the universe that could keep gases glued to a ball next to the vacuum of space. And when I say vacuum, it's not a sucking power that's going on in outer space. It's just a void of matter. And the void of matter makes it easy for gases to go and fill those available spaces. So gas should have really just gone away from the Earth 4.6 billion years ago.
But from the other point, if you look at Mars, so scientists believe that Mars used to have a lot of gas in its atmosphere, but because unlike Earth, it doesn't have magnetic field, strong magnetic field. It actually does have magnetic field, but way weaker than.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
So the sun winds of ionic, we actually get it.
Have you tested this before?
I saw the lines on the sky, green lines from the. That's when ionic, that's. I don't know if it's matter, if it's particles, but this is what comes from sun.
You're talking about you're talking about the Northern Lights?
No. You know when you go to
Aurora Borealis?
Polar lights. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the Aurora Borealis, the green lights of the north.
Yeah. And why are they seen only in the northern area?
I don't know. It's a crazy phenomenon, right?
Mm-hmm. And another thing, why
It doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball.
Look! Why is so I've actually been to Australia myself. I saw moon being upside down. I swear.
Yeah, that's because you're looking at it from the south, not from the north.
So the moon is not moving. Like
So the moon moves between the tropics, right? Just like the sun does.
So that it can be seen from any point of the Earth, like at the same time. If
I'll give you an example, right? If we're standing in your living room, and I draw a number 6 on your ceiling, and I stand at one end of your living room, and you stand at the other end of your living room, and I label my end north and your end is south, and I look at the 6 and I say, "Oh, it's a 6," and you look at me and say, "No, it's a 9. You drew a 9, dude. You didn't draw a 6." It's the same thing.
But hey, okay. Even if this works, but why from one side of the Earth and from another you don't see moon like together? Like if you know that you are at the
How far away is the moon? How far away is the moon?
It's it's always different number, but about 384,000 kilometers.
How do you know that?
We can send signal to moon and receive it back. So it's the same way.
How much signal do we send to the moon, and how much do we receive?
We are communicating right now because we have this radio technology. So Wi-Fi, it's all electromagnetic waves.
Yeah, it's done with cellular towers.
And we can send those radio waves to the moon. And we
never
receive
done
it back.
You've done this before. I can tell you've never done this before.
So you didn't.
So when they send these photons to the moon, right? They send trillions.
It's not photons.
Right?
It's
you know what the number trillion looks like?
Look,
how many
it's
zeros are in a
electromagnetic
trillion?
wave. It's not a particle.
How many zeros are in a trillion?
Bro, that's not the question.
No. I need you to understand how small of a number of photons you get back versus how many photons are sent out. So how many zeros are in a trillion?
12. Oh, wait.
All right, it's a very big number. Do you think you could ever? Do you ever think you could? Do you think you could count to a trillion in your lifetime?
What do you mean?
Do a Google search for me real quick.
Yeah.
All right. Search. How long would it take a person to count to a trillion 1 second at a time?
No, that's
or
obvious.
How long is a trillion seconds?
No, look.
How long is a trillion seconds?
What about your camera, your phone that you are holding? You taking picture of millions of photons. Yeah, it comes.
Why are you avoiding
on
my
the
question?
matrix. It's on the matrix because it's not a person who's taking the photons. Yeah, it's not that I'm counting one by one per second, one photon per second.
You don't understand what I'm trying to say. You just cut me off because you're trying to make an excuse. You don't know what I'm trying to tell you. You want me to just tell you what I'm trying to tell you?
I don't know because you're giving me.
So when you shoot a laser at the moon, right? When you're bouncing sound waves off the moon, whatever you're bouncing at the moon,
it
bounces back to you. Whatever it is that you're bouncing off the moon, sound waves, light waves, whatever. You're sending trillions of photons, trillions, not just 1 trillion, several trillion of photons to the moon.
How is it trillions?
Listen to me. You're sending trillions of them to the moon, and what bounces off the moon and comes back is like 2 to 4 photons out of trillions. So how do you even know that those photons are the photons that you sent out?
It's not how it works. Like light it's not the particle. Like it can be wave. It's electromagnetic wave with intensity.
What does one photon look like when someone flashes a light at you? How do I flash If I was to flash a light at you, I want to flash 4 photons at you.
Look,
How would I do that?
usually you cannot produce.
Would you be able to perceive 4 photons?
I think our eye in the night at night can perceive 3 photons.
So now we're way off on the weeds on this one, man. So you don't know how any of it works. You're just trying to reason with yourself. So when it comes
What's
to the
your
curvature
point?
of the Earth,
What's your point?
you can't prove that this was ever done, and you've never done it yourself.
What exactly wasn't done?
Bouncing radio waves off the moon.
Okay, fair. But the argument about no, I'm saying that you cannot prove as a person who doesn't have a simple radio. Like if you have a radio station or communications, I used to have a ratio like a policeman's. They have. I had a toy one, so it doesn't work at long distances. But
right, I've had those too. But I mean, do you have a ham radio?
What?
Do you have a ham radio?
Not radio, no.
Yeah. So again, like you're just talking about something that somebody else has done that you think they've done it, but you can't verify what they've done because you've never done it.
But isn't that how like the humanity and the knowledge is like one person cannot learn and do everything in their timeline lifetime.
But I've got a bridge to sell you in Wyoming, man. You know what I mean?
It's like gathering of knowledge.
I'll sell it to you for $100.
Like if you have people who do psychology.
You do realize that people will gaslight you and say things just to mess with you, right? Just because they know something you don't, and so they're just gonna like tease you about it. So I don't. You ever heard the term trust but verify?
No.
So let's say you're running a business, right? And someone says, "Oh, yeah, but your business, you're sure that and check to make sure that they
I'm sorry, it might be my internet connection or it's just.
He is speaking through photons.
What?
We couldn't hear you for like 10 seconds.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
You're coming through.
So.
So, and then silence. I don't know if you're still speaking, but we don't hear anything after that.
How about now?
We currently hear you. Speak more than one sentence.
So speaking one word right now, I'm just going to speak until I get cut off. But yeah, trust but verify, man. Like you can believe them. That's fine. Like some people will believe some people, other people, and they won't even go behind them and check them, right? Like if a plumber comes and fixes the plumbing in your house, sure, yeah, most people are going to trust that the plumbing is fixed until another problem comes up. But if you know a little bit about something, you might go in and just double check to make sure they didn't do a quick job on you, right? And so, you know, some of us, we've made a hobby out of like learning how things work in this world. And we like to go in and check what we can behind people that are saying one thing. And we call bullshit on each other, excuse my language, we call BS on each other all the time. it's not just the globe that we're calling BS on each other. We keep each other in check, and that's what good people do to each other. They make sure that we're all walking the straight and narrow together, and we're all on the right path. So trust but verify, right? Go. You can trust what they're saying, but if you can verify it, go verify it. If you can't, just say that you can't, and that it's pure belief, and that's all it is. But when it comes to flat Earth, like, we don't believe the Earth is flat. We went out and verified it ourselves, so we know the Earth is flat. You're like, oh, that's a bold statement to say, but there's so much science and evidence to support the globe Earth, and it's like, they're wrong. I don't know what to tell you. They're wrong.
But what evidence you actually find in that proves that Earth is flat? You actually deny
the lack of curvature. The lack of curvature.
What of curvature? What is it?
Yeah, if I hand you a bowling ball and told you your bowling ball is flat, how would you know that the bowling ball was flat or curved?
I don't get this analogy. Sorry.
You would look at the surface of the bowling ball, right?
No. What do you mean about curvature? Like, from what perspective? Being on the surface, or like?
Well, I mean, if you're just a little ant on the top of a beach ball, there's still a rate of curvature going on the ball.
Because it's kind of small comparing to the.
It's not as big as you think it is.
Like the
24,900 miles is really not that big.
But that's around the Earth.
Your eyes are better than you think they are. They're not perfect.
So,
but they're better than you think they are.
So
we use our eyes all the time.
What is about?
We build things all the time by eyeballing things.
So what about the curvature?
Yeah. So if the surface of anything is not curving, then the surface of that thing must be what?
But isn't Earth curving? Like when ships go behind, like
I'm not even talking about the Earth. I'm just asking a basic question so that you understand logic. If I give you something and it has a surface, and I tell you that it's curving, and you want to know whether or not it's curving, what are you going to do? You're going to measure it, right?
No, you're
going to look for curvature on the surface.
Actually, it's a simple geometrical question. You just build a triangle. Build a triangle, because on the
you don't even have to build a triangle. You just got to draw a straight line. You just got to draw a tangent over the surface.
If the Earth is flat, yeah, any given 3 points on the planet, you can join them together and measure angle, right?
Yeah.
And the sum of those angles will be 180 degrees, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. If it's spherical, and you do like on purpose 90 degrees,
no,
90 degrees.
No,
you can't do 90 degrees on a circle.
You look, so I mean, like you
already said it.
Where
a triangle has 3 straight lines.
90 degrees. Sorry, 90 degrees is the intersection of 2 straight sides. You can't have straight sides on a sphere.
90 degrees. It's not straight.
That's 2 straight sides.
Yeah, he wants to do 3 90 degree.
No,
he wants to do 3 90-degree turns and say that he's got a triangle with 270 degree internal angles. What the heck, bro?
No, that's actually what it is. Like 90 degrees angles from 3 points, and they all join.
That won't make a triangle. That will not make a triangle.
But that's on a sphere.
Yeah. If, for example, you have one vertex at the North Pole, one side following down a line of latitude, meeting the equator, and that circumference along the equator being a quarter of the circle, and the line back up from the end of that quarter back up to that. Yeah, that's spherical geometry.
But yeah, I can agree that to build it such a like a triangle on Earth and like do the proper angles. I mean, for a single human being, it's like a very.
Has anyone done that? Has anyone done it?
For a single human being?
No, like how you imagine it's not gonna work on like near your house in your garden. It's like a big triangle you need to build.
Yeah, it has to be a massive triangle. For example, two sides have to be the distance from the North Pole to the equator. One side has to be a quarter of the circumference. It's the only way you can do it.
Yeah.
Has anyone done it?
You would still need the radius value to know that you're doing it correctly.
In theory, actually, you can do this. So using radio again, I mean it's basic, but you can send signal to one of your friends like that way, and you know like the so horizon is 360 degrees, and you just know he's like there, and then you measure like roughly 90 degrees like to the left. So
that's a circle of equal altitude.
One friend is directly in front of you, and contact another friend that is like left to you, and so this will be 90 degrees.
Yeah, these are azimuthal angles. We can replace the four people with north, south, east, and west around you at the center of the circle.
Yeah. It's not proving the shape of the ground because Marconi sent a signal from England to Australia, and they're opposite sides of a sphere, which we could also say that it was just a line of sight because it was being projected over
we need another point. So we have England.
You're just assuming that the assumptions you're making are true, and you're not validating that the assumption you're making is true.
No, but look, England. So in this case, England, then Australia, and maybe South Africa, and then it's not going to be 90, degrees, but it's going to be more than 180 degrees. So it's the surface is curved in the geometry.
Yeah, we measure Euclidean geometry on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, I guess maybe another argument why, like, it's not even an argument.
That's a hypothetical.
It's more like a question to those who, I don't know, have alternative way of explaining things. How shadow on the moon, like from the Earth, like how
doesn't work.
Gosh, Marian.
Yeah,
Bro, let me explain something to you, okay? Whatever is happening in the sky, if the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth, right? So what you really need to do is you need to draw a tangent over the ball of the Earth, and then you need to measure the deviation from the tangent over distance.
When the moon is getting completely
occurring here on Earth.
Dark.
The problem is,
it's hard.
Yeah, it's happening over a flat Earth. Why? I don't know. Because that's what happens in its cycle.
All right, question. So if the floor of your room is underneath two objects on your ceiling, how is the floor casting a shadow from one light source to the other object on the ceiling? Simple answer is it's not. The floor is not casting a shadow on the moon. The Earth is not casting a shadow on the moon. So whatever is happening on the moon, it's not due to the Earth. What you're doing is you're taking the flat Earth and putting it in a heliocentric model and saying, hey, this is it.
But
I'll put it to you this way. Once you find out, hold on, Marian. Once you find out that the surface of the Earth is flat, the entire story about what you think is going on in the sky is completely wrong. Now, we still see the moon, the sun, the stars, and the planets. We don't dismiss those observations, but the story that's attached to it is completely wrong. So when you say, how do you explain this? How do you explain that? I don't need to. You need to explain why the surface of the Earth doesn't measure curvature.
Yeah, but I mean, it explains a lot of things, especially like red moon. Why is
Bro, there is no way flat Earth before GTA 6, bro. Crazy. Wait, what?
I'm still trying to figure out what it is about an eclipse that proves that the Earth's a sphere.
No,
Wait, apologize, guys. Apologize.
Shh.
You can continue, guys. Oh, you can continue, guys. Wait, why there's nobody talking? What happened?
Why is
I don't know.
Okay.
Are you?
Last
Did you have a question, Handsome?
Happens locally on Earth. Like if sun is above us and the whole surface of the Earth is flat, why is then like night and day happens and we all have different time zones?
Sun moves. It's like
no, bro. Because if you go to space, if you go to the space,
I want an answer. It's okay. I'll tell you what. You ask the questions and answer them yourselves. You're asking how day and night works.
Yeah.
It's like it's a light source that moves over the surface of the Earth. Depending on where you are, it will appear a certain way. As it traverses over your head, for example, it will appear on one horizon, move across the sky towards the other horizon, and carry on going. You're asking how day and night works when day is dictated by when we see the sun in the sky, and night times when it's dark and we don't see the sun in the sky. It's like, what else do you want me to tell you? The sun's moved.
But it isn't like flat Earthers is just denying every single fact.
Like what? These facts, are they demonstrable? Are they self-evident truths, are they? Give me a fact. Let's see if it is one with regards to your claim that the Earth is a sphere.
Scientific facts you don't take into account because all those scientists, they...
Like what? For example, a scientific fact will be based on a hypothesis that's repeated through experimentation. What one of these scientific facts pertains to the shape of the Earth? I am speaking English, right? You do understand what I'm asking you, yes?
Yeah, remember you said that the shape of the Earth is a geometry question, not a science question, remember?
We are dismissing scientific facts. To say it again, scientific facts are based on hypotheses. That's a prediction of what causes something else to happen. That hypothesis is tested through an experiment where you see if it causes that to happen. Now, which one of these scientific facts pertains to the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. You tell me.
Neither do we.
Well, it's an oxymoronic question, right? Science, and I told you, deals with the prediction of phenomena. What makes that happen in the physical natural world? It elucidates causes of phenomena. When you're trying to figure out the shape of an object, you're not going to employ the scientific method, right? So there could not be any scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth. whether it was spherical, whether it was flat, or whether it was a fucking 3-dimensional rhombus or something. Science doesn't answer identity questions unless the identity is the cause and the phenomena.
Hey, y'all, give me a second. Hey, Jada or Elijah, do y'all know who Charlie Kirk is? Jedi?
Mm-hmm.
You know who Charlie Kirk is?
What?
Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk.
Oh, Charlie Kirk. Oh, yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah, he just got shot, dude.
No fucking way. Serious?
Seriously, dude.
Whoa, okay, give me 5 minutes, man. I've got to go and see what this is about. Thank you for letting me know, dude.
Yeah. I'll put a video on my chat.
No, that's newsworthy, man. Like, thanks, bro.
Guys, I was thinking about like a thing that you can maybe see by yourself, not like scientific stuff that you can of course deny. Like I was really thinking about like
I looked out at the horizon, and the horizon wasn't in the location where they told me it was. That's why I'm a flat earther, because I know that there's no measurable curvature. Whatever's happening in the sky, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth. No matter how ridiculous it might sound, if the surface of the Earth is flat, it's only happening over a flat Earth.
Except for the stars, because you can map all of the stars spherically around us, because you don't see all the stars.
Due to perspective. That's due to perspective. That's due to your observation, where you are at, and where the sky is above.
Look, you move.
Has nothing to do with any sphere other than your vision.
And you see different set of stars. I mean, on one side of the sky, from where you came from, it's the same stars. Maybe some side of them, but new stars.
I'm going to tag you in a video, and I want you to watch this video where an airline pilot flies from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, and I want you to see what the stars are.
Okay. So, but it's a close picture. Like if you walk around the Earth and map all the stars.
How do you do that? How do you map stars?
Look, if the Earth is flat, yeah.
How
then you
do
can
you
only
map stars?
You just draw them. Like you
just draw them. let me ask you, how high is that star, let's say Polaris, above the horizon? How would I measure that?
But you don't need to measure that. You just look. You do that picture, yeah, wholesome picture.
It's based on your location, its direction due to your location, and its movement across the sky, and you measuring that location and movement in vertical elevation angles or horizontal azimuthal angles. I'll cut this short. For you to map the sky, you require a horizontal plane to measure from. Because, like I said, every measurement is going to be a measurement of an angle.
Not necessarily, because all you need is relativity. So you take one star and then you start mapping all the stars from it, yeah? But then when you start moving on the other side of the Earth, you see on the horizon old stars that you already mapped, and you have new stars. And that's at some point when you get even like further, around the Earth, you see completely new set of stars. But then if you go more around the Earth, you start to see the same stars that you saw.
Wow! It's like, do you get confused when you walk around your house? Yeah, we see lots of things, and dependent on their motion or your location, they will appear in a certain way at a certain time of year. Now we measure my friend. Shush. We measure, that's the physical measurement that we're going to do to map how the heavens appear in the sky. We measure angles of elevation. For example, not only a solar elevation angle, that's the elevation angle of how the sun appears in the sky at a certain time in a certain location to an observer. For you to map the sky, you require a horizontal plane to measure from.
Well, yeah, you can't get an angle from a ball. You have to have a flat surface to get an angle from.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out what this all has to do with relativity.
I mean, I was going to ask that, but I just let it go because I think it didn't.
Well, yeah, he just threw that word in there just to think that it meant something, and it doesn't mean anything. It was meaningless.
You just have to put yourself on another star, and then all of a sudden you got a whole new set of stars to look at. Like,
but you don't
so
you don't
stars are
answer
flat?
the question.
So
Same
stars are
question
flat
I
then?
asked
If you're
for,
on a star, to get an angle to another star, you'd have to be on a flat star?
This was not the initial question. I asked this 5 times. So if the Earth is flat, why don't we see all of the stars, like all of
because the sky is really big, and you only have a certain field of view of the heavens. As you move under the heavens, you see more stars. When you go around and follow the stars that are circumpolar, rotating around an axis in the sky, you might see the same ones eventually that you started mapping before because you went round a circle, probably.
Look, maybe I don't understand what exactly you mean, like when you explain things, because I'm not familiar with the flat Earth model.
Okay, no, there is no model, Marian. Let me ask you this. Why do you keep saying if the Earth is flat, then it has to look this way?
Like from the physical principles.
Of what?
What do you mean, of what?
So if Earth is flat, then water must be flat and level. But those kind of physics, yeah, okay, we get it.
No, if the Earth is flat, what principles are you basing all your observations on?
What do you mean? The Earth is flat, and I don't know. I'm trying to understand.
Well, you think you know how everything's supposed to work on a flat Earth. So what principles are you basing this on?
I'm just trying to get and understand your view on that.
You see how that puts them up, y'all?
You're trying.
So here's the problem, right?
Because
all you got to do is look at the surface of water. Go ahead, Sasha. Get him, Sasha.
No. He doesn't know what man, you don't know with what to compare. You said you're always saying if Earth is flat, what Earth flat you are imagining?
Spherical, but then when you
spherical
explain
flat Earth,
things,
you're imagining spherical flat Earth. You're always starting with this. If Earth is flat, is that correct?
Huh? No.
You're always starting with this sentence. If Earth is flat, is that correct?
If Earth is flat, yeah.
What do you mean by that?
That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe I don't understand how you perceive the flatness of the Earth. So maybe it's like a coin.
How you perceiving the flatness?
I don't know. I saw pictures online where there is a ice barrier, and it's like
you never saw an ice barrier. No, we're not talking about dumb shit.
Not that. Let's say like a small flat surfaces. How we will say this 10 miles it's flat? How we will know that?
10 miles maybe is not enough.
No, I'm asking you how you will know that 10 miles is flat.
10 miles is not enough. The Earth might be flat at 10 miles, bro.
Look, when you have a boat in the ocean, and you look at it, and in 16 miles it will get smaller, but you will see all of the boat, but smaller. But if it's curved,
I didn't mention the boat. I'm speaking about the surface, man.
Okay, on the surface it's the same thing. Why skyscrapers on the
No, I'm asking you a simple question. How you will distinguish 10 miles of the flat surface with the 10 miles of the curved surface?
I guess 10 miles is not like how can you possibly do that?
Are you saying there is not possible that we can have 10 miles of flat surface?
No, you can have 10 miles of flat surface. Like
Okay, great. But listen, this is very important. You cannot have 10 miles of the flat surface on the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles.
By the way, I'm operating in kilometers, so I need to
okay, you cannot have 16 kilometers of flatness with a radius of 6,300 something kilometers.
Yeah. Thanks. Why so?
Because that is like saying these 10 centimeters on basketball, it's only 10 centimeters on a basketball. It's not the same comparison, but you cannot have because of geometry. Because geometry.
The tallest mountain.
You could have maybe visually 16 kilometers of the flatness, but only visually. But sphere should be 10 times bigger radius. That means the distance between New York and London, it's not, let's say, 2,000-3,000 miles. It's 30,000 miles.
I mean, through the Earth? You mean through the Earth? If it's... I don't know. You talking from the spherical perspective, or like...
No, I'm speaking from the Earth perspective. When you go outside and you watch in reality 10 miles, you say 16 kilometers, and you say, look, this 16 kilometers is flat. And you say, okay, 16 kilometers is flat, it's nothing, it's only 16 kilometers. But that 16 kilometers flat you cannot have on this ball.
Not on this Earth. The Earth is way too small for 16 kilometers of flatness.
But I mean, when you said about it's impossible for like 16 kilometers to be flat,
can I tell you
radius.
I will give you an 8. You cannot have 8 kilometers of the flatness on this ball. You cannot have even 4 kilometers.
If you talk about like ratios or like possibility or like imagining this, the tallest mountain.
I'm only speaking about the sphere.
Oh, I see. Because look, the tallest mountain, Everest, is 8 kilometers tall, and the whole radius, or like the whole
8 kilometers tall. What 8 kilometers? What that mean? 8 kilometers what?
That's
from the level of sea.
And where is the sea from Mount Everest? Is it near?
Oh, not very near, but
how much? Like 100 meters, 100 miles, 1,000 miles?
No, it's actually true. I've been thinking about it. So if sea is very far away and it's curved, how the hell do you tell from where to measure the height? Like, I mean, I'm not talking about spherical like Earth. Not flat, because if Earth is flat, then you can maybe measure, like estimate, not very precisely, but estimate the like.
No, we'll measure it from mean sea level. The elevation of the mountain will be above the mean. That's the average of the level. That's the horizontalness of the water. Mean sea level being the horizontal reference datum that you will measure the elevation of Mount Everest from. You can use a right angled triangle to do this if you want to.
But you can't.
Yeah, Yes, you can. So in celestial and navigation across the seas, this would be. So my friend, no, Shush, you said no, you can't. I'm going to show you that the practical application of measuring an elevation angle of a known object when navigating. For example, when we take a running fix, if I can measure the elevation angle of an object in the distance, like a mountain, and I know its height, then I can calculate the distance between me and the bottom of the mountain, working along the horizontal adjacent. You use this practical methodology for, like, as I said, when taking a running fix, that's navigating across the surface of the earth. You can use such things like lighthouses as well, because we know how tall they are above mean sea level. We put them there at the height, so when we measure the elevation angle, we can figure out our distance between us taking the measurement and it.
Okay, then logical question. Can you see Mount Everest and the top of Mount Everest from a beach, from the sea level? If it's tall?
Depending on how far away I am.
Okay, let's say you were in, I don't know, Bangladesh, Indian Sea, which is like 1,000, okay, in miles it's 800 miles.
Okay.
And then, if I'm not mistaken, you can see.
Let me write this down.
If I'm not mistaken, Marion, if I'm not mistaken, you can see on certain days Mount Everest from Bangladesh. I think I've heard this story.
No, of course, because it's kind of close from Bangladesh, and because it's very tall.
Yeah.
Right. So you can see it from Bangladesh.
And the closer you get to it, the bigger it looks, and the further you get away from it, the smaller it looks. You can measure the rise and declination of its elevation angle to figure out the distance, or if you know the distance, its height. It's a right angle triangle, dude. You utilize this methodology for mapping the world.
I'm gonna try to use the trigonometry. 1 second.
Well, we were talking about the height of a mountain. You asked what that was referenced to. I told you the height is above mean sea level. I told you how we could practically use this piece of knowledge to navigate around the world. Like I said, when taking a running fix, that's a running fix whilst you're in motion, taking measurements to different objects along a coastline, say. So you can traverse that coastline knowing your distances to those objects. The methodology is an elevation angle taken from the horizontal mean sea level.
No matter how you slice it, man, it's all measured from a flat baseline surface. I know it's a hard thing for you to understand because you didn't think it would be this easy, but that's just the way it is, man. If there's no measurable curvature, if there is a lack of curvature, the surface must be flat, right? And then once you determine whether or not the surface is flat, then you know that whatever is happening in the sky, whatever is happening day and night, it's all happening only over a flat surface because you never measured any curvature to begin with.
I don't know. For me, at least, I don't know. Now it still seems like flat Earth theory. Like I still listen.
It's not a theory, man.
It's a closed logical chain system. So what I mean by that, a lot of things you can explain is like a logical chain. I mean,
let me ask you this, right? Based on what the globe says that the Earth is 93 million miles from the sun, right? The sun's 93 million miles from the Earth. It's like 150 million miles, 150 million kilometers, right?
What's your point?
Right. They tell you that the moon is 400,000 kilometers from the Earth, or however far they say it is from the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they say that satellites are orbiting the Earth, right? Right.
Yeah. What's your point? What's your point? Right.
Well, I'm getting there. Bear with me. I'm just asking you to follow the logic. So you got the moon. You got this distance to the moon. You got this distance to the sun. And you got these satellites orbiting the Earth. All of those are based off of a radius of 6,371 kilometers. Because you have the surface of the Earth that's supposed to be curving at a certain rate, and then all you're doing is you're drawing an even bigger circle around the Earth in order to create the orbit of the satellite. And then the distance from the surface of the Earth to the surface of the moon is based off of the radius of the surface of the Earth to the center of the Earth. Same thing with the radius of the moon to the surface of the moon. These are all geometry questions, right? No science involved. So if you go out there, and we can't test the circumference of the moon, right? We can't test the radius of the moon. We can't test the circumference of the sun. We can't test the radius of the sun, because we don't have any direct measurements, right? All we have is like angular sizes. We assume the angular size because we assume the distance to the object, and we assume the distance to the object because of the assumed circumference of the object, or the assumed radius of the object. So we can't verify any of those things. So what do we have left? We have the surface of the Earth. Well, if we go out and we check the proposed curvature rate of the Earth based off of what they say the radius is, 6,371 kilometers, if we go out and check that and we notice that there's no measured drop over distance, in fact, things that should be obstructed by the curve of the Earth are now, the horizon's now behind those things. You no longer have a measured drop over distance. It appears flat. So then if it appears flat, then the entire story about what they told you is going on in the sky is complete and utter bullshit. Now, whether or not they're lying, I have no idea, but I can easily just say they're wrong. And that's the end of the story. We don't have to go out and determine whether or not they're lying. If you want to know whether or not they're lying, fine, go out and search your heart out. Hope you find the answer.
Okay, yeah.
Hello.
I got it. Hello. Okay, not debate related. I just wanted to ask: is moon flat?
I have no idea.
I mean, it only shows us like.
Sorry for laughing.
It doesn't matter, bro.
To you. Sorry, Sheepdog. He told you that these things are unverifiable. We've only got the surface of the Earth that we can verify. And then you ask him, the thing that he said that he can't verify, what is it? He's not going to be able to tell you. He can't verify any speculation he has about the moon. No one can, unless you go there.
You don't think that we think the Earth is like a disc in space, do you?
I don't know. That's what some people imagine. There are 8 billion.
Can you have gas pressure without container?
There are 8 billion people in the world. I don't know.
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah. What do you mean?
So what?
Like if you place an object inside like a gas that has
already existing gas pressure, and you make the object that is physical collide with the gas, that will cause a dynamic pressure. You know the pressure that you put the object in, how's that caused?
You already told me that.
Yeah. A container.
By container, like, what do you mean?
Physical boundary surrounding the gas, where the gas that has kinetic energy given to it by the temperature that moves freely and randomly in all directions collides with other gas molecules in the confined volume and collides with the walls of its container, causing pressure.
Okay, why can't you have a cluster of gas that is pulled together by gravity?
Because that would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Gas doesn't compress all by itself. Gas has the power of indefinite expansion. Because of the kinetic energy given to it by temperature, it has free random collisions,
like the temperature
creating the expansion.
But where is this kinetic energy came from?
Temperature.
No, temperature is a fact of kinetic energy, not otherwise.
Dude, the temperature gives the energy to the gas. Because the gas always has temperature, whether you think it's hot or cold or not, it will have the power to move.
The kinetic energy of the particles is what we call temperature.
Are you aware of kinetic molecular theory?
Yeah.
Good.
I'm
so you'll understand that pressure is caused by the force of gas exerted upon the walls of its container, because I've just cited it.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, then give me a practical demonstration where you have an open system and pressure of gas is caused.
Look, in our hot environment, of course, gas will escape because it has kinetic energy to move randomly in all directions, blah, blah, blah. But we also know that
it has temperature, always going to move, even if it's cold to you. It's got temperature, gonna move.
Okay, it's gonna move, but also it's gonna attract by intermolecular forces.
Yeah, those attractions happen under extreme pressures and temperatures.
So look, if you have no container, just
the attraction is caused by extreme pressures and temperatures.
No,
look, if you want to change the state of matter because you've changed the temperature and the gas, let's say it's water vapor, is now going to turn to water.
Just look,
that will be under a change in temperature or a change in pressure.
In a vacuum.
In a vacuum? So no gas, nothing. A vacuum is...
If you add gas to vacuum, you have like a... Yeah, it won't be a vacuum anymore, but it will be only gas, like closed system without any other...
the gas that's in that three-dimensional volume, now that you've put it in there, is going to move freely and randomly, the volume hitting the walls of its container.
But if you have kind of a lot of it, and it's like a cloud of a lot of gas, not like a...
Please don't tell me that a lot of gas makes gas compress all by itself. Please don't tell me that, dude. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
All objects attract each other. Yeah.
Gas expands to fill space. Before you're going to get...
what happens on Earth. And of course, like in space, it will also expand because...
gas expands.
It has energy. It will lose energy. It will dissipate. It will spread out. Yeah. What you mean is it will spread out. It will spread out. But when it's in large quantities, when you have a lot of it, it will get pulled by gravity.
No. That's a violation of the second law.
How is it so?
First description of the second law of thermodynamics is a gas expansion into a vacuum. To put it more simply, gas has the power of indefinite expansion and high pressure moves to low pressure. This is a universal law, takes place in all space and at all time. So this always happens.
You just have...
Excuse me.
Unbonded, bro. They don't act as one body.
You're saying that if there's enough gas, that the gas that has random collisions, which creates the expansion, will not expand and contract. It's a violation of that law.
Look,
you're saying what always happens doesn't always happen.
Look, from what you said, I imagined like I don't know, space rocket with like astronauts and people, and they have air inside, and then
that's good because they're surrounded by a container.
Yeah, container, and then when this container breaks, I don't know, there is a hole, all air escapes. You're right. That's what I imagine. When you say it goes from high pressure to low pressure, it will happen because in the spaceship, it's the pressure that we have 100,000 pascals, 100 kilopascals.
Mm-hmm.
So the astronauts can survive the pressures out there. And if the pressure changes, we can, like, it's a physical change for the body. So we need to maintain that pressure. And because it's high pressure inside, it will go, like, it will escape because it's high pressure, like highly high pressure.
Yeah. And pressure moves to lower pressure environments, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I think vacuum is estimated. I don't know how they did it. Maybe it's wrong. Okay, it can be wrong. But they say, like, in the space, even like nothing, it has average number of 5 atoms of hydrogen. So it's not nothing, but it's almost zero pressure.
So ultra high vacuum, deep space, 10 to negative 17 tool.
Yeah, so it will escape, of course. But when you talk about like very large quantities of gas, not like a space rocket inside the gas that was inside the space rocket. I mean, a lot of gas, like the size of solar system, like it's gonna get pulled by gravity.
So you're just gonna get it.
Do you know about the experiments with balls that proves that even objects on Earth can affect each other gravitationally?
You're just never gonna get it.
What do you mean?
You won't be using gas balls, bro.
Not gas balls. I'm saying on Earth, you can prove.
Do it with gas balls. Do it with gas balls. Why couldn't you do it with gas balls?
You're lost in your sci-fi fantasy, dude.
Why couldn't you do it with gas balls, bro? Why?
Okay, you can do it with gas balls. I mean,
do it. Show us how you do it with gas balls.
How is it to do with proof of the gravity?
No, there's no proof of gravity. You're making a claim that violates laws of nature. You're saying that because it's on the Earth, the laws of nature don't apply to the Earth. You're saying in the vacuum, which doesn't fucking exist because nature abhors a vacuum.
But what is the
vacuum where there's space? Be quiet, please. Out in the vacuum where there's space for gas to fill, the gas will fill it. It's a universal law. It's a law of nature that takes place on the Earth. You're saying on the Earth, the law of nature doesn't take place.
Wait. Different things now. We're talking about gravity now, or still about pressure?
Both.
Oh. Okay, if we talk about gravity, I don't remember what you said.
You're saying that the amount of gas, if there's a lot of it, the gravity will stop the expansion and it will compress. This is a violation to something that always happens. You're saying that the thing that always happens doesn't always happen if you have a large amount of gas.
Gravity-wise, I don't know. What's your point you're trying to make?
You're talking about pseudoscience, bro. It's not demonstrable.
Because
it's not
gravity, you can
demonstrable.
What is the force that is accelerating us towards the Earth? We are accelerating.
That's a loaded question. That's a loaded question, bro. You've already assumed that there's a force, and then you're asking me to describe that force.
No, okay, logical chain. I'm not doing analogies, really. I'm just stating what it is. We know that in order to accelerate, you need force, because force acceleration equals to
not according to Einstein.
No, according to Newton.
You don't agree with Einstein, then? So you disagree with
according to Newton.
But do you disagree with Einstein?
Why so? Acceleration is force over mass.
Do you disagree with Einstein?
That's a very broad question.
Well, he says you don't need a force.
So you're now saying about four-dimensional space-time collapse that actually makes objects to kind of get attracted together. So essentially gravity, but without force.
Yeah, he didn't describe it as a force.
Okay.
He described it as the curving, the warping of space-time. Mass warp space-time. Then other objects follow the path of the curve in space-time.
Okay, so why can't a big, massive cloud of gas form curvature in space-time? And
what about the clouds above you? The ones you actually see out in nature when you look up in the sky and you see clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why aren't they falling?
Because their average density is smaller than here.
Okay, so this is a relationship between
that's
density.
buoyancy. That's like in the water. You use different. I think different sets of mass in submarines to get to different levels of underwater. So same with clouds. They are at different heights because they're different masses, structures. No, like it's all water, vapor, kind of sort of stuff.
So not everything falls down then.
What do you mean? It's falling down when it's forming like raindrops that weigh more than I don't know air. I mean density wise. It's like you drop a rock into the lake and it goes to the bottom. Same with droplets.
At what rate? At what rate?
Rate?
Yeah.
With acceleration?
Yeah. How fast?
I don't know. Fast. Also considering the air resistance, so it's not constant acceleration.
So it's a relationship with the medium which surrounds it. But if you let go of a helium balloon, which way does it go?
It goes up.
It goes up.
But did you know that it will eventually stop when it will reach its density medium? Did you know that it will not go? I don't know.
So it's
to the sun,
so it's a medium. So it's a relationship between the object and the medium which surrounds it.
In relation with gravity. I mean, mgh is the formula. G is gravitational acceleration.
So it's not you're adding the gravitational part into it, right?
That's actually part of the formula.
Yeah. You think that there's this thing that is making things want to go down, but that's not what we observe. We, like you said, let go of the helium balloon, goes up.
Because helium is the gas we can measure density of, and it's less than 27 grams per cubic meter, which is air at our level. So the balloon will go up. The same with like when you do when you push football underwater, it will go up. It will float.
Nice.
Right. So it's a medium relationship, right? So you have the density of the object and the density of the surrounding medium. And that will determine whether the thing goes up or goes down, right?
No, not this way. Actually,
isn't that what you just described?
No. Like in
you didn't
water.
just describe specific gravity, relative density.
I said that gravity is one thing, and which like gravity is the reason why there is pressure in the first place, and density. Because why, like some of you said that if there is no gravity in the space or like vacuum, it will just spread out. It will not be like on Earth that closer to the ground there is more air particles per meter cube, so it's more dense.
The gas is produced where the surface is.
Yeah, I heard this from you. Yeah, I remember.
I mean, we get the story, but the story can't be validated through scientific experiment, and the story violates laws of nature. I keep highlighting that because the laws of nature apply on the Earth. And you're saying that on the Earth, the laws of nature don't happen.
No, I'm discussing what's happening on Earth.
The gas expands into a vacuum. High pressure moves to low pressure. The mixing of ideal gases happens on the Earth.
Yeah.
So that why, if the Earth was a thermodynamically open system, the physical matter, the gas that had energy given to it by temperature, is free to fill the available volume because the system is open.
Okay, don't shout. Why is it not?
How can you understand?
Why is gas?
Gravity cools gases
why is
down
gas
to
not
zero.
escaping the Earth then? So there is gravity.
Because the thermodynamic system is closed.
How is it closed?
So how is a volume contained by a container?
Okay, where are the walls of container that hold it?
I guess you could suggest that maybe you're standing on one of them. You could point in any other directions and say that if I'm within the contained system, then I must be surrounded by the container. Duh.
Where is the container?
I've just told you.
So you want to say that we all live in the box?
So I'll tell you what, I'll give you more directions. Point up. If pointing down at the floor wasn't good enough.
12, and then in 8 miles, the air will almost like end. Why is it not going further up and spreading out there?
Sorry, what?
Like, you're saying that we're in the closed system in the box and that stuff. Why is gas not going further up than 8 miles?
Because of where the gas is produced, the restriction of volume, and the energy within the thermodynamic system. The system is in equilibrium and non-equilibrium at the same time. It's stable, but constantly in flux. The energy from the sun, for example, moves across the surface of the Earth, heating the surface, and the heat radiates from the surface. Obviously, when the heat source is gone, at night time, there's less temperature held within the gas, so there's less pressure at night.
That's right.
I mean, how far do you want me to explain these things to you? It's going to have to be a closed system,
So
because
you think
if it's open,
it's not because of gravity?
so gravity's a vector downwards.
Oh, that's what I was saying. So we had basically the
Is
same
Earth
point.
is Earth an open? I want to know if you know what's Earth. Is Earth an open or closed system?
Earth is not closed system. I mean, we have lots of effects from the sun.
You can still have radiation, like heat, travel from one system to another system if that system is closed. Do you know what thermodynamic systems are?
Not the ones you tell me.
Okay. So, give you a practical example, right? We're talking about how energy and matter exchanges from one situation to another, one area of volume to another area of volume. For example, a can of Coke, a can of Coca-Cola, that's got physical matter inside, the liquid and the carbohydrated gas that's dissolved within the liquid. Now, you know that if you take your can of Coke out of the fridge, the reason why it's cold is because of the temperature surrounding the closed system of the can. You understand why the Coke inside the can is cold? Because of the temperature outside. So, for example, when you take your Coke out of the fridge and leave it in the sunlight and come back a couple of hours later, you notice that your Coke that's now exposed to a warmer environmental area, the radiation can enter the closed system and your Coke isn't cold anymore. That's a closed system. An open system is when you open the can.
Energy can be transferred through the walls of the can.
Yes. So thermodynamic energy, like heat, can be transferred through the walls of the container. The matter inside, though, because the system is closed, can't escape until you open the system. Then, for example, if there's enough energy inside the Coke, you might get it frothing up because the higher pressure wants to escape. So,
if you talk about closed system that doesn't exchange matter but only like transfers energy.
Bingo, correct. Open system, free energy transfer, no matter transfer. Open system, free energy and free matter transfer. You can only have gas pressure in a closed system. If you open the system and there's an available volume for the gas to fill, like a vacuum, the gas that has energy will expand into the volume. That's a law of nature that applies on the Earth.
The reason why gas is not escaping is because we are in container.
Yes, it's a closed thermodynamic system. The cause of gas pressure is the limitation of volume, the physical interactions with the walls of its container.
But what is that container even?
I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't gone up to the sky and touched it. Right.
I mean,
I don't know.
Like, I understand every single argument until this point.
let me just say one thing, right? It's a claim that there's a vacuum up there that is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. To have the system that we have, in that situation, there must be a physical barrier separating our pressure from that available volume, so entropy didn't increase. But my claim isn't that the sky is a vacuum. I don't know what the sky is.
I get every single point, like, but at some point when you do the logical chain, you have this dead end about not knowing what the container is, and when you look at the spherical Earth's logical chain, then you have it not complete.
If gas pressure, then container. Gas pressure, therefore container. Logical chain.
It explains like more things like from that. Like,
that's nice, but there's no logical chain. Right? If we're talking about a logical syllogism where you add truths together to reach a logical conclusion, then the ones that you've got, they haven't been proven to be true.
But like, okay, we know that Earth has gravity. We have like something like force.
No, we don't.
We have a vector direction down.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
You drop objects, it falls down.
I did. I dropped the helium balloon. Remember, it went up
90 degrees. Okay, it's going either 90 degrees down or 90 degrees upwards. But it only goes upwards.
Gas expands in all directions. Gas doesn't go 90 degrees.
Yeah, listen.
It just goes in all directions.
Sorry. If you're dropping things down and you say 90 degrees, you're dropping things to a horizontal plane.
Luckily,
that works pretty good on a flat Earth, actually.
Yeah, it goes down.
Down is perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah. All vertical lines are parallel.
I mean, if you're standing on the hill, it's going to be like a very bad angle of incidence.
I mean, you can talk about how it's going to be a bad angle, but that's still going to be in reference to a perfect angle of 90 degrees in reference to vertical and horizontal. You're only going to be able to talk about this with horizontal included.
Yeah, and that horizontal basically is the center of the Earth, or like center mass.
The horizontal bit is the bit that you're standing on.
There is, there are real lines of, and there are projectile, like there are
imaginary ones.
Imaginary ones, so like I forgot how they called it.
It's the horizon imaginary line.
So we don't need a physical flat line to compare it to 90 degrees. We just have center mass, which is like under our feet.
You're not in the center of mass to say that things are coming in radially to your position. Every single example that you're going to give now about dropping things will be to a horizontal plane. You'll only beg the question that it's a sphere that this is happening on, but every single measurement, all of the data that you'll gather will be on a horizontal plane. For example, when you level the tool,
yeah. I forgot. We were talking. I was saying about that logical chain of proofs, blah blah blah, about spherical. If the Earth is spherical, then it explains why gas is not escaping. Because
that'd be affirming the consequent.
Yeah, wouldn't be a logical syllogism. You know what a logical syllogism is, right?
not very sure about syllogism as a word.
I'll help you. All right, so it's like a logical framework or step, like you pointed out.
Yeah.
A logical syllogism contains two truths that, when added together, you reach a conclusion. So if this and that, it's going to equal this. You understand, right? It's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So could you give me two truths added together where you reach the conclusion that you want to get to, whether that's gravity or that the Earth is a sphere? Remember, the two premises that you use must be true, or at least verifiable.
So the like factual stuff that can be like 100% proven. And
yeah. Give me two facts that, when added together, prove the thing that you're talking about.
I don't know. Let me think.
Gravity. All right.
I thought about gravity and a little bit about curvature, like proving why Earth is spherical. And then every time I get this, first point, then second point, okay, it seems logical, but then you can say that. So first point is that on the spherical object, when you like go further away from like a tall object, the bottom of it will disappear first, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And then second point from that is that we can observe that.
Okay, so on a sphere, we're making observations of objects along that curved surface over a distance that objects would go over the horizon and appear to be blocked by that horizon. It's your first premise, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I get it. I mean, you're not far wrong. I mean, you can demonstrate this on a curved surface that physical obstruction causes physical obstruction. Okay. Second one was what we observe this.
Yeah.
Okay. So we observe the curvature of the Earth obstructing our view for an observer at height above that surface.
Yeah, and comparing to as if it was flat, then getting further away from it, it will like
don't
when
dude, you don't need to worry about if it was flat. We're only concentrating.
Okay, then second point is when you magnify on the flat surface, when the object is far away from you, you can still magnify it and see from bottom.
Because you didn't need to continue about on a flat Earth. We're trying to form a logical syllogism that reaches a conclusion that the Earth is spherical. We need to concentrate on that positive argument, right? So first premise, that things on curved surfaces appear to disappear from the bottom up. Second premise, we observe this, right? So when we go to the beach and we're standing observing across the water and I'm 6 foot tall, if the Earth is a sphere with the radius that we're given, the horizon from my 6 foot vantage point will be 1.225 multiplied by the square root of my eye height in feet. That gives me a geometric horizon at 3 miles away. Okay, so when I go to make that observation, I notice that that's only the limitation of my eyes. When I choose a different optic, like a high-powered zoom telescope or camera, or even binoculars, I can see the horizon extending distance. I can also measure an approximate distance to the horizon.
Can I ask? Isn't in your example, isn't within this range of 3 miles? You can magnify, you can see from bottom to top of the boat or like whatever, but then after 3 miles it's gonna like the bottom of the boat or like the bottom part will disappear first, and however you magnify it from the same level of height, you see the bottom part disappearing first, which wouldn't happen if it was completely curved but completely flat, because
it would. So, because I let you go with your two premises, I'm kind of doing it backwards, so I do apologise. You can make things disappear from the bottom up on known flat surfaces. Right, I can just show you something on a flat surface disappearing from the bottom up when I put a camera close to the floor. I can show you that. So your first premise is a single cause fallacy. The other reason is when you're looking over vast distances, the boat is 5, 6, 7, 8 miles away. We have to take into effect the meteorological conditions, because the path of the light can change, for example. We can have miraging effects, for example, that show that there can be things like disappearance from the bottom up of an object just because of the deviation of the light path. So these things can be demonstrated. I appreciate the logical syllogism, though. It's a good effort.
In case of mirage, I mean, of course, it does happen. It can happen, but the boat will disappear. Like overall, if you take the change of visibility of boat, it goes from bottom to top, like with the distance it travels from you.
Okay, Now, if we're standing on a curved surface and we've given the radius, then the horizon should be 3 miles. But like I told you, when we change the optic, the distance to the horizon can change. In fact, the distance to the horizon can change depending on the weather. You can figure that out when you open your weather app and it tells you the visibility of the day, how far you can see. Now, when you say that
there are particles in the air,
it's because you're saying that things are disappearing over a physical curvature of Earth. Now, that physical location shouldn't really change. It shouldn't really change based upon the optic. That's for damn sure. We should be able to see it better. But ultimately, when we change the optic...
It doesn't change with the optic, the distance of the horizon. It changes with the height.
No, you can change the distance to the horizon with height, but you've obviously never looked at the camera before.
No, when you said about putting camera on the floor, if it was perfect floor, okay, like even if it's... Wait, someone tagged me? Even if the camera is on the perfect ground that is flat, you can still see and get light from the bottom part of the whatever.
No. So I can find the picture for you. So a long corridor with a door at the end of the corridor, and in the room the light's on. So underneath the door, you expect to see a little bit of light underneath the gap between the door and the floor. Thing is, when you put the camera down at the far end of the corridor, because the angle is too small for the optic to resolve across that horizontal plane, you can't see the light underneath the door anymore. You can demonstrate an optical horizon on a flat surface.
Hold on, that's an interesting example you said about corridor. I just imagine it like putting camera on the like very, very opposite side of the corridor that points at the door with the light from the ground.
Yeah, you'll understand that when you put the camera really low to the floor and say the floor's got a checker pattern on it like a chessboard, with distance you can't really distinguish the lines and the squares and even the colours, right? In actual fact, if you put the optic or your eye really close to the floor, you can't resolve the entirety of that floor if that floor's long enough, because the angles are too small. Even though they're right in front of you, your eye can't resolve them. So this is eventually where you're going to end up with an optical horizon. That's going to be where the angle is going to be too small for you to see at 0.02 of an angle. You can't see any more of that. So that's the limitation of your ability to resolve across a surface.
But are you actually sure that if you have not like a camera but like a sensor, and then it's a straight line, it's horizontal?
Sensors are different. So we're talking about, one, how we see, and then another, how we're going to pass what ray of light from one thing to another.
I see you. Then it's just limitation of like a camera lens that is changing the direction of light. But then if you make a camera made of lots of sensors of light, you essentially get the same light. I mean, if it goes straight line on the floor, it is close to the floor, but you still can catch the light source.
Yeah, with tools.
But if this corridor,
I can lay down on the floor right now, look horizontal. That with distance, the floor that I'm looking across, the angles are too small. I can't resolve it anymore. We understand how optics work. Things like a tree with distance look small when they're far away.
But proportionally small. So you see like the bottom part of the tree and top part of the tree, and it all gets proportionally smaller.
That depends on your eye level relative to the tree. For example, if you're 6 foot and the tree's 12 foot, I give your eye levels at halfway up the tree. But if the tree's 200 foot and you're 6 foot, I guarantee you the bottom of the tree is going to disappear before the top. The top of the tree is anything that's above your eye line. The bottom of the tree is the angle that's below your eye line. The angle that's below your eye line is smaller than the one that's above your eye line. So guess which one's going to disappear first?
The formulation, I guess it was complicated for my sleepy mind right now. Sorry. I'm not ignoring what you said. It's just I don't know, too sleepy to keep track of those complex analogies.
What analogies?
All those analogies we discussed for the last 10 minutes. Corridors, cameras, eyeball.
Description.
Those aren't analogies. Yeah.
But actually, if you think about it, you have a tree, for example, and you stand close to it. I mean, not very close, not that it's beyond your head, so it's not above you. So let's say, I don't know, 100 meters. And it covers maybe 10 how it's called, degrees of your view side. Like if you kind of measure it 360 degrees, and then I don't know how you manage to do that, but let's say it covers 10 degrees, and then you go 1 kilometer, which is 10 times further away, and then I don't know, it takes 1 degrees, but then you can still see from bottom to top, no matter what. It's just getting smaller, but what we are observing, it's fading away from bottom to top.
Yeah, but at 1 kilometer, how much drop are you expecting to see from 1 kilometer?
No drop. It's just a logical point of observation that we can all agree on, that the distance is making the objects appear smaller, but it doesn't.
Right.
It doesn't make, I don't know, top of the object disappear for I don't know, whatever reason.
Right. For the same reason, like if you're standing outside your home and you try to look on your roof from 10 feet away, you can't really see that much of your roof, right?
It's the angle from where you can see it.
Right. But if you walk 1,000 feet away and look, and then turn back around and look at your house, you can see all of your roof, right? Right?
You cannot see from the top. You cannot see all of the roof.
You can't see from top down, but you can see all of your roof, right?
From where?
Did you get taller than your roof?
If you get taller than your roof, then maybe yeah.
But did you get taller than your roof? You can see everything on top of your house. Did you get taller than your roof?
Huh? Wait, what point are you trying to make? Sorry.
That things move down in your field of view not because of the curve of the earth, but because of your field of vision. Because of how perspective works.
Okay,
no matter how hard you try, no matter what you do in the world, you will never ever see an orthogonal point of view. You will never see anything in Euclidean view. Now, you may have Euclidean shapes when you look at them and they're small and they're close up, but you will never see in a Euclidean point of view. Do you understand that?
So you're not saying about capabilities of eye and magnification, because that's You can use telescope, to look at horizon. You're
does
saying
a telescope see in perspective, or does a telescope see in Euclidean?
So I'm saying you are not saying about magnification and that stuff, only perspective from how high, and so this effect is caused by perspective angle from where.
So, let me try a different attack on this. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if you've ever done this before. I did this when I was in like 6th grade when I was learning about algebra and basic geometry. So you take a thumbtack and a string and a pencil, right? Take a piece of paper, put your thumbtack in the string in the center of the piece of paper, tie the other end of the string around your pencil. Okay? Now I want you to take that pencil from the thumbtack with the string attached, and I want you to stretch that string all the way out. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to draw a straight line with the string all the way stretched out. What's going to happen?
I don't know. I've got to test this, but I don't have a string and a pencil. Okay, but I've got.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what you're going to find. I want you to test it because I want you to see exactly how this works. This is how perspective works. You're not seeing straight lines in perspective. The only straight line that you have in perspective is your direct line of sight, what's directly in front of your line of sight. That's the very limit of your straight line. As you look around you, you then create a circle all the way around you. Same thing with the pencil and the thumbtack and the string. You stretch that string out, that's your direct line of sight. Now, if you try to draw a straight line with the attack, you still there?
Yeah. You just lagged for 2 seconds, but
no, I got a phone call. Don't worry about it. So what happens is if you try to draw a straight line, you can't. You end up drawing a circle all the way around the thumbtack. So that's how you see your vision around you. You see in a circle all the way around you, and because you can look up in the sky, you now see in a dome all the way around you. You would see in a sphere all the way around you, but you have the Earth underneath you. Okay?
It's not necessarily dome. Why are you thinking that it's a half sphere? Dome is basically.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. I heard, but yeah.
So that's how perspective works. You're looking when you look out, you're seeing I can't say an infinite amount of cones, but you're looking at a cone everywhere that you look. It's like an overlay of several cones. That's just how perspective works. That's why when people draw in perspective, they draw those converging lines that come together. Well, when you draw converging lines come together, you're using straight lines, but you don't see straight lines when you look out in nature. Your entire field of vision is curved. The only straight line you have is a direct line of sight in front of you. That's how perspective works.
Yeah. I'm actually not very like a specialist to know about
I understand that, but that's why there's limitations to your vision and how your vision works. You say, why does the sky appear the way that it does? That's because of your perspective. Everything looks like you're in a dome because that's what perspective is. So it's not the Earth that's curved, it's your vision that's curved.
I mean, I cannot say it is not curved, our vision.
No, I'm not saying it's not. It is curved. And that's the illusion of it, right? All you have to do if you want to know if the Earth is curving or not is go out and measure the surface of the Earth. You don't have to trust your vision.
Surface,
you can just go check it for yourself.
Surface, you mean you want a line or like area?
like an area. You're going to have to choose a large area because the Earth is large, right? They tell you that it's 40,050 kilometers in circumference, right?
Yeah, at the equator.
Right. So, and then you have an average radius of 6,371 kilometers average.
Yeah.
So, that, like, if you take that radius, that's your line of sight. That's that string I was telling you about. And then, so if that string is 6,371 kilometers, the pencil reaches the surface edge of the Earth, and you take that pencil and you keep that string extended and you draw all the way around, that creates a circumference. And then if you want to
Wait, I thought you were saying that Earth is spherical. I thought you were trying to conclude that it is spherical.
Well, if it is spherical, you can test that curvature, right?
Yeah, and you saying that it is not
lasers shoot pretty far.
Just because you can't. So just because you can't prove something, it proves otherwise. Like, is it how it works?
Well, if you can't measure any curvature, what does that mean?
It just means that you cannot measure any curvature.
Okay, what's another word for lack of curvature?
If you want to prove, like, that something is flat.
If I draw two lines and one line is curved and the other one isn't, what's the other one?
You cannot. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, but you cannot prove that something is something just because it is not something else.
If you have two straight lines that don't intersect,
with measurements. With measurements, you do. Like, it's different if you say, well, I can't go out and measure it, so I can't measure curvature.
Yeah, I get it. Maybe just
but if you go and measure it, right, if you measure it and you don't get a result of curvature,
try again.
This is where sheepdog's going.
Try again, try different method. Because if you only tried once...
Try different method.
No, bro.
If you have two straight lines that don't intersect, what does that mean?
Parallel.
Right. And in order to have two parallel lines, both lines must be...
What?
Straight. Flat.
Yeah.
So if you have no deviation from... If you have two lines next to each other and you're measuring the deviation from one line to another, you're either going to have two straight lines that create an angle, right? Because they come together and create a vertex. Or you're going to have one curved line and one straight line. In either sense, you're going to measure a deviation from one of the straight lines. Right?
So what happens with the physical experiments with the curved Earth?
Right. So if I shoot a laser over the surface of water, right, the laser is shooting in a straight line. I've determined that. I've observed that. I've gone along the line of the laser, and I noticed that there's no deflection upward or downward. I know that laser is shooting in a straight line. So if that laser is shooting in a straight line, and then I hit my target at the end of that straight line, assuming, a flat surface or curved surface, I hit my target at a distance, and there's no deviation from where the laser began, it's still at the same height, then it's reasonable to conclude that over that distance, there is no measurable curvature because the baseline under my laser, the baseline under my laser is parallel with the laser.
Yeah, look. Wait, can I ask you something? Would it change your mind if you actually tested it yourself? Like, if you set up a laser which is parallel with the level of water, and you follow it, you go those 3 miles to the horizon, and then you start seeing, for example, you start seeing that the laser is going more and more up from the water level.
Sure.
like would you like finally, like not finally, I'm not trying to be rude, but would you conclude that
hypothetically, if somebody went out and did that and consistently showed that at a certain height where the laser starts, like if we made the laser height 6
engine, yeah,
and then the distance to the horizon is 3 miles, and then after 3 miles, I noticed that for each mile it was exponentially getting higher and higher and higher for the laser hitting the target exponentially was higher and higher. Yeah, that would prove the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, because laser is straight. I mean, it doesn't go
right. Now lasers can be refracted under conditions, but that's why we do several tests in order to make sure that the conditions are met for the observation.
Yeah.
Right. So if the laser height was increasing exponentially past the horizon, then yes, I would say yes, that's consistent with the curve of the Earth.
We should go test it.
Oh, it's already been tested.
Where
but you can go test it again yourself too.
Yeah, but we can do it ourselves to prove to ourselves. Yeah.
Absolutely. Would you like to see some of the tests that have been done?
Where do you guys want to meet?
I mean, are you in America?
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, Jedi, yeah. You're back. While you left us, I came up with another how is it called? Logical syllogism.
Yeah.
Syllogism.
Syllogism. Yeah. So, we were talking about lasers and about if it's straight and you align it with parallel to water, blah blah blah. That's irrelevant now because I came up with something different. So 2 points. First point. So in a self-gravitating fluid, like deformable solid, the internal stresses flow will minimize potential energy, so it will like spread out to minimize the, like, how to explain. It has to be like, this point has to be straightforward, but what we observe, or like what happens when you like put fluid on the table, it will spread out to the least resistance path. Same with the lightning on the sky.
Okay, I'm with the water. So water seeks the path of less resistance downwards, and then when it reaches a level, it will level itself within that container, like a puddle, for example, right?
Like it will level to minimize the potential energy. It will not try to act weird and gain energy from somewhere. If it's stable, it will stay stable.
Yeah.
So, okay, and second point, then if we, I don't know, wait, can it be a point that the minimum energy configuration under self-gravity, it would be, like, if it has gravity and...
Sorry, you can't use if statements when you're making a logical syllogism.
Okay, wait. It has gravity at the point.
Okay, so when we're making premises, those premises must be proven to be true.
Do we have center mass?
I really want to help you, but we're already into territory that we're not going to be forming a logical syllogism out of this. If statements and right, at the center of gravity, okay, things have a center of gravity. A center of mass.
Okay, we have center of mass.
Okay.
We have minimizing potential energy way of acting, like how
modus ponens,
how the matter acts to minimize energy efforts to fill the matter. And if we have central center mass, then the minimum energy configuration for that system would be a sphere.
Oh, hold on. I was with you with the center of mass, but now you're giving mass the power. It's got energy to do shit.
What do you
mean? Mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
You're giving mass, and I was with you when we talk about the center of mass. If we're talking about like a ship that requires to know its center of mass when it needs to be buoyant and all of this type of stuff. Like the center point of where all of its, let's say, energy is distributed. But you're now saying that this mass has got some kind of magical power. It acts. It does something.
Well, it's just a way of distribution of matter that is pulled together by gravity, by central mass.
Hold on. What state of matter are you talking about? Because most states of matter, depending on what they are, will only...
I mean, if you think about it, two planets, if they collide...
Planets? No, we're not going to be talking about planets. That's the conclusion you need to reach. Otherwise, we're going to have to prove planets.
Okay. Solids can deform by high...
Okay. Solids can deform.
Especially if they're hot.
I guarantee when you start, if you're trying with this, when you're making your syllogism, like I said, there's at least two premises that must be true. And when you add these true premises together, you reach a logical conclusion based on two obvious truths. When you're starting to do this, I'm going to have serious questions about your premises.
Okay, I'm still learning to do those.
It's fine, buddy. That's why I'm taking the time to help you along. You're obviously in good faith, so I'll take the time to explain to you. I've got no problem with that at all.
Thank you. So maybe what I'm trying to say, without that logical chain syllogism, I guess the sphere with the central mass is just the minimum energy state for matter to group in a vacuum. I mean, if it was a coin, then at different points it will have.
Hold on. What state of matter are you talking about in a vacuum?
Does it really matter? I mean,
yes. So, like a solid object like iron in a vacuum, not much is really going to happen, mate. You put liquid in the vacuum, it's going to immediately start to bubble.
Yeah, but what if you have a lot of iron in the center core of the Earth at temperature of 6,000 degrees and it's melt?
Why don't we start from the beginning? We'll just start with the vacuum first, and then we'll introduce some kind of explosion that puts all of the mass in the universe and separated wherever it's at. Like, if you're going to go down this rabbit hole, bro, you're going to have to start from the very beginning, and you're going to have to place all of these things into their locations in order to prove that this is exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I get it, but yeah. I'm trying not to say if, because apparently you don't like when I say if the Earth is flat, or like if it's coin-like. So
if the Earth is flat, how is it supposed to work?
Because at different distances, gravitational pull is different. So
it only works on a flat Earth.
What?
So if we have center mass,
it doesn't work. It's unemployed.
Look, center mass is a point, and if you even
center mass is a point, but that's not where gravity is.
Yeah, I know. But if you have, but that's where it goes to 90 degrees to the center mass.
No, it doesn't.
Now it's traveling. Now it's doing work. I'm with you if you say that mass, loosely defined, is the amount of substance in a space, or that it's got a resistance to inertia. These are just concepts, dude. But you're giving this mass some kind of power, some kind of energy that does something. Now that's outside the scope of this stuff that just exists and is the middle of it.
Yeah, but that's what we observe in our universe. Two objects.
No, it's not.
Attract each other.
No, it's not.
What do you mean it's not? I have in my school, in my school they had this setup. It was cheap.
If mass attracts mass, then why doesn't the moon fall on Earth?
Because it moves fast enough to bend over the.
Okay, demonstrate that in a scientific experiment.
Okay. You have a cannon, yeah. You shoot a ball, and then.
My cannon is the surface of the Earth is not curving. Therefore, the surface of the Earth can only.
The further you, the more powerful cannon is, the more further it will go, and it will curve more further away. So if you make the cannon powerful enough, or it moves fast enough to curve.
Do this in a science experiment. Demonstrate it for me.
He shooting himself in the back.
Look, the satellites is the scientific experiment of.
Dude. All right. You have to understand your own actions at this point, right? You're now talking about satellites. You've changed subject, dude. Like, how can we get to a logical conclusion? We're just going to throw other spanners into the works?
No, he just asked about how can I scientifically prove that two objects can move around each other.
Dude, you're not going to be doing that with a hypothetical where eventually you're going to shoot yourself in the back of the head with a cannon. If you shoot it hard enough, it will curve around the surface of the Earth and hit you in the back of the head. You're not going to prove it with satellites either. These are hypothetical conceptions at the moment.
No,
you're not.
But cannons, they have air resistance. They will fall eventually.
They will fall eventually. Yeah, on a horizontal plane. The mass that will be associated with it will be on a horizontal plane, and it's curved across it, depending on power.
But at the height where satellites fly, above 100 kilometers.
That's a claim.
Hey, Jedi didn't make it. He didn't make it, Jedi.
Yeah.
Also, you said about why don't we feel acceleration when we rotate around the sun? Because look, one rotation takes 365 days. Okay, it's not about days.
We don't rotate every.
Yeah, but if you calculate the same way you calculate let's make it relative. The force that we have to the ground, the gravitational acceleration, and the acceleration towards the sun, they're very different. I think to the sun, we do have acceleration. It's 0.006 meters per second squared. Meanwhile, the gravitational acceleration towards the Earth, 90 degrees towards center mass, is 9.81. So it's
who measured the 0.006 meters per second squared?
You measured that from the so what if you know the distance toward the sun, if you know how long it takes.
Who measured the distance to the sun?
I don't know, dudes.
This is what you're defending, man.
No, look, but we know the gravitational pull and acceleration towards the sun.
Who measured those?
So, what's this got to do with what anything?
No, that's to do with all stuff you previously said about why don't we feel the pull from the sun.
No, not why don't we feel the pull from the sun?
What do you mean? What did you say?
I didn't say we don't feel the pull from the sun.
I mean, when
The
you
motion of the Earth.
accelerate,
The motion of the Earth, man. That's all we're talking about.
yeah, and if an object moves in an
Who
orbit,
detected it? Who detected it? Who measured it?
Galileo Galilei.
How did he detect it?
I'm just kidding. I'm just having a huge fly or like a bug trying to get inside.
We were all there at one point until we went out and looked for it. And we found out that there was never any evidence to begin with. It was always some scientist somewhere magically agreed with all the other scientists, and that's how we know science. But that's not how science works. Science is testable and repeatable.
Yeah, it is repeatable.
Yeah.
So why don't you go and repeat their experiments?
Because we don't know what their experiments are.
Because there's no scientific experiment that deals with shapes. Science doesn't figure out geometry. Science figure out the shape of an object. You observe and you measure it. Observing and measuring isn't the scientific method.
Back in the times, like old times, they already knew that planet was spherical just by putting two columns. I think that they did this experiment in two cities 150 kilometers away from each other, and they knew almost exactly the distance. And
403 miles, the distance between Syene and Alexandria, where they put sticks in the floor, one underneath the sun, one 483 miles away, where the stick that wasn't underneath the light cast a shadow because of its angle to the light. I can do the same thing in my living room. I can stand underneath the light and I won't cast a shadow until I start walking away from underneath.
Wait, do you mind, guys? 30 seconds. I need to use the bathroom.
I bet you do. No worries.
Dang Jedi.
What, man?
How many times have we gone through circular reasoning on this?
I mean, it's constant and it's circular, so all the time.
There's got to be a golden ratio in there somewhere, dude.
Mate, some Fibonacci sequence to all of that. Because I keep fucking repeating. Did I hear Matrix in the background? What's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, I just popped in for a listen, man, before work.
Good morning, dude.
How'd you go with that? How'd you go with that chap last night? Oh, reset button. He's all yours, Jedi.
Did you say chap?
I'm back, chat.
That's good. Well done. So, look, dude, where do you want to continue from or start afresh from? Been having lots of these conversations. What are you left with at the moment? Do you want to ask us how we know the Earth's flat? What questions have you got? What answers do you need?
No, actually, I think at this point, I just get that you have a similar logical chain that is explainable, but then you have dead ends, which you have.
We don't have dead ends. We have unknowns.
Unknown. Same as a spherical thing. I mean, it has maybe more evidences, I guess, if you can call it.
It has a story.
It has a story, right?
Because astrophysics, all that is it's there are people who have a profession of looking at the sky. They've never been to any of those locations. They just look at the sky and then they create stories to go along with what they see.
Yeah, and I guess the fact that
you want me to tell you a story about the sky?
No, look, we came to the conclusion as a humanity that it is spherical. Not just like one person decided it to be, and then others just followed the story. I mean,
but they did. That's exactly how it was.
No, there's been a lot of people in the history, and you cannot prove everything, and you cannot do everything to everyone.
You know where the idea of a spherical Earth came from? People believed in a perfect creator, and they thought that perfect creator would create the perfect shape, and that perfect shape is a sphere.
But no, there is no perfect creator.
According to the Greeks, there was. So this is where this idealized form comes from. A sphere. We're surrounded by spheres. It's an idealized form.
But if you talk about ancient times, they had those theories about flat Earth standing on, I don't know, 3 elephants and turtle.
Yes.
The ancient times, they thought that the Earth was a sphere. You're talking about a 2,000-year-old ancient archaic concept.
The crux of this issue is, lots of people long ago said lots of fucking crazy shit, but the idea that the Earth was a sphere, it's a religious idea. If we look even into what are not so distant past, like 500 years ago, this flew out the Catholic Church. Catholic Church funded this, even though they said they were against it. The poor dude Copernicus under what? House arrest?
But wasn't the actual revelation?
Galileo went to house arrest
in 15th century. Oh wait, yeah, no. Oh yeah, 15th century when in 1492 Columbus he wasn't he who tried to he tried to go to India, but then he went the wrong way and then traveled around the globe.
He went in a circle.
That's because he was using a globe. He was using a globe for his navigation. That's why he got lost.
He got lost. Dang. Oh.
Yes. They had globes back then. Matter of fact, the first globe was supposedly invented in 1492.
What about there's also, look, astronomers.
You're not going to acknowledge that?
I can acknowledge that, but cannot reach a logical conclusion from that, if you know what I mean.
Look, if the globe was invented in 1492 and Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, then he probably got lost because he thought the Earth was a globe.
No, because before that, we couldn't possibly hold that knowledge, prove something more. We couldn't even reach, I don't know, South America or North America. We couldn't reach those lands. And we didn't know it was something.
Why not? It's all you have to do is travel down the coastline on water.
In many cultures,
Vikings did. Vikings had no problem.
There was a believing that
Vikings did that in 1000 AD. Did you know that?
there's a
the Vikings founded America in 1080. Did you know the Greeks were actually writing about America in 69 AD?
I'm perplexed. How is traveling around a bit proving anything at the moment? So we travel around. We got Columbus, and we can point to other famous people from history who sailed around a bit, and what they came back again, and that's supposed to prove what, other than they went in a circle.
But there were experiments a long time before that and a lot after that. And,
okay, like what?
Look. The only thing that changed is that we became like globalized. We could exchange information. We could store information. So all the experiment data and knowledge that humanity gained. I mean, different perspective on knowledge. It's not like there is one factual thing about everything. There were like different perspectives on everything. Even theory of evolution on religions, everything is like different perspective.
That's awesome. But this isn't a subjective issue, though. You put religion in.
What I'm trying to say, it's more about like collective knowledge gathered over centuries, thousands of years. It's not about beliefs or like I don't know, propaganda or someone trying to benefit from it. I guess those scientists just moved on.
That's irrelevant, man.
Like, what's the point trying to prove?
Like, if you picked up a book that somebody else wrote and then you tried to expand on that book, that's fine. But the fact of the matter remains, you still have to have measurable curvature in order to prove that book was even right.
Okay, you can go and do a couple of like experiments to repeat them for yourself and prove it.
How are we going to go measure for curvature? We talked about that earlier. How are we going to measure for curvature?
With the laser.
Oh yeah, did you hear about this, Jedi?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard about lasers. That's how we survey the world.
Oh, did you hear what we were saying earlier? He asked me. He said, if we set a laser up at 6 foot height and we shot it out, we leveled the laser, shot it out over distance, and then after 3 miles, we noticed that the laser was exponentially getting higher. Would that prove the curve of the Earth? And I said, well, if we do that several times to make sure the conditions are matching, and then we take an average of what's going on, put that on a statistic bell curve and see what's going on, find out if it has a standard deviation, all those things. We have to do thousands of observations, but if we do that, and we notice that statistically it's exponentially getting higher above our head, would that prove the curve of the Earth? And I said, yeah, that would prove the curve of the Earth. That would be a good way of doing that. And I then proceeded to tell him that we have many laser observations that we can look at. And I don't know, do you want to go over that?
I mean, yeah, if he understands the premise, then this is how we survey the land. We send signals from a laser to a receiver, usually a mirror that works on the law of reflection, so we can figure out.
Or, guys, I have another method without lasers, radios, like very old-fashioned method. So you get a string, very long one, maybe 10 miles. I don't know if this one exists, and you keep it tight, not to break it. You keep it tight, and you go like behind.
Straight and tight over 100 feet.
You go behind horizon, and you keep a couple of boats near the every.
Marion, have you ever tied a string around a pole and then stretched the string out over 100 feet to another pole?
If it's tight enough, it's gonna be straight. No.
No, it's not.
Just make it tight. Just make it.
You'll never hold the string tight enough. it'll
little bow in the middle. It'll always sag down because of the weight of the string over the.
So if the Earth is curved, yeah, and you have I don't know if it's from the.
How about not if the Earth is curved or if the Earth is flat? Let's just straight line over the surface of the Earth and look for any deviation from the straight line. How about that?
Yeah.
So what would you like to look at? Would you like to look at long distance observations? Would you like to look at laser tests? Or would you like to look at radio wave propagation?
I'm gathering money to build a rocket and fly around Earth.
I think this conversation.
Oh, we need to build a rocket.
Can you send me $5 each, and I'll build a rocket and fly around the Earth?
This is the moment when my mood changes. All right. Now you've listened to both of us take our time and our patience to help you understand things. Now you're raising money to build fucking rockets. We should probably stop the conversation because you're not here in good faith. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, and I'm just going to step in between Jedi. Just to save us some grace on this, Marianne. I think you need to mute your own microphone and go do some more research, and then come back and talk to us when you're not so worn out from the conversation. I think it's pretty much over. I think we need to move on and talk to somebody else.
Okay,
You've just completely
I'm very
dismissed
grateful.
everything that we talked about.
I thought we already settled a lot of things down and discussed many topics. So
I thought we did too, but you just completely dismissed it.
No, I thought
said
it
that
was.
we all need to send you $5 so you can build a rocket.
No, I thought it was right time for humor.
I did. If it was a joke,
I don't think it was, man. Like we spent how long, Jedi? Probably at least 4 hours with you.
Yeah, I mean it's fine.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it's fine. If it was just a joke at the end of the day, man, then sorry we didn't necessarily take it as that's the way that you intended it. It's been a good conversation up until now, man. I wouldn't want it spoiled, so I'll give you that benefit of doubt.
Yeah. Thank you. You too. Specifically, I mean, you talked the most. I think not. Oh, Sasha always joined us in conversation. And someone else. Thank you to you all.
Yeah, no worries, man.
That's what we're here. We're trying to be helpful. We give people a chance to practice their English while also discussing a very interesting topic that has a lot of specific details that need to be discussed in order to have a conversation. So there's plenty of English to be practiced in this conversation.
Yeah, to be fair. And this vocabulary is very niche. I mean, debating vocabulary, but also curvature, elevation, those type of words.
Yeah, you are correct. And
not really a debate.
Yeah, we must remember that being as English isn't most people's first language in the server, then some of the terms that we use, you are correct, are niche itself being a niche term. I'm glad you understand that word. But yeah, you are correct. It is hard to follow along all the time.
Are you guys native speakers? Because you sound like.
I'm American and Jedi is British. Can I say British Jedi? That's over-encompassing.
I love his English accent.
I'm British too. You can tell by my accent.
You sound like the owners of the language are told that they have an accent. That's the funniest thing. I always say that to people who are from the British area. I'm like, oh, I love your accent, and it's like, Bro, I own the language. You're borrowing it from me.
The only person that never really had an accent was Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, that's true.
How do you do that voice in an American accent?
I don't know, buddy. You just do it.
That's a good try.
But if there's anything to take away, Marianne, I just want you to think about geometry. If there's anything to take away from this, I want you to think about geometry. There's a reason why they separated your math class from your science class when you were in school. Because they're two different things.
Sure thing. That was bloody interesting. What?
Why do you always sound like you've just fallen out of a child's dick and you tried to do an English accent? Like, we've moved on since the 80s.
No, I'm just practicing.
I know. I'm joking, dude. I'm fine. It's a bottle of water. There is a tea in it.
There is a tea in it.
Quite a lot of ingredients are quite
water.
Water.
Yeah, that's it. The Aussie version. Water.
Not that Aussies get to see much of it.
Oh, that was a Scottish accent. Or...
There will be
Yeah, he's an upside down Scot.
Cycling
coming, but he's refined.
Can understand.
Doesn't have that typical, he doesn't have that that rustic Scottish accent, does he?
No, he doesn't sound angry all the time. Yeah.
Wait, isn't a Scottish accent just... It sometimes goes with different letters. So when you usually say A, like A, they say O. I don't really remember examples. But...
Maybe. They're funny, the Scottish. Who knows what they bloody say half the time.
It's funny how you have different accents within like your little country.
Yeah. Lots of multicultural influences. They say some of our accents are even developed to be food or the industry that a particular area. So some accents are more nasally than other accents because of certain environmental factors.
But your accent, it's posh.
That's fucking not. Oh, sorry. I do apologise for swearing. No, it's not. My accent.
No, just from the way you speak, you speak money.
You're middle class.
Upper middle class.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely.
It doesn't sound like this, old chap. What do you mean?
Is it London accent or like somewhere?
So it's around London. My accent, south-ish.
The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
Let me guess. T-Dub, you are from... Okay, not Scotland.
Have a guess, mate. Where do you think I'm from?
Not Southwest. Not Wales. Not East London.
You'll get it eventually. Just have a listen. Have a listen to the way I talk.
Is it your real accent?
G'day, mate. How's it going? I've seen you for years.
What do you mean, is it his real accent? What, you think he does that for practice?
You sound so German. Even though I know it's...
No.
Wait, what?
Das ist gut, yeah?
Why do Scottish people sound so German?
After all this time, I didn't know that you guys were actually German. Amazing.
Was ist das?
Wow. Is there a large Nazi population around Australia? I forget.
So much so that the Prime Minister stopped us doing the salute.
They're nothing but criminals out there.
Eins, zwei, drei.
Australia is where like all the Brits sent their criminals.
Yeah. Great Britain's like a prison island at the moment. But anyway, I digress.
I actually love Britain. Whether it's great or little great.
It was pouring down with rain not 20 minutes ago, and it stopped, and now the sky is completely clear. The weather changes really quickly in this country. It's funny.
What's the matter? There is no problem with that, I guess. You can get used to it.
Yeah, it's fine. Right. Does anybody else or yourself question to the subject matter of this lovely, the shape of the Earth? Is the Earth, like we've been told, a sphere in motion around a star in the sky? Or is it how we observe and as we experience? Is it a flat, horizontal, stationary plane where the sun, moon, and stars move above us, not around us?
Actually, Jedi, if I get to research a little bit for like maybe potential next time discussing or debating on this topic, should I do the research based on counter what's the word I'm looking for? Counter argument.
Straightening out.
According to the sound effects that are going on and everything like that, he creates this this visual acting piece. He did a pretty good job. Not too bad for a kiddo. If y'all ever come across it, you'll laugh. What's up to you? You back?
know you're out there. We challenge you to find the curvature that's claimed to exist in the form of 8 inches per mile squared, or a geometric horizon, 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Yeah, go ahead and clip that and say that I'm just parroting.
Test your might.
Sorry, what?
I said test your might.
Yes, test your might and your mic. Yeah, test your mic.
Test your might.
Horizontality. If you're on a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, your line of sight will be a tangent line to a point on that sphere. We used to get told that's the horizon. And anything that goes beyond that is going to get blocked from view. And that's why you can't see any more of the surface at that distance too. Because that line, that has a distance. And the amount of surface between your line of sight, or your eyes, and the horizon has a distance. That's what we used to get told.
Oh my God, Tito.
But nobody's... Yeah. Sorry.
No, you just, spawned a thought into my mind. But go ahead and finish what you're going to say, because I don't want to ruin it.
No, that's about it, really. That's what we were told. Nobody's been able to present that to us,
So, you're going to laugh. I wish Jedi was here. Is Jedi here? Did he pop in just yet? Okay, and we got John S. here. But just real quick, I want to say this because you're going to laugh so hard. So, when you're making a celestial observation, you're drawing on a globe, right? You're supposed to be drawing a tangent line to your horizon and extending it beyond the horizon. That's what they say, right? Right, T-Dub?
Yeah, continue. Yeah.
So if that's the case, and when you look at the horizon is being refracted. So really you're looking around the curve. So even your tangent line is curved.
That's correct. They do say that, that for that to occur, your line of sight must be curved. Exactly.
Oh, man, I can't wait to throw that into an argument now. That's going to be my new argument. Oh, you're drawing a tangent line. You mean the thing that's curving around the curve. What's up, John S?
I hope you have peace of mind in your lifetime.
What was that?
I don't know, but I don't know why people have to use deception like that. Okay. The art of war is deception, right? So if you're trying to deceive people, you're essentially declaring war. super weird. Anyway. So yeah, man. So when they invoke a tangent line over a curved surface, you say, is that tangent line to the horizon? Yes. And the horizon is much further because of refraction. Yes. So now you're saying your tangent line is curved because your tangent line to the horizon. What do you think the response will be?
I'm not sure about that.
That's kind of funny,
it's
right?
come up before. I think it has come up before, and I can't remember the response.
Has it really? I bet it was a Nathan Oakley argument. I've never heard of it before. This was new. Like just you tell me about a tangent line. Is there a tangent line in mind?
Well, I guess you just straighten it mathematically, right?
Your eyes. What's the equation for that?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Does it really matter what the equation is? The answer is no. Why? But it doesn't matter what the equation is because if it doesn't fit the equation, they'll just say, "Oh, it must be an extreme example." Right?
Yeah.
That's their excuse every time.
Did you hear my following of the logic on that AI? The whole thing?
Sure.
So Glovers, when they say celestial navigation is based on a tangent line to the horizon, and then you draw your triangle that way, right? They're not necessarily worried about the GP, but they always make the argument that your eyes draw a tangent line to the horizon. That's your baseline. And then you make your elevation angle based off of that tangent at the horizon. So if you're looking at the horizon and the horizon's 10 miles away instead of 1 mile away, you're back to having a curved tangent.
No, it doesn't matter. The distance to the horizon is irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the drop angle to the horizon. The horizon is essentially a quaternion line in infinite free space in your visual space. Like, you have no way of knowing how far away the horizon is. The only thing that you can determine is if there's demarcations between you and the horizon. But the horizon drop angle is what's important. The distance to it's irrelevant.
Right, and with celestial navigation, the refraction issue is with the displacement, the apparent location of the object in the vertical, not the displacement of the horizon.
Right.
But wouldn't the drop but the drop that would alter, wouldn't it, if they didn't have a specific distance to the horizon, wouldn't it? Because if it was closer, it'd be a different angle.
Not necessarily. It's occupying a region of space that is so compressed in the amount of available angles that it's functionally like 1 mile versus 10 miles. It's going to be functionally the same angle, plus or minus any error bars. Yeah. I mean, think about it. When you look out at the horizon, is one day it's like 75% of your view, and the next day it's like 30% of your view? No, it's like almost always approximately 50% of your view, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Unless you gain dramatic amounts of altitude, only then is it going to have any significant drop angle. Now that right there, by the way, is actually a boon on the flat Earth side, because if If the horizon gets further and further and further away, yet it doesn't have any change in drop angle, that's telling you that it's not curving down and away from you. Right? Right?
Good point.
And that is where they have to then claim that their horizon is being uncurved. It's straightening out. Like, and I don't mean the horizon itself, but like the distance from you to the horizon. That z-axis curve going away from you, that curve is straightening out.
Yeah, I've always said that, like on high altitude observations, even the z-axis looks straight. There's no deformity. As like even if the lens is curving the horizon,
it looks like you're seeing more of a flat distance here.
Yeah, that's all.
You guys remember?
Silly, because like, go ahead.
You guys remember Mr. Sensible and his high altitude balloon, where he claimed that the lens doesn't have any distortion? Remember that?
I do.
Anyone? All right. So, first off, his lens would have some distortive effects because the compression of the ambient air within the lens is going to be different than external. Like high altitude footage has to be done with pressure controlled lenses. Like the lens and the photos, like where the photo is being taken, those two areas have to be pressure differentiated. Otherwise, you don't get the same like optical trueness or whatever you want to call it. However, the lens he claimed had no distortion because it was rectilinear, so he says. Now, if you just do a stupid AI search or a stupid baseline Google search, they'll tell you that, oh, rectilinear lenses don't have distortion, but that's not true. You go to actual real photograph sites or real photograph literature, and you'll find that rectilinear lenses do have distortion. In fact, the type of distortion that they have is that on the horizontal axis, which is the x-axis, let's call it, as you get away from the center, the y-axis values increase in being stretched across the horizontal plane. So in other words, if you had two colors, right? Let's just say the top, let's say the top is black and the bottom is blue. Just imagine an image where it's just two colors, top black, bottom blue. So as you get away from the center, values increase. So that means that the blue would be stretched and the black would be stretched. So you'd have, 1 pixel, 2 pixel, 3 pixel, 4 pixel. Now, if you're imagining that going towards the edges, at the very edge of the image, the blue would look like it's descended and the black would look like it's, if you could tell, the black would look like it's ascended. And that would look like a curve to you, wouldn't it? Hopefully you followed that.
Say the last part again. You kind of cut out.
I'm just saying that if that was the case, then the edges would look like they were curving down, wouldn't they? Because of the nature of the color fields and the way that the lens distorts, it would make it look like the edges are curved down. So in other words, the very lens that he used has a particular type of distortion that when it has two parallel color fields, as they go further away from the center, they're going to get further away from each other and essentially look like a curve. So that type of lens can't be trusted to just be like, oh, I see the edges of the image curving down, therefore I'm looking at a physical curve, which is not necessarily true. And then they say, oh, we're high up now. Now the horizon has the horizon has more of a drop angle than it did when I was on the ground. Which is basically arguing the ground below me is below me. And it's like, no, duh. Of course the ground is below you. Of course you're going to be looking down at the ground. It's below you. Duh. Go ahead.
Yeah, just everything I've ever seen with rectilinear lens images or pictures, whatever you want to call them. Like from low altitude, you don't really notice a difference just because it's like it's so minuscule. It's like you'd have to count pixels, and there would probably be a difference just in counting pixels if you did. But at like higher altitudes, it's straight all the way across, except at the very, very edge. There's like a slight tick, and it'll go down or up depending on which.
Yes, that's the very distortion that they have, the exact type of distortion that those lenses have, and it's pronounced when you have two parallel color fields, right?
Parallel vertically or horizontally?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
They could be diagonal. Now the point is that if you're looking at if you're looking at
what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you're looking at a horizontal, it's exactly what you just said, dude. Like what you just said.
Okay.
If you take what you just said, turn it vertically, same thing. Turn it diagonal, same thing. Make sense?
Oh, okay, you're talking about turning the camera vertically and diagonally.
Or the subject. I mean, the camera could be horizontal and the subject diagonal. It's the same. It's the two color fields, crossing the plane of the center of the camera, which the horizon would do pretty much, plus or minus the amount of degrees of declination that you'd have for your altitude.
Okay.
So the fact that the horizon is going to occupy almost the midline of your view, very close to the center of the frame, right? Or if you actually can manipulate the camera and put it at the center of the frame, which a lot of them do for these observations, the very nature of the camera and the very nature of the two distinct color fields, being the blue of the earth and the black of the air, waning off to be a very, minimal atmosphere. Those two color fields with a stark contrast are going to display exactly what you said, where the edges seem to be curved down. Now, the black is actually curving up away from the x-axis, and the blue is curving down away from the x-axis equally. But you can't really tell because there's nothing to look at in the black. So all you see is a stark difference between the blue and the black, appearing to be that the blue curves down. And then you mistakenly attribute that to Earth curvature rather than the camera effect, because you, being the ignoramus that you are, when you sent this up into the air, thought that you bought a camera with zero distortion because you're dumb. I rest my case.
I got you now. You're saying that this is an actual feature in the lens itself that specifically adheres to these specific colors.
No.
Okay, then I misunderstood. I misunderstood that part when you brought in the colors. I just know when I look at the horizon.
It could be any color. Look, here's the fact, bro. If what you're looking at is all black, you're not going to notice any of the distortion. But if what you're looking at is half black and half blue, you're going to notice it. If it's half red and half green, you're going to notice it.
Right.
Two distinct color fields. That's all that matters. That are crossing the plane, like the axis that passes through the center of the optic, or close to the center. If those two parallel fields create a line across, the way in which that lens distorts is going to make the edges look like they're curved. It's that simple.
Gotcha.
Now, if you did any research, and I'm not speaking to you, I'm speaking to the people who think that they had a point when they did this, like Mr. Sensible and his other acolytes. Like, if they actually did any research into the lens, they'd know that that's the exact type of distortion that lens produces. And they all claim they have a distortion-free lens because they're retards.
Yeah, I don't think you can have a distortion-free lens.
As far as I know, all lenses that have an angular field of view have distortion, and the only ones that are allegedly distortion-free are non-angular field of view. But they can only take photos of something the exact size of the lens. So if you have a 3-inch lens, your photo can only represent 3 inches of reality. So if a bust is 500 feet away from you, you're only going to get 3 inches of the one letter. If it's right in front of you, you're only going to get 3 inches of the one letter. It's not going to have perspective effect or anything like that. But the only way to do that is to, like, you have to collimate the light, have it come in at a certain angle, and even then they're not perfect. Like, they're mostly used for manufacturing and machining and stuff, where they're taking pictures of parts because they want to have accurate measurements, stuff like that. But other than that, they're really not employed because most people need to see a lot. So your camera is tiny, but you want to take a picture of the entire football stadium. How can you take a picture of a football stadium with a 1 centimeter lens? If you had a non-angular field of view, it'd be impossible. So you have to have an angular field of view. Once you get into an angular field of view, then you have the physical problems that result from that.
That's actually how your lens of your eye works. The muscles in it stretch it and constrict it to create your angular field of view.
Well, that just alters the amount of light and the amount of available packet angles that come in. But the nature of having an angular field of view is just the base of how your eye functions. Like, the muscles don't create it; they'll alter it. But if you had a fixed diameter in your eye, it would still have an angular field of view.
Right. No, that's what your iris does. Is it fixes the diameter. But what I'm saying is like the lens itself, there's little tiny muscles that are attached to it, and they stretch and constrict it even just a little bit. But that little bit changes so much, and it has such a benefit of how your vision sees.
Yeah, it helps you focus and all that type of stuff, which is why you're supposed to do eye exercises when you have bad eyes, not just get glasses after new prescription after new prescription. But they stopped doing that. When I was a kid, they used to put the kids onto the eye exercises and corrective lenses, but now it's just like a whole big conspiracy where they just want kids to get worse prescriptions every year and just keep buying glasses and stuff. There's actually listen, if you're ever bored, there's a whole documentary about that, the conspiracy to make kids and adults' eyes get worse and worse every year so that they can keep buying eye products, because this one Italian corporation bought the majority of the eye care stuff in the United States, called Luxottica. That's the company. If you're ever bored, look that a documentary up. It's hilarious.
Wild.
Yeah, simple things like these dudes are like, oh, you have to believe in conspiracies. It's like, dude, did you know that the majority of people having to wear glasses and get worse prescriptions every year is a conspiracy? Oh no, that's stupid. But yeah, the whole documentary all about it. Makes perfect sense, though. It's like, why give you the cure when I can make you pay for the symptom relief every year?
You gonna get me started, man.
I actually just picked up my new pair of glasses with a slightly increased prescription just the other day. But luckily, I got my contact lenses with the same prescription. And I tried to get those guys to not change my prescription too much because I know the scam.
Yeah, supposedly they're supposed to like re-examine you every year, or like it's highly encouraged or whatever. Like they push it
Heck, dude.
Medical side.
Dude, the reason, dude, I could literally wear the same contacts for the next 10 years if I wanted to. So they want you to go every year so that they have a contact point to get more money out of you. Right?
Yep.
All right, so now that we know that pretty much everything has some kind of deception, conspiracy, or monetary or deceptive intent behind it, it's not such a far stretch to think that they would lie about the shape of the earth to control the minds of the populace for their worldview. So, I mean, when people ask me why would they lie, I ask them, why do you have zero imagination?
That was one of the things that came back once I started realizing the Earth was flat. I'm like, oh my gosh, space is imaginary, and then my imagination starts running wild all over again.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about all the possibilities. And look, let's be clear, it is not the case that the mainstream heliocentric paradigm has a lock on sensibility and rationale. Many of those dudes that believe in that, like upper level physicists and stuff, they have crazy ideas about the nature of reality. So it's not the case that the flat earthers are the crazy ones and the heliocentrists are the most sane, rational, scientific, data-driven ones. Just not the case. Plenty of them are cuckoo brains.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that when they get to that level, they probably sit down and work out the math of what it would take to have a planet full of completely covered in uranium and raining diamonds.
No, it's worse than that, dude. That's like level 2. When you get up to the higher level, you're talking about how reality itself works on a fundamental level. So they'll be talking like there's a single particle. Not that there's a single particle with many copies that make up reality, but just one. One particle makes up everything. And it has to be in multiple places simultaneously and be retroactive in time and proactive in time. So it has to zip around and render your finger, and then zip around and render somebody else's butt, and then zip around and render somebody else's button on their phone. And it has to do this all like in a super temporal state. Almost like a transcendent, omnipresent deity. It's like, these dudes are nuts, bro.
You know what? Because you said that, now it makes sense. In the night at the Roxbury, when that club owner said, "Did you touch my butt?" That's probably what happened.
Yeah, exactly. These dudes are like, and they believe this stuff, dude. And they say it at physics lectures. And everybody in the audience is like, wow, you're so wise. But if a flat earther says something like, oh, you're retarded. All right, so that's my limit of the R word for the day. So in protest, I'm going to stick my fingers in my ears. No, I'm just kidding. I gotta go. So I'll check back in. Peace.
Be safe. But yeah, T-Dub, does that make sense? I know AI kind of had some things to get off his chest. But did my thing make sense about the curved tangent line?
Yeah, it just depends in what the context is, because if they're not using it for a distance, then it doesn't matter. But I guess, well, hang on, yeah.
I mean, if you walk them down the logic of we see too far, then they're going to invoke refraction, is why we see too far, right? And then eventually you have to steer the conversation into celestial navigation and taking angled measurements to the star. And then they're going to say, oh, well, yeah, you have to draw a tangent from your to make your baseline. Oh, okay. Well, are we drawing a tangent to the horizon? Yeah.
Well, it can't be a tangent if it's curved. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think you can use curved tangents, can you? Well, you can't get angles from curved lines. So.
That's why it's so funny. That's why, like, I seriously, like, I hope we get somebody in here or in politics where they walk down that road and I'm like, okay, so we're using a tangent to the horizon, right? And they're like, yeah. And that horizon's refracted, right? Yeah. So we're doing a curved tangent now? Because it's refracted, it's bending around the curve.
Right, because if that point, because if they're going to use that point of the sphere's surface as a tangent point, if you draw a straight line from the observer's eyes to that point, it's going to cut through the curvature of the Earth, isn't it? Hang on, wouldn't it? It would have to.
Well, yeah, like if you had a horizon, if you're 6 foot height, you had a horizon 20 miles away, right? A known horizon of at least 20 miles because you're looking at an object that's like 18 miles away, right? Let's just say. You know, at 6 feet, your horizon's supposed to be 3 miles away. So now you got to find something 3 miles away and you got to look down at that, and that's your tangent. You know what I mean? You can't look at the thing 20 miles away. I don't know. I'll work on it, and I'll circle a glober in it, and I'll let you know how it works out. Maybe it'll be recorded. What's up, Mush Kane?
What's going on? Who's that talking?
Sheepdog.
Oh, what's up, sheepdog?
Not much, man. Just finishing up work here.
Protecting the flock?
I guess so, man. I'm just doing what the Lord wants me to do.
Has Matthew Learns been in here today?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm gonna get back into my research mode. I'm gonna make a presentation to show to Matthew Learns about NASA and the moon landing. I feel like he's so reasonable and he's smart. I feel like I might be able to get him to start questioning the moon landing, but I gotta come correct.
You'll have to do that. You have to do that in politics or somewhere else, not here.
Oh, where? This is English Hub?
Yeah, he's not here anymore.
Oh, what happened?
There was a vote.
Yeah, he voted Matthew Learns out.
Yep.
Too much appeal to emotion.
I've never heard Matthew Learns appeal to emotion before. Usually he kind of sticks to.
Well, he's a teacher, and a lot of people here are learning English, so he's going to appeal to that authoritative side. And he's going to make himself sound very, very friendly, and he's going to make you feel comfortable. And he's going to pull the rug out from under you.
Yeah, he's a formidable glober if there is one. But yeah, I'll do it in pause.
I got him to admit something.
Oh yeah, what's that?
He said, "Hold on." I was talking to him one time, one-on-one. It was like late, like 10, 11 o'clock at night, and I was winding down and said, "Is there nothing in the world that would convince you that the Earth is flat?" No, it's just too much evidence for the Earth being a ball. I was like, okay, let's just go into hypothetical, because this is what we always end up having to do anyway. Because, the flat Earth always presents reality, but, occasionally I will dive into hypothetical just to see where people's brains are at.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, if NASA came out today and said, breaking news, NASA has been lying and stealing money from the government for however many years, and the truth is that the Earth is flat and stationary. Here's all the evidence, here's the paperwork, here's the reports, here's the video, here's the audio, here's the photos. And then what would you then say to that? And he would say, well, I would think they're lying then. And I'm just like, I was like, what makes you so sure? Satellites and sunsets. And that's it. He sticks to satellites and sunsets. He won't change his mind.
Yeah, the sunsets really do it for him. I've heard him say that before when people kind of push him on, like, what's your best evidence? And I think I've heard him say sunsets before.
Which is odd because I argue for refraction, sharing model refraction for a setting sun, and and it just to make it still sticks by it. There's no exclusive evidence of the globe. Everything has a kinematic equivalence. The only difference is water always measures flat. Except for small areas where there's surface tension.
You're roboting a little bit there. Could you repeat that?
I said we can demonstrate bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface using refraction.
Yeah, true.
And so there's no exclusive evidence for the globe. Everything has a kinematic explanation for it. Regardless, if we don't have an answer now, doesn't mean that there's not a kinematic equivalence to it. And I know it's an appeal to future proof, but at the same time, the difference between the ball Earth and the flat Earth is you just coming down to the measurement. You just got to get down to something. You got to find something that has a standard level of level, right? And that's water, sea level, bubble level, everything
Rowboating.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying, Sheepdog, and I kind of started coming to the same conclusion with the optics and light and how that works, and it's like the refraction argument and all that stuff. It doesn't really move me because light doesn't always travel in straight lines. It refracts, it bends, so it's not really going to move me one way or the other. That's why I try to stick to other things in physics, but there's not enough reliable evidence or enough reliable testing that's been done. It seems like there would be more verifiable evidence, so that's fishy. So, there's something's up. I think something's up. Something's going on.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Matthew will tell you that he observed the sunset, and the better explanation is because globe. That's the better explanation, therefore. And doesn't matter how many explanations anybody can give him. He says the better explanation is the globe explanation. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, he says that the globe is the best explanation for the phenomena that we perceive. That's his stance.
But isn't that skipping a bunch of steps? Because if you think about it, before you go to that conclusion, if you put all the pieces of the puzzle together, the globe doesn't have many of the pieces. It doesn't pass the level test, the water test. It doesn't pass the motion test. It doesn't pass the smell test with the gas pressure. But he skips all of those things and he says sunset, an explanation. But skipping water, the lack of motion, the lack of curvature, and the lack of container for the gas pressure in the globe idea. So he skips all the important things and just says explanation of this, and that's it. That's what brings him to the conclusion. An explanation by someone.
Yeah, I really want to. I'm gonna make a presentation and show it to him about the moon, because I feel like he will actually take the points, listen to it, and give a reasoned argument back. And I feel like I could really put something together that can make him question if we went to the moon. Now that I'm not saying that would make him question the globe, but I think I could at least crack him open to questioning the validity of the moon landings and maybe the validity of NASA itself.
Matthew's more like a guardian of a big deception, and he's gonna be like one of those scammers that will lie to you even if you know it's a scam. They'll just tell you, no, this is not a scam. It's true. It doesn't matter what you say.
Yeah, maybe.
A gatekeeper.
That's for sure. Him and Jesse Path of Light are on the same level.
I've looked into moon shade temperature versus moonlight. I have a little, just a regular mercury thermometer, and I perceived a difference. I set it out in the moonlight and I set it in the shade, and I perceived it to go down just a hair. Now that's not scientific at all, but I've also looked up, Googled it to see if anybody else had done anything. And there's this guy, Peter Lean. He does all kinds of weird little experiments, but he did one with moonlight, but I don't think he ever actually came to a conclusion on that one. So I haven't found good evidence on the moonlight phenomenon, because people say, you know, the moonlight's colder. It makes things colder, which is weird. Which would be weird if that was proven to be true. And then you got the Elias effect that supposedly this Frenchman did a pendulum test and it started going the opposite direction. I think it was during the eclipse, a lunar eclipse. And then Foucault was French too, so I don't know. There's a lot of French guys and their pendulums doing stuff over there. And he came up with another, like a different kind of pendulum. It's called a paraconical pendulum. That was invented by Frenchmen. I don't know, the French and their France has a lot of things with pendulums going on.
And to that, I would say, don't worry, dude. We don't all swim.
There's a pendulum frenzy.
No, not funny. Aw.
I was looking into the spacesuits that they give the astronauts on the moon, and apparently it gets, like, if you're in the sunlight, it gets up to like 200 something degrees Fahrenheit, but then on the backside, in the shade, it's like freezing temperatures. And they did a stress test of the suits, and the guy that was out there in the desert where they were stress testing it passed out inside the suit, and there's no more evidence of them testing the suits. And then the oxygen tank. That's another thing, because I think in the sixth or the fifth mission, they were out on the moon for, I think it was up to 20 hours. But their suits, they had these like little canisters of oxygen, but they're compressed oxygen. Man, if you look at the like big giant tanks like the divers use, they can only be under there for an hour or so. So they got these little canisters of compressed oxygen. How did they stay out there so long? Those little canisters, and then the suits don't seem like they were really developed to withstand this kind of temperatures. And then you look at the hull of the lander and the radiation that they're exposed to, and like how did it withstand all that radiation? Because there's one document I was reading that, and they were saying that the whole ship would need to be encapsulated by like 6 inches of water, just for the trip there for the radiation. Well, I mean that they didn't use that. I guess they used something else.
What about the gases trying to escape the suit? Wouldn't the suit look like a balloon? How are they bending their arms?
The gas is trying to escape the suit. Yeah, it's a pressurized suit. I think it's pressurized.
Look at what a balloon does in a vacuum. It fills the available space.
Yeah. Well, if you're going by the globe model, then the moon does have an atmosphere. It's got some gravity to it, so it wouldn't be close to a vacuum necessarily.
Yeah, the gases will still try and find equilibrium.
Yep. The shit seems ridiculous. Like you look at the lander, just it looks like it's made out of tinfoil. The little rover thing looks like it has a freaking lawn chair strapped to it. If you look at like the Indian moon mission, they got video of their little lander. It just looks crazy. It's like this does not look legit.
I know how retarded you got to be to believe that stuff, man. It's just unreal to me.
Well, you don't got to be retarded. I mean, it makes sense that people would believe it because, I mean, to not believe it, you're saying, well, everybody's, all these people are deceiving me. There's a whole government agency. Most people, they're not gonna put the time in to really research those kind of things. So it's not like I think people are retarded who believe in it. I more think of they just haven't really put the effort in to look into it. They got other things they're thinking about.
That too, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's if you really look into it, it's ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, I believed it, and then I started looking into it. As soon as you start questioning those things is when you start finding fallacies. Until then, yeah, you're just fooled.
Well, I questioned it in elementary school, right? Like, how do we know what's in the core of the Earth? We haven't dug that deep, right? And then my teacher's just like, oh, that's just what they teach you. It's like, okie dokie.
Yeah, how do they know what's in the core? You haven't gone down there to look, right? But they're saying, well, that's where the lava comes from. That's where, the lava spewing out from the core. It's a molten core. I mean, what tests did they run to figure that out? I don't know.
Yeah, and the whole 92 million miles away for the sun, like, that's another question I asked in elementary school. I'm like, how are they even ascertaining these distances? It just makes no sense. And then the whole evolution thing, 250,000 years ago, we know this. It's like, do you really? 250,000 years ago? Like, cap.
Yeah, so you were a monkey fish frog, and then you came out of that, and you had sex with a squirrel, had butt sex. South Park episode. It's hilarious. Mr. Garrison's teaching the kids evolution.
I never watched that episode as a flat earther. I gotta watch that again.
Oh yeah, it's good. Well, I mean, evolution is readily provable, but not speciation. So, say evolution in the sense that we came from monkeys is not. There's no evidence for that. Now, there is evidence that things do evolve and adapt. But the speciation part, there's no evidence for that.
Yeah, evolution as in to survive, adapt and grow stronger, yeah.
Yeah, like those dolphins that were originally saltwater, and then all of a sudden they adapted to freshwater. But who knows? That could just be a story, right? It could have been freshwater all along. Like, I haven't looked into it deep enough.
Yeah, like giraffes. The reason they have their long necks, it's not because they're stretching their necks over and over and over again, and a generation after generation, their necks are longer. It's the ones that could reach the food survive, and generation those giraffes that have access to the fruit and the high trees keep procreating, and then eventually you got these things with crazy long necks. But what they don't have is going from a horse to a fucking zebra to a this to a that, monkey to a human. There's no evidence that things evolve in that fashion.
Yeah, I gotcha. Sorry, I'm just munching on cookies, bro. They're hitting hard.
Yeah, I'm just more for the strong survive and the weak perish. So, the next generation will have a stronger, gene.
Yeah.
To survive, because it's been passed on from the last generation that's survived through the tough days.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it makes more sense than all of a sudden a rhino grew a horn. Like, how did its body know it needs to grow that horn in that, in that area to survive the next generation? Like, come on. Did it start headbutting things, and all of a sudden, you know, I need a horn right there. Head's not hard enough. It's just stupid.
Yeah. Well, it would the answer to that question would be that nature selects. So the environment, whatever that thing that ended up with a horn, the environment selected for whatever that creature was, that the harder that spot was on its head, you know, that one survived. And you know, thousands and thousands of years go by, and now there's a horn on it.
Well, that does make sense, yeah. But if, you know, that area was already hardened to start with, and it's just gotten harder and, you know, more affected over time, yeah, that does make sense.
The best explanation they have for humans is this is what they say. They say it's the hand-eye coordination. So once the throwing of things, that's what spurred that. I think the brain growth, unprecedented brain growth. I think it was like over a span of 1,000,000 years, the brain grew so big, and the event that caused that was throwing things, which I don't think that's a very good explanation. A better explanation, what I heard, this is called the what is it called? The stoned ape theory. Terence McKenna. He said that as apes moved from the treetop to the grasslands, they started flipping over cow pies and finding these mushrooms, and they would take the mushrooms. And mushrooms at low doses, you have a better peripheral vision, and it's a stimulation for sex. So these monkeys that are eating these mushrooms, they can see predators better because, you know, your periphery is enhanced. They're having more sex, and then, you know, they eat a whole bunch of them. They're having crazy thing happen in their mind. So I mean, I don't know what kind of effects that has, but I feel like that's a better explanation than throwing things. You know, monkeys started throwing things, and that hand-eye coordination is just what made brains explode in size.
Yeah, it's definitely out there, but it's better. Can you
give that a what for me, please, still?
Yeah, way better than throwing things. Yeah.
I personally think we were designed. I mean, I think it's kind of obvious. They say, well, you're designed by nature. No, nature's designed. We're designed. It's I think that's way more likely.
Yeah, well, definitely of creation. Everything's too perfect. You know, it can't just be evolved from nothing. You know, there would be mutated things all over the place that, you know, didn't make, and there wouldn't be apes still. A lot of it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I feel like people like that they hide in that. People with like low morals, or they want to do things a certain way, and they kind of hide behind the fact, well, I mean, we're fucking pond scum, you know, nothing matters in the end. They're kind of like, I don't know if you'd call that Satanism, more of just like, maybe it's called more scientism, just like nothingness. It's kind of random mutations. They like that because then they can really do anything, or at least they feel like as if they could do anything, or it justifies your choices because it's all just random anyways. Nothing really matters, you know. Happy nihilism is what they call it. That's like the scientific religion. Happy nihilism.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'd rather not look into that kind of stuff. It's kind of I don't like the idea of it, so I don't like to put that stuff in my head.
Yeah. Well, things do have meaning, and it's not all just pointless. But you can't just be spoon-fed it, you know? It's not easy. If it was easy, then it would be pointless, you know? So you can't fault people for questioning things, but it's like, once you've been given the information, you know, then it's on you what you want to do with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have been faulted for questioning things when it's in our nature. It's pretty sad to come to, really. Much rather, you know, be ridiculed for questioning things than to live like a zombie. You look out there and you're like, I'm glad I'm not like that anymore. Or I'm glad I didn't become like that to this day.
Yeah, it takes some cojones to come out there in public and say that, you know, the earth is flat. Because people are just going to say you're fucking retarded. You know, that's what they do. They put it in the, you know, Obama made fun of flat earthers. Fucking, like, they bring it up, you know, at their White House dinners. Or, no, the correspondence dinner is what it was. But I mean, to be fair, all that stuff is written for him, so it's not like Obama, you know. But I guess Obama's organization.
Yeah, I do it all the time, just for the reaction. I get quite amused by it.
Yeah, the first time I really heard about flat Earth, I went over to my friend's house. They used to be my roommates, but they had moved out. But we were just hanging out, and I went over there. And the first thing they did, they were like, "Look at this video," and they showed me a video of some guy, and I think it was a lighthouse, and he had his video camera that was across the lake. He's like, "They should be able to see that." It was a flat Earth video, and I was just like, "What the fuck is wrong with you guys?" I was like, how do you know where this dude is, where this lighthouse is? This is just some video on YouTube. You don't know any. He's claiming it's too far to see, but do you really know? And they're like, he just showed me the video, and I was like, no. And I started explaining to them about stuff, because this was when I was in college, so I felt like I was pretty smart. But, yeah, since then, I've learned more about my own, the globe model itself, because really I didn't know much about it until I started arguing with flat Earth people.
Hello, could one of you go in the? Could one of the mods here go in the Politics Flat Earth channel? There's a few guys saying some pretty crazy things.
What are they saying in there?
I don't want to say what the live stream on.
They're saying like
it's pretty messed up, dude.
Tell them to get out of there.
Yeah, they won't leave, dude. That's why I'm calling the mods.
Did you say it? All right.
Do we have any moderators here? Is you moderator, Mike?
But when they showed me that, the first thing I looked up when I was like looking up stuff was the Eratosthenes. So that proved it for me. I was like, oh, look, here's Carl Sagan, and he shows exactly, he has a little cutout of the Earth, and he bends it and shines the light and shows that the shadows are different. But then I learned that it could still be flat, and the shadows could be different. There's a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, well, actually, that would work if the Earth was flat as well. I was like, wait, how? What the fuck? So I had to look into that. And it's true. So I hate it when Globe Earther comes in here and won't admit that. They won't. Once the Flat Earther takes that step and shows them, oh, it actually would work if it was flat as well, they just say, no, it doesn't. And they don't. It's like, wait, no, here's why. And they're like, no, fuck you. Like, dude, just look at it. Neil deGrasse Tyson says it also works if it was flat. And then he said there's a better one, though, and it has to do with a well, and there's 4. And he goes off into that, but I didn't. Sometimes he didn't know what the fuck he's talking about anyways. He said the Earth is, you can prove the Earth spinning by a field goal kick. That shit. It was dumb.
Yeah, it's too much incredulity, really. They just can't cope. I really didn't have access to all of the content. Like, I watched a bit of Flat Earth Dave stuff, but he was, he's all over the shop. And so I didn't really have anyone, to talk to about it. So I just started doing my own research, and then I watched the stars for a year. And I was like, no, that's not making sense, We're facing a different direction. I should not be able to see these same stars throughout the whole year. And yeah, nothing about the heliocentric adding up. And it all hit me one day, like all of the information that I've taken in just, zips through my head, one after the other. And then from then on, I was a flat earth. Went through all these weird emotions as well. It's quite revealing, of a lifetime of indoctrination. So all of a sudden, to get flat smacks like that, under your own accord. It's pretty profound.
That's surprising to me because the stars, that's usually like the globe Earth to go to because you can explain them on a ball Earth. They make sense. Not saying they couldn't be explainable in flat. They just make sense on a ball. The motion of them.
Far from it. They should be spiraling.
Okay, well, there's 2 poles. There's two poles of rotation. So above us, there's 2 separate poles of rotation that are visible to the naked eye.
Yeah, I can't make sense of that because I don't know how, the celestial bodies work and any of that stuff, like even our eyes, how we take things in of a distance. So yeah, I'm not really intelligent enough or, got enough info on that topic to explain it, but
if you go on the home server, Shaggy, the 24/7 home server, dude, there's like so much. Let me see here. There's like little hashtags and it has like everything. It's got. Let's see where it starts. Aether, Antarctica, articles and clippings, art, astronauts, references, long distance, celestial navigation, chrometry, Challenger, circumnavigation, like all kinds of shit. It's definitely got stars and polar rotation. I don't know if they mentioned the 2 poles of rotation though, because that's usually when people start arguing about shit. Because it's hard to imagine 2 poles of rotation over a flat plane. Like, what does that look like? But 2 poles of rotation on a ball, that's easy to imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have a look actually, yeah.
Stars. Yeah, hashtag stars. Let's see what's in here.
Right.
Star
I'm
trails
working
over a long exposure photo sequence with an ultra wide angle lens has captured nearly an entire night over the Teide Observatory on the high slopes of Mount Teide, Tenerife, Canary Islands. The Earth rotation appears in form of the rotating sky above us. Well, there you go. Shows the rotation right there. It's kind of weird. I've never seen a picture like that. I don't know. I feel like that might be like a fake picture.
Looks what the one that spatter it.
The one that's what?
The one that's spatter posted.
I'm gonna see if I can post it in here. And save it.
Yeah, it looks crazy. That. I think I know the one you're talking about.
Oh, I can't post stuff in here. I can only post stuff in the politics one.
I think I might have terms.
It's under hashtag stars, and it shows 2 poles. Well, almost the pole, but yeah, 2 poles of rotation.
I think I know
Scroll up a little bit.
that one there. Still sending. There it goes.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty out there.
Like, is that fake?
Looks it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that looks fake.
You got over on the right there, there's like, in the center, there's one that starts halfway through. Couple, actually.
You can tell that there's going to be 2 poles of rotation in this photo, but like, that's got to be fake.
They're so close together.
Maybe not fake, but maybe there's like a distortion in the lens that makes it seem as if there's going to be 2 poles of rotation.
Yeah, how could they capture all that in one image? Extremely wide angle.
But yeah, that's kind of what you would have to imagine, though. With what we see the stars doing, you would have to imagine something not as dramatic as that. but there would be like a interference between the two poles at some point, like that.
Yeah. How do you explain that on a globe? Also, that wouldn't work.
Well, it's easy to explain on a globe because on a globe there's two poles, so you would have two apparent poles of rotation because there's two poles on the sphere. So if we were on a 24,000 mile circumference sphere, on the north pole of that sphere, we'd see the stars rotating in one direction or one clockwise orientation, and then on the south pole, you would see it in the opposite rotation.
Yeah, but the Earth is also moving in 5 other different directions. You know, we're orbiting around the sun, and then
Well, technically, but see, that is all linear motion because it's not accelerating or decelerating, at least in any kind of appreciable rate, because the orbits are so large that to our senses, it's just linear motion. Just like if you're in a car, you won't perceive if you're just going like 100 miles an hour but not accelerating or decelerating. You don't know that you're going 100 miles an hour. You know, it's that kind of thing.
Yeah, I just thought you'd see it in the celestial bodies.
No, because it's so slow compared to them. But compared to the distances, it just looks stationary because everything's just kind of moving together.
Yeah. That's what I have to put such vast distances between us.
Exactly. Because even if, like, at night, if you're driving a car, let's say you're going fast as shit, but somebody's got a real bright light and you're on a real long road, I mean, that thing doesn't look like it's moving at all until you get up close, you know, and that's only a couple hundred feet. We're talking about thousands of miles. Like, it's not even comparable. Like, the numbers don't even make sense. I could tell you how far it is. There's no way to really imagine that. Like, you don't have any reference to think of distances that far.
Nah, you can't comprehend it. I believe that's another reason for it too, you know. Comprehension. Can't really vision it.
Yeah.
So you just take it in as facts. How long you been a flat earther?
I don't believe I ever claimed that.
What are you? Not sure?
No. I'm definitely globe earth.
Definitely a globe earth. Yeah, could have. How long you been coming to the server?
It's coming up on a year because I remember the first time I found this place was like Halloween, like right after Halloween last year. So
Yeah. How are you coming to this server and you still haven't seen how flat it is?
I still haven't seen what?
Seen how flat it is?
No, I've seen how flat it is.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
All right.
I'm not the government, mate. Don't worry. You don't have to submit.
Well, you could not be. Doesn't matter either way. I'm going to interact with the government agent the same way I'm going to interact with the non-government agent. So.
Yeah, I was just joking.
Maybe you are. It's all right. I'm sure the government's monitoring this channel for psychological operations just to see how things are going. That's fine with me. I don't care. I don't mind. Other people might. I don't see why. That would just add to whatever's going on.
I missed a bit of that. Had the radio, someone on the radio blaring at me. Trying to build a road here. It's good talking to you, man. I'm gonna have some lunch.
All right.
Oh, what's up? Yo, Andrew Tate. I nobody's like that's kind of strange on this channel. Like a lot of people have turned their mic off. Oh, he's fucking speaking. Yo, guys, there's fucking lot of people. Come on, speak, someone. That's fucking crazy.
Yo, it's good. How's everyone doing?
What's up, guys? Oh, bro, why the fuck you guys never speak any fucking word, bro? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? But that's kind of interesting. The ancient Indian Manika Shastra describes flying machines. It speaks Mercury also craft to levitate has been covered. Mercury. So that's great. That's good. Oh, that's kind of interesting.
Is it me or can I not hear the bot?
They want to dig in. Oh, well, there's one molecule, higher than the other, so it's not flat.
Yeah. And there's just nothing you can do with these people. Like, if you had to guess what their motivation was or what they're trying to accomplish, is just to kind of muddy the waters for everybody. For everybody, And I don't find that to be a noble cause. Just to throw a wrench in stuff for the sake of doing that? Come on, man. Like, what answer do you have? Do you want to put something forth? You want to make a claim? Do you want to give an alternative idea? Then do it.
Some people just like to spar, for the sake of it.
Yeah, and I hate that too, because it's like, there's one thing, if you're a contrarian, some people are contrarians because they want to challenge the status quo, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, as long as they listen. Contrarians should be people that listen as well, because if you're going to put forth an alternative, but it is obviously false, then you're going to have to concede that. You can't just say, no, I'm going to stick with my contrarian position, even though it's untenable. It's like, well, then you're just not worth talking to. You are a rage baiter. You are somebody who doesn't want to have honest conversation. You want discord. And the society could use a lot less of that. You know what I mean? We don't need people making waves for the sake of making waves. Just concede. It's like, oh yeah, okay, you're right. I didn't consider that, and I just wanted to pose a challenge, and it's obviously not tenable. So you're right. Go ahead. Those people I'm cool with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a real energy sink, man. Think of all the time spent, in aggregate over the years. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. Hang on.
Hello, may I know what's the topic going on here?
Flat Earth.
Oh, how many of you do support the Earth is flat?
I would say most of the people in the VC right now.
Why?
Well, because it's measured that way. And if you want it to be really simple, water always sees its level. And supposedly 70% of the Earth's surface is water. So that's 70% level Earth. And all that water is connected. All those oceans are connected. They're not, they're not ponds. It's all one big lake. So that huge lake is level. And then the land that rises up above that is all measured in relation to that level surface. So the Earth is flat, and everybody measures it that way, and everybody uses it that way, and they travel on it and navigate it that way. And the idea of the globe is just propaganda and essentially mind control given to you at a very young age.
Well, but it is proved from the space, from the photographs, we can see that the Earth is not flat, it is simply round.
Well, there's two problems with that. Number one, the only photograph that we have of the Earth being a sphere has apparently been taken from the moon in the 70s. And so if that is the sphere that we live on, when we measure the Earth directly, that we're on it, there's no curvature anywhere. So that photo must be, or seems to be, fake.
The fact is interesting then.
Oh, it's interesting. Yeah, because at the end of the day, the facts are what we can measure. So when we measure the Earth, it's always flat. So like I said earlier about the propaganda and the mind control, if you were to just kind of regurgitate the ideas from space and stuff, that's part of the propaganda, part of the mind control, the imagery that they showed you and essentially hypnotized you with, and you're just giving that back to me. When every day you experience the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. I mean, I don't like to tell people that they're victims, but most of the Western societies have been victims of, propaganda and mind control since they were very little, using things like imagery, videos, and shame. Shame's probably the most important one. If you didn't get the answers right on the test, they would shame you, both your peers, your parents, and your teachers, typically. So you were coerced with shame to believe an idea that you do not experience in reality.
Experiencing is in reality, it's quite very hard, but if you can take the theory of Eratosthenes, using just simple trigonometry, he calculated a circumference, not a perimeter.
Right, so he didn't measure anything. He made a calculation based on multiple assumptions. And those multiple assumptions were inferences based on his flat Earth measurement, angles to the sun using shadows. So Eratosthenes measured a flat Earth and then created a great circle and inferred that that circle was around a globe Earth, which he had no evidence for.
Okay, then what do you think? Light goes straight?
No, that was his claim that the light was parallel. He had no evidence for that either.
No, it's not about Eratosthenes. It's just the ray of light. Is it go straight?
Well, rays are reifications. Rays don't actually exist in reality. All we have is light. So ray tracing and the idea of rays is just a mathematical construct. There's no such thing as a ray.
No, there is such things as way. If you can...
okay, can you show me a ray in reality?
Look, we can't basically feel... We can feel air, okay? We can't see it. So it doesn't mean that air does not exist.
Yeah, that's a false equivalence. I'm asking you to show me a ray in reality. Air is real, light is real. I didn't say either of these things aren't real. But when you start to reify things like rays, mathematical constructs, that's when you get into trouble. So can you show me parallel rays or rays at all in reality?
Okay. Let's say the alpha rays, the gamma rays, the cathode rays. Light is beyond that thing. UV rays.
Friend, you're not hearing my question. I'm asking you to show me a ray in reality. Do you know what a ray is in mathematics?
Yes, it has an initial point, but it has no end point. It goes straight and straight and straight.
Right, so it's a line. So it's a reification. It's treating the abstract as concrete.
It's not a line. It's not a line. No.
Oh, it's not.
It's not a line.
So show me a ray in mathematics. Show me what it is.
Okay. Let me clarify. You can't basically have a line in real life because line has no initial point or not an ending point. Okay. A ray has an initial point. Has an initial point.
Oh, okay. Show me a ray in reality then.
I have just asked you that is light goes straight?
I don't know. I'm not going to reify it. In reality, I see light, but I don't see little lines going in all directions.
You see light. You don't see light. You see lit up.
I see what?
See light. We can't see light. Which objects is being lit up? We can see that. We can't see the light.
Are you telling me that the light that hits the object is not making its way to my eye to tell whether or not it's a certain shape, size, distance, and color?
the light hitting the objects, if the object reflects the light to my eye, then only the object is visible to my eyes. Otherwise, it's not. Because
dude, I see light. I don't know about you, but I see light.
No, that's not light. The light, in the sense, if you tell that you are switching on a switch and
so what am I saying?
That's not light. That's a noun thing. I'm not saying that.
What am I seeing then?
You are seeing objects which are reflecting lights.
So am I seeing the light that the object is reflecting?
Exactly. You are not.
Thank you. So I'm
light.
Dude, I am seeing light then.
No. Listen, you are not seeing light. Okay.
Oh, I'm not seeing it. So when I just asked you, am I seeing the light that the object is reflecting to my eye? You said yes. So I said I am seeing light that. You said no.
I didn't say in that way. I said that. Suppose. Let's consider sun. Okay. No, we're not taking sun. We're taking a torchlight because you don't believe in sun. Maybe. Anyways,
I say I don't believe in the sun. Hey, asshole! When did I say that I don't believe in the sun?
So what do you think? A sun is a pothole in the space or something?
No, it's a light in the sky. Isn't it a light in the sky to you?
No. You are. We are in a discussion that Earth is flat, and I have asked a simple question: does light
in
go
people's
straight?
mouths, bro? Stop putting words in people's mouths.
No. I'm not putting any words.
Yeah, you did. You said that I don't believe in the sun, and I absolutely see that the sun is a light in the sky.
Then
you see the same.
Okay, then I'm withdrawing my words. And let's take another example. Like, I have a torchlight. Okay. In a black room, okay, in a dark room where I can't see anything. Now, if I turn on the torch on some objects, like here, I can see a bottle, green bottle here. But in my bag, I know that there is something. Is it visible to me?
Wait, behind you?
Behind you, beside me, anywhere. Where the light does not hit. Where the light
in the darkness
does not hit. Can I see it?
Obviously not. You want to know why?
Yes.
Because the light is not reflecting off of it going into my eye.
Because the light is going to the object I am projecting to it, and the object reflects the light into my eyes. That's why the object is visible, not the light.
No, you told me earlier that it is the light reflecting off the object going into my eye. Do my eyes see light or do they see objects?
I see object. If I see light, then what's the point of it? If we see everywhere light, then why?
Light is required then to see an object.
Yes?
So no light is required then to see an object, right? We're not seeing the light reflect off the objects. We're only seeing objects. So light isn't required?
No, you are now twisting around the topics. I am saying
I'm asking you a question.
No. The light is going to the object. The object, some part of it absorbs it, some is refracted, and other half is reflected to our eyes. Okay?
So we're seeing light.
What?
You just said that it's reflecting the light to our eyes so we can see it. Yes, you see light.
We see the object. We are not seeing the light.
Is anybody else just like beside themselves with this stupidity? I can't even take it anymore with these people. Like, dude, it's light that you're seeing.
You can search it into Google.
No.
You just Google it and see it.
It's okay.
Oh, the object is reflecting the light into my eyes so that I can see the object. Without the light, I would not see it. As example by before, the things behind me that aren't receiving the light, where the light isn't bouncing off of them and going into my eye, I don't see those.
The light has two natures. Okay, it has particle nature and it has also wave natures. When I'm projecting a light in straight ways, it doesn't mean that the light should go on the straight way only. Okay,
That wave is a mathematical probability.
No. That's not mathematical probability.
Yes, it is. It's a wave function.
That is beyond this discussion's thinking, which is not be understandable for here because we are not discussing anything in the world which has previously proven, and we are arguing on it that no, it's not.
Holy cow, dude!
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're talking about wave function.
Yes, obviously.
And that's reification. You can't say wave function, which is a probability distribution, and then all of a sudden call that mathematical probability something like a wave, like an ocean wave. That would be reification.
Yes.
Same as the ray. It's a reification fallacy. Right. So stop using reification fallacies to back up your point.
Okay, then what's the probability that if every 70% of the Earth is not flat or anything else you've said before? That's also
probability. It's not a probability. It's a measurement.
Okay.
Okay. So what we need is curvature measurements if we think the Earth is curved. Where are those?
How it can be measured?
Huh?
How it can be measured? Any idea or something?
Well, the best thing to do is to see if drop over distance, that's vertical drop from the plane of your feet, and a vertical drop over distance. So where is that?
A vertical drop over my feet?
No. Vertical drop from your feet over the distance that you're observing. Where do we have those measurements at?
Okay.
That's what's required for a globe.
Okay.
Where are those?
Okay. It is now, I think, clear. Let me tell you. Let me ask. Can I ask you something? Just simple things.
Holy cow! I'm asking for drop over distance, and you want to ask me something different. The only thing that you need to prove that you
I will get to the point.
Something different.
I will get to the point for sure. Just a discussion. Little.
Go ahead, ask me the question. If it's non sequitur, we're going to go back to drop over distance.
Okay, obviously. Okay, can you, first thing, you obviously know the difference between distance and displacement?
Distance and what?
Displacement.
Displacement in what context? Volume?
Oh, wow. You're not in elementary school?
What do you mean by displacement? There has to be a context here.
Okay. Distance, let's see. I am moving from point A to point B. Now, there's many other ways. Okay, I take streets, I take gullies, I take here and by, and then I reach at a distance. Let's say the Google map says you the distance. Like you need to cover up this distance to reach the point B from A. Okay, but the displacement is. It is simple that if you have to connect A and B with a straight line, and you have to measure the distance, measure the length of that line. That is called displacement. Okay,
fine.
Displacement and distance can be equal. Displacement and distance can be equal when we are moving in a straight path. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, I'm taking back to very previous one. Do you believe in Newton?
He existed as far as I know, but I never met him.
Okay, I did not meet him either. And do you even believe his theories?
Which one specifically?
Okay. So, can you tell me the dimension of work done in physics?
Of what?
Oh, very good. Work done. Can you tell me the force?
No. Can you tell me the... No, hold on, bro. Don't go. Listen, I asked you, I didn't understand the word that you said. London? What are you saying?
What I am saying, work done.
Work done. Oh, okay. So, work. Okay.
Yes.
What about it?
Okay. It's, the dimension is m into L square into t to the power -2, which is m stands for mass, L stands for length, and t stands for time. Okay.
Define mass, please.
Hello?
Hello, define mass.
Yes. Define mass.
Yeah.
The mass is the amount of material in the body. Anybody it can be. Okay.
You have a problem with that because there is actually no value for mass. Mass is ambiguous and basically not described or defined.
Mass is undefined.
Yep. You want a citation for that?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Give me a second. Just a second. Almost there. All right, so I have 3 citations in the side chat refuting your claim that mass is the amount of substance in a given area. I'll read them out. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further, the concept of substance is considered to be self-evident in physics. However, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. This is, of course, Max Born, Nobel laureate. We've also got nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. Okay, the historian has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms, or by counting by any other method to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass.
Okay.
Studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. So in your equation that you gave me there, mass is undefined and unquantifiable.
No, exactly not, because anyways, you have given the last image like mass equals to 1 kg and the weight changes when the reference frame changes from Earth to Moon. But weight is different thing. I haven't said weight, I said mass. Okay, next.
I just have said don't focus on the small things. I put that as icing on the top. So we don't have anything that we can use to define mass, certainly not the amount of matter. So your entire equation falls apart unless you can provide for me a citation that refutes what I've posted. Mass has no meaning.
Mass has no meaning. Okay.
As cited by me.
That's very, like, you are too good in debating.
Right. So, did you want to continue down your stream, which was non sequitur about Newton, What was the subject that we were talking about before?
The subject we are talking about
that's right.
mass is defined. Okay.
Reification, that's what it was. So we're not going to reify space. We're not going to reify, what was the other thing? Anybody remember what else it was used reifying?
Okay, I am searching something on it. Okay. I'm searching something on it. But here m L square t to the power minus 2, which I was saying, L is the displacement measured, okay?
Friend, you don't have m, so whatever you're talking about is non sequitur at this point.
I am fixing the m like you are carrying a brick, the mass of brick. It doesn't change on Earth from one point to another.
What definition are you using for mass?
The mass is what amount of elements are there in an object.
Elements, right? We've already debunked that, so we don't have to use that now. You can move on to do something else. Mass doesn't exist or is undefined.
Okay, then how the time created?
Time is also a mathematical or reification fallacy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's no such thing as time.
Okay, how gravity created? How gravity created?
Doesn't exist. Gravity
that will require harder explanation you to understand. Anyways, so let us take another point. How gravity is made?
What's gravity?
Yes, what's gravity?
Yeah, I'm asking you. You brought it up.
In the space-time curvature, if I put a mass, then it creates gravity. More mass, more gravity. Okay.
Great. So show me space. Give me a sample of this space-time. Do you have some?
Okay. You can't see anything. It doesn't mean that it's not there. Okay.
No, I'm asking you. You made a claim that it does exist, so I want the evidence that this space-time material does exist. I want you to get me a sample of it, and we'll see if it has any physical.
You are living on the space-time material.
Yeah, that's once again. I don't need your baseless claims. I need you to go ahead and get me a sample of the space-time.
I'm not claiming something. I'm not claiming something. It's already there. You can't see, and that's why you can't put make anyone's thought baseless.
So it's baseless claim because you haven't shown me any evidence for space-time. It's a reification fallacy. Time, a concept. Space, length, width, height, also mathematical concepts. So this is a reification fallacy, turning something into a fourth-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian geometry, and then calling that reality is another reification fallacy. Do you have anything that's not a reification fallacy for us today?
You really want to know something?
Not really.
My native language, we call you Pagla Choda.
Somebody who's intelligent and can refute every one of your reification fallacies? I guess that's what that word means. Did he call me a name in the foreign language and then run away?
Yeah.
Dude.
Okay, so you do concede that you were talking shit before, and now it's all settled, and now you guys can continue on.
You make your point. You conceded.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you very much.
You conceded that we breathe in air. Good job. Big win. Let's go. What's the point you're making with that? So we breathe in the atmosphere. What is your point?
Yeah, and that it's required to have a container.
What is your
like
point?
the airplane, which holds in the air that you breathe while you're flying. You have to have a physical container. Gravity ain't gonna do that.
It has to have a physical container. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, well, fundamental disagreement.
I can give you at least
fundamental disagreement.
Let me ask this, CB. Let me ask this. If I have a soda and I open the soda can, what happens to the gases in that soda can?
Why are y'all comparing planes, soda cans, and everything else?
Why are you comparing planes to the gravity of the Earth?
That wasn't
This
his
is just
example.
like weaponized stupidity, right? Like,
The
what
point
is
is very
this?
crystal clear. You need a physical container
So wait, but
to
this is
contain
my
gases in every single example. In zero examples will you be able to provide one where there's gases
except
and then gravity holding it.
on Earth, except
That's
using a
the
globe model
claim.
where we can
That's the
prove
thing.
that.
That's the thing you're trying to prove is true. So
Yeah, gravity
you can't
exists.
just say you can't. Hold on, you can't use the
And you can use that as a magic bullet, but it does exist, and it
Hold on,
does
dude.
it
You
does
do a
track.
lot
So
of yapping and then ask about the point of the question.
you've been talking for the last 45 seconds.
I know that. Trying to make the point very clear for you.
Talking about yapping is hypocritical.
But
So why doesn't gravity hold the gases in the can?
You asked questions like,
again,
how are you using? All right, yeah, dude. If you can't relax for a second, we'll get back to you in a second. We'll talk to the chat. This guy, he's saying it's a fundamental difference. It's not a fundamental difference. It's what can be demonstrated and what cannot be demonstrated. When they say, oh, the Earth is the example, no, the Earth is the claim that you have gas and no container. So do you have an example? Well, the Earth. You can't use the thing you're trying to prove and then say that it's the proof. You're trying to prove that it's true. Just saying it isn't proving it. So sorry. That's why
I used the gas
soda can example. That's why we gave you the airplane example. We can give you 15 more examples where you have gas pressure and a physical container, and you can't give us one. It's not a fundamental difference. It's you can't demonstrate your bullshit, and we can demonstrate ours.
Yeah, that's why you give the vacuum example, CB. If you create a vacuum chamber and then you suck all the air out, and this is demonstrable every single time, if you reintroduce a little bit of air in, don't fill it up, just reintroduce like 2 seconds of a spurt, what will happen to the gases in that vacuum? They're going to fill the available space. They're not going to fall down and lay on the ground and let gravity take a hold of them.
Yeah, but you understand that box you've created doesn't have the same gravitational pull as the mass of the Earth, right? But my fundamental disagreement is in gravity. You don't believe in gravity because it destroys your whole shit.
Where's the box at? Where's the box at?
You created it, man. You're creating this scenario, not me.
On Earth.
I'm not making a box. I promise you that. I'm not comparing apples to oranges, okay?
Where else am I going to make a vacuum chamber at?
The plane to the Earth. We're comparing apples to oranges there. We fundamentally disagree on gravity and its effect on the Earth. Whether you believe in gravity or not, then you don't believe that it affects the Earth in the way that it does. That can be proven. Again, tell me why things fall down.
Gas doesn't fall down.
Okay.
Ta-da!
Fundamental disagreement.
Why doesn't it fall down in the vacuum chamber?
It's
not a fundamental disagreement.
I don't even know what you're arguing about.
What you're saying. I know.
Sure.
You talk a lot. You're saying gravity pulls things down. What does gas do? Does it move it up, down, all directions, left, right? Huh?
He won't answer that.
Meat kettle.
Okay, one more time. Which direction does gas travel in?
It does, bro. Look, gas does not travel in a certain direction. It travels, I guess you would say, up towards lighter pressure. But yes, it is. It is not. You're comparing apples to
directions. You keep saying that. What are you like?
That's crazy. What are you talking about? So you're saying heat doesn't rise?
Hold on, dude.
Gases don't rise.
Let's bring it back, Chad. He's saying there's a fundamental difference in what we're saying is you don't understand that gravity pulls everything down. We ask him, well, what direction does gas go in? He says up. Now he's trying to argue. Well, why don't you agree that it goes up? Well, I don't know if you paid attention in your third grade class. They told you it goes in all directions. Dummy. So, not down, not apples to oranges. This is exactly what you're saying. You don't agree in gravity. Well, you know what? Gravity doesn't pull air down, for starters, which is what you need it to do on your globe. You have air and gravity holding it down. Now, we are asking you for just a really basic, simple example where you have gas pressure and then gravity holding the air. Oh, it's a fundamental difference. No, you just can't demonstrate the bullshit you're saying. We can have the same, be on the same page as you, but you're gonna have to put that on the table or in the chat or something. What do you got for us? Can you post anything in the chat so we can take a look?
Oh, I'm unmuted. Wait, wait. We both agree that, or we all agree that there's an atmosphere, right?
Air
Just
that
to
needs to be
pronounce
contained,
on that word. But let's just say there's an atmos. Let's take the sphere out of it. I believe there's an atmos, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Requires containment.
And how? Oh, okay. So what's containing it in your model?
A container. Easy.
What kind of container?
What do you mean?
I mean, you use the plane as an example. There's a very clear container. What is the evident container in your model?
What do you?
Yeah, the containers within your view when you're in a plane.
And what is it comprised of?
Hold on. What are you? You're asking like what its materials make
Is
of?
it whatever it is, something.
I just know for a fact that it's
you don't know.
Yeah. Watch this. Just like I know for a fact you have parents.
That's a good sentence. That's the most important sentence in the English language. I don't know. That's good. That's a good starting point.
I'm willing to say that.
It's a great starting point.
We'll never hear you say it.
Hold on.
Okay.
Just like I know I don't know a single thing about your parents, but I know for a fact that you have them. It's no different than that. I don't know anything about your parents, but I know for a fact you have them. So I know for a fact that we have a container because we have gas pressure. It's the same relationship. You don't get children or a child without parents. You don't get gas pressure without container. I don't need to know a single thing.
Sure.
Mom or your dad.
There's a logical connection there.
Yeah, I know. So that's why I know there is a container, and I don't need to know anything about it.
But what I'm saying is, again, you don't believe that. See, I believe gravity.
It's called an
container. You do not believe that. So I'm saying, what is your version of the container? Is it a plastic dome? Is it a sphere that the government created?
Don't know.
Well, I mean, if you're so then you're arguing from a podium of air built on nothing. You have no model.
Could you post something where there's gravity holding air? Why don't you, instead of yapping, just put it in the chat? Let's take a look.
Listen, man. This is on
example.
You say gravity doesn't exist. I say it does.
I never actually said that. I'm willing to provide you or give you your gravity. You can have it. But now we need to see it holding air. Put it in the chat.
No, you cannot say gravity exists without admitting that.
Never actually said anything. I'm just saying you can have whatever you think gravity is. Yeah, the chat wants you to define it as well. But
then you don't believe that gravity has an effect on everything.
Hold on.
Always.
Definitely not air. Because you have.
Okay, so then we fundamentally disagree because I believe it does.
You have no demonstration of it holding air.
Listen, man.
Can you agree
I promise
on that?
You're not getting this out of me. I'm not going to go through Google and try to find the right article that proves whatever the fuck you're trying to say. You say that gravity does not work on air molecules like it does on everything else that we can see and observe.
You were supposed to do that, the Google, before you.
I'm not supposed to do anything.
Yeah. Here's just a pro tip for you. Instead of yapping and speaking on things that you don't know to be true, and then having to Google it later, which you refuse to do, it's supposed to be the other way around. You do the Googling first. You do the research first. And then you yap. Because now you're in this trap like you're on right now. Well,
to be honest, I think Batman is wrecking you. I think Fallen could do a far better job, by the way.
You're interrupting. Why are you interrupting? Oh, you're saying I'm wrecking him? Okay.
You are wrecking him, yeah.
Yeah, fucks.
But I do think Fallen could genuinely do a better job than this guy.
Yeah, this guy's kind of trash anyway. I mean, no one can defeat the gas pressure argument in any way, but
they're scared of me because they don't want to talk to anyone competent, and
I actually think that the other guy is saying something that's completely reasonable when he says, when coming to this chat, if I don't have plans of sources on hand, but I have some general knowledge due to some sort of empirical weight that I apply to experts in the field, then it's rational for me to hold some belief in spite of the fact that I wasn't the one who did the groundwork for the belief. That's actually a totally normal thing that all of you function on a daily basis, like how you trust Discord without having programmed it yourself. So
keep yapping. I debunked that. Again, pro tip for anyone out there. I would recommend before you speak, like you shouldn't just yap first and then Google.
What proposition did you debunk?
Do the Google first, then yap. Because
what proposition did you debunk?
To be true. And when we asked him to provide examples, he was like, well, I'm not gonna go Google it. Well, that means
what
he's
proposition did you debunk?
Out of his asshole. Hello.
What's the proposition that you debunked? Do you know what a proposition is?
You're saying like English language. I just gave you three times what he did. Basically, what I'm saying is he pulled.
I'm not asking what he did. I'm asking for a claim because a proposition is a claim. What is the claim that you showed is false? That's what I'm asking for. Are you tracking?
I'm giving the chat a pro tip. Maybe you should take it as well. Dude pulled it directly out of his asshole. We know that now. I'm just giving you guys a pro tip. Before you yap, you should actually know what you're talking about. Because then you don't end up getting yourself into trouble like this last guy where he's like, well, I'm saying gravity holds it. It's a fundamental difference. Well, do you have an example? Well, no, I'm not going to go searching for it. So what is he basing the first statement off of? Basically, like fluff, nothing. He's bluffing. So,
well, thanks for the pro tip, but I could give you a speculation on why he puts epistemic weight into the claim he made. One such reason may be the fact that he lives in a world full of people who specialize in the subject around him.
Instead of going down this road, why don't you give us an example of gravity holding air? I think maybe we just cut right to it then. Instead of epistemic, all this deep dive on his philosophy, why don't you just cut right to it? Put in the chat an example where you have gravity holding air.
Give you an example of the Earth's gravity holding in air?
Wait, one more time, chat. He's saying you don't need a container because you have gravity. Cool claim. Can you back it up with a demonstration? Let's take a look in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking for an example of the Earth's gravity holding gas in without a container, you'd just be referred to any gravity I want. Well, since the largest gravitational mass we have access to is the Earth, and you need a pretty strong gravitational force, that's the example that'll be referred to, because the gravity of a pencil is obviously not going to be strong enough.
Thank you for the concession that you cannot manipulate gravity and create an experiment to prove your point. You just have a baseless.
Well, actually, we can easily demonstrate it.
What about my vacuum example, Fallen? What about my vacuum example, Fallen? What about my vacuum example, Fallen?
Your vacuum example is what?
Create a vacuum chamber, any size that you want. All right. Lay it on the ground on Earth. Suck all the air out of it, and then reintroduce just a little bit of air, like maybe 2%, 3% of the air back into it, and then tell me what exactly are those gases doing when they get back into the chamber?
They're bouncing all about. Why?
Why isn't gravity holding them down?
It is actually holding them down a bit.
Why? How do you know?
What?
Well, because when you introduce the air back in, the container gets heavier. If you have it sitting on a scale, then what you'll notice is that the weight of the chamber increases. So that's how you know.
because it's contained inside the chamber. I'm not disputing that.
Wait, so you agree that gravity is pulling down on the air, which is why when it's in the chamber, the net effect is downward, right?
I want the gas laying down at the bottom of the chamber. That's what I want.
Wait, but if you have two containers that have identical structure, except one of them has air and the other doesn't, right? and the one with air is heavier, you agree that that means that the air is being pulled down by gravity, correct?
No. There's just more math.
Someone play the sound cue of the dun 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 dun, dun for this poor guy who
That's
doesn't
not an
understand.
example. That's not an example of gravity pulling air.
I know, right?
It's
Well,
also
of course it is, because why
inside
is
of a
it that the container that contains air is heavier?
Fallen agrees that the gas moves in all directions and fills the volume of the container, and it doesn't go down and hover at the bottom. Okay.
The net downward force is greater, though. And the reason that the gases bounce around is because of the electromagnetic force that the individual particles have, which causes them to push against each other so strongly that when they sit on top of each other, they repel.
The other guy is that Fallen agrees that the gas is moving in all directions. The other guy baselessly asserted that it falls down to the bottom of the container.
And then said it goes
Yeah, you know that solid particles, like the particles in iron, are also moving in all directions, right?
Cool story, bro.
It's not about movement, it's about where force is exerted. And there is a downward force exerted. And I don't know how you don't grasp this point, but be good faith and listen this time. If you have two metal tanks that are built identically, but one of them is filled with air, if the one that's filled with air is heavier, why is it heavier?
Because it has more shit in it, dude. Fuck.
Right, but the shit in it isn't affected by gravity, right?
Go ahead and show it.
Nope.
First show.
You want to demonstrate? Oh, wait. So, yeah, I actually have a video of that. But before I show it, what you want is a demonstration that when you fill a tank with gas, it gets heavier, right?
Yeah.
What I want is
I'll go pull up a video for you. But just to be clear, what you're now saying is that you do agree that this would show something important, right?
No, I'm asking you to show it.
You're totally strawmanning what I said.
Wait, what's the point of showing it?
How do I know that? How do I know it's not adding buoyant force to the container and going to make it way less? Fucking show your shit.
Wait, but why would it even be worth showing if it turns out that it being true doesn't change anything on your view?
No, you just can't use a false premise. That's all. You have to show everything.
Do you agree with the principal point?
No, well, we'll just throw this away then. We'll just throw it away because it's a false premise because you can't show it. Next.
Wait, why are you running? I'm just asking.
Well, you're the one who's running. You're told to show it, and you're not wanting to show it. So obviously, it's a false premise.
I'm pulling up the video.
Okay, good. Yeah, everything that you claim that you make a premise out of, you're going to have to demonstrate and verify. We're not going to just give you any free passes, dude.
Yeah, just put it in the chat and also Fallen, dude. It's inside of a container. Like, hello. Your whole point is that there doesn't need to be a container, or gravity can do this. So, like, being like, well, here's a container for you guys. That's an L for you. Wake up. Either way, the chat had a good question for you earlier. You said you could demonstrate gravity holding air or something like that. And the chat's asking you to... Where is it?
I'm unmuted. Yeah, the video's in side chat. So if you're all listening, the video's in side chat. But now that it's here and I could talk about the issue with what he just did, if you don't agree that the tank being heavier is going to matter. Like, if you're saying, well, it doesn't matter if it's heavier, why would you even ask for the source for the thing rather than first getting clear on the principle of the matter, which is whether or not it matters if it's heavier? By the way, again, the video's inside chat. Take a look.
Of a container?
The tank being heavy is a red herring to the fucking point. The point is entry and the way gas behaves. That's the fucking point.
The point is you guys were saying that gas is not affected by gravity, right?
I have a container. I have a scuba tank. Add more air to it, and
Tactical, you're roboting really bad.
You're roboting, bro.
Yeah, I feel like NASA's trying to intercept your mic there, bud. So just kind of like relax before they capture you.
What if I put helium in the box? What if I put helium in the box?
No,
is it heavier?
No, this isn't really like...
So this dumbass just has to use gravity as an IV, basically, to show its effects on gas.
Thank you.
Pressure. Yeah. I don't know if you know. He probably doesn't know what that
helium in there, it will also get heavier compared to if it was empty, as in vacuumed.
in there, aka container, bro. You got to let go. Like you're posting examples where there's a container which backs up our
He was the
entire
one that
point.
asked for an example of that. So now you're
Okay,
getting
shit,
upset that I gave him what he
thought about already
wanted.
as
Fine,
well.
I
There
won't
you
give
go.
him what he wants next time. Jesus Christ, this is
We need a
embarrassing.
demonstration of gas being affected by gravity, like you said it was. First define gravity, then show it being used as an IV in an experiment. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so you want a demonstration of gas being affected by gravity.
He's stonewalling now. This is the part where he repeats back everything you say to him because he's not going to be able to give the actual answers. He's cooked.
I'm literally giving you the answer right now by showing that
You're
what
not.
you
You're
asked
just
for
repeating my
is in
words
here.
back to me because
So-
you're stalling and stonewalling. It's a tactic. I've
Without
seen
a container.
Okay, so this guy's
Without a
clearly
container,
bad faith.
Colin.
He's already getting
No,
upset.
dude. Without a container. Like, hello.
Yeah. So, first define gravity. Don't repeat back what I just said. Don't say, "Oh, so you want me to define gravity?" Just define gravity, please.
The force that drags mass towards Earth.
So you're an Einstein denier because you said force. So we're going to go against Einstein for this.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. He's in heresy with his own paradigm, and his solar system is cooked, and his dark matter and Big Bang cosmology all cooked, but that's fine.
I don't believe in any of that. I just believe the Earth is a globe.
It's fine. All right. So now let's get your hypothesis then for your Einstein heresy gravity containing gas. Go ahead. Can you cite it, please?
Ooh, yeah, citation.
Oh, yeah. So as I've shown, all things that have mass, even gas, do indeed approach the Earth. And that
Not a
is demonstrated by
hypothesis. Try
showing
again.
that
Not a
even
hypothesis.
gas,
Try again.
when put into a
Not a
container,
hypothesis.
increases the
Okay, we'll just reset the
gas put
table.
into a
I
container.
asked you for a scientific hypothesis. Do you know what that constitutes?
Yeah, I already gave you the hypothesis, which is that there's some force that brings all objects towards the Earth. And now I'm substantiating it with evidence. Are you slow? Slow boy? Hello?
No, it's not a hypothesis. We got to educate you on what a hypothesis is. Do you know the constituent parts of a hypothesis?
A hypothesis is just any educated guess of a claim. That's all it is.
We're talking about scientific hypothesis. What are the constituent variables of a scientific hypothesis? Go ahead.
That is a scientific hypothesis. What I just gave you.
No, it's not. I asked you what are the constituent variables. There's going to be two of them.
Yeah, I've posted it in the actual side chat. It's in the side chat. The standard by which he should be operating is in the side chat. Okay,
So,
it's
no
there.
cheating, Jen. You can't give him the answer, Jen.
It's going to be an if-then statement about a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, just in case he's going to get
phenomenon
lost.
observed in nature. Okay, there's going to be two main constituent variables, independent and dependent. I gave you everything. Now formulate it like that, please.
Yes, let's
the
go.
thing
Let's
Jin
give him the
posted
standard.
is a procedure that I agree with. Jin seems smarter than you.
Okay, yeah, so
what?
We need the hypothesis. So I granted that you at least knew what would lead up to that. That'll be the natural observed phenomenon. Do you want to just start there at the very beginning? I thought you knew enough that we could just bypass that, but okay, give me the natural observed phenomenon first. Let's see if that's
I already gave you the hypothesis. The hypothesis.
Okay, what's the natural observed phenomenon? You didn't give a hypothesis. A hypothesis is an if-then statement, but a cause and effect relationship in nature.
Yeah, and just in case he was wondering, that information came from this group. So it came from this group.
Yeah, so what's the natural observed phenomenon? Go ahead. We'll start right at the beginning then.
So you denied that I gave a hypothesis. Now,
okay, yeah, you're stonewalling again. Natural observed phenomenon, please. It's not going to work.
Can we have the naturally
So now that you denied the prior thing, I'll just answer.
Yeah. Okay, so you're really flailing. Now you deny that's not the natural.
What's the observed phenomenon?
Where's your help your boy out? He's like, you said how Fallon's going to put up a good fight.
So to answer the new question after you denied the prior answer.
Okay, natural observed phenomenon, dummy. Let's go. You're going to base a hypothesis on one of these. This will be the first step. You're going to observe a phenomenon in nature. What was it? Tell me. Okay, well, he's cooked. He obviously doesn't have the answers.
To answer the new question.
No, it's the standard. It's the
I don't know why you keep muting me when I keep saying.
Yeah, but you're talking past our point, so you're getting muted. Bye.
Yeah, it's the standard. It's the standard we operate under here. The standard. Can you explain to him that that's the standard required?
Well, I got marbles in my mouth because I'm kind of sick.
Well done, guys.
That guy was annoying me, so I had to talk.
CBO and does it again. Brings in the standard, and the man crumbles, and then you just destroyed him. Well done.
Reductio, what happened to your boy, dude? What? He said, "Oh, you guys following
You guys keep muting him. Muting people isn't a win.
You heard what he did. He was talking past us, dude. Why would we let him speak? Every single thing that we asked him, he tried to obfuscate. Why would you even want
You guys
him
win a
as
debate without muting people.
Okay, why would you even want him as a spokesman for you? Why are you white knighting for that garbage, dude? Everything we asked him, he just tried to obfuscate, and it was a really pathetic
Why don't
attempt.
you take it on? Ask him.
Let's just pick up where we left off, Mansky. Do you want to provide the?
No, you guys do this every time.
I don't want
to.
No. Yeah, okay, you're right. We do this every time. When we ask somebody a pointed question and they try to divert around it and obfuscate it and red herring out of it, we just mute them. That's right. We just mute them.
Wait. So what was the natural phenomenon that we were asking for? What was the natural?
You guys are a waste of time.
Okay, what's the hypothesis?
He provided it. Yeah, what was the hypothesis?
Yeah.
See, dude, he's just here for the drama, Mansky.
That's what I'm saying, you know what I mean?
You love it, dude.
Like I keep telling you guys, if you're that desperate for a baller, you can inquire with me. Maybe I'll sell out. Yeah, you can pay me $90 an hour and I'll baller for you.
Right. So, ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, we can do a way better job than the last guy. 100%. 100% heretic.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed another person trying to defend gravity.
Jim, we got to get
mention the observed phenomena, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't even mention the observed phenomena. The first point of your hypothesis, what did you see? Then you try to explain that, what you see. Then you make a test for that, what you see, and then you mess with the variables and conduct your tests again. And then you hand it over to someone else to replicate, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't even get past the first stage. What did you see? What is the observed phenomena in nature?
Yeah, but you just got to make a guess, Jen. Right, Mansky? Just guess.
Yeah.
That's enough for a hypothesis. Just make an educated guess.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen. He failed. The man failed miserably. I dropped one standard, the standard that he had to operate by, and they gone. That's the second time that I've done that in this server. In about 2-3 weeks, that 2 people have gone within seconds of that being shown. So there you are. We operate at the highest. And if you can't
but you
get
didn't
there,
just let him yap, Jen. You didn't just let him continue to yap and not answer questions.
He yapped for ages. He was slipping and sliding, ducking and a diving, bobbing and a weaving. He wasn't actually dealing with the problem, though, was he?
But why did you mute him? You just muted him.
He wasn't addressing the points.
Is Mansky really this desperate for a hero? That, like, I mean, is Mansky really that desperate for a hero, dude? Yeah. That you're gonna jump in and white knight for that garbage?
Sorry, the side chat was red hot on fire because I was posting citation from Isaac Newton stating that no, he didn't agree with that. So there you are. He didn't see that because he didn't want to look at it. Then we posted various other materials dealing with gravity being fake and not being true, and he didn't want to look at that stuff.
I want to hear what Mansky has to say about that. What do you think, Mansky?
Yeah, gravity is bollocks, as was said by Peter and Pete. There you go. Come on, man. Deal with it.
You just muted him. My boyfriend got muted.
I don't even know the guy. It's just like...
Yeah, so why are you white knighting for him?
Behave this way. It's weird.
No, yeah, we always behave this way, where when somebody wants to obfuscate every single thing we say to them, we just fucking mute them, because they're obviously dishonest.
They're making claims they can't back up.
Convenient.
That's the problem.
They're just obfuscating. They're just dishonest.
Well, yeah, he was. Did he answer the question, what the natural observed phenomenon was, what the hypothesis was? Did he give any of those answers, dude?
No, he didn't. He left.
Did he even know what
an answer?
You just screech out demands and they don't fucking...
Well, we want verification for his claims. We want verification for the shit he's claiming, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, look, making claims. We're just asking him to back it up. And you're like, well,
that's right.
Well, you didn't let him not back it up. It's like, yeah, of course. Why would we just sit here and let him yap?
Yeah,
like, make claims.
We gave him the mic to do so. He didn't do so. We gave him the mic. Okay, he was treated fairly as you'd be treated in a court of law, and he was an embarrassment for your side. Get out of here with that. Consoled.
He threw Einstein under the bus. Do you even agree with that?
Yeah. I would love to see a debate in a neutral territory when you guys don't have your
I'm going to be the winner anyway.
There's no such thing as a neutral territory in this subject. Basically, everybody else is going to be hardcore biased towards the globe. It doesn't exist, dude.
You put me in that arena, I'm going to win anyway. easily.
Well, what they'll do is the moderator will usually be a Glober because most people are, and they'll just let asshats like him obfuscate every single point that you make. They'll let them do it. That's what neutral arena means.
Yeah, that's right. And then what we do is we highlight all the obfuscation, and we just stick our guns. Simple as that. We win already.
Does he want is this kind of like what the scenario is? Like, okay, so the judge, the guy's in court accused of a serious crime. The judge looks at him and goes, "Did you do it?" And the guy says, "No, I didn't do it, Your Honor." And he goes, "Okay, case dismissed."
That's literally a Kids in the Hall skit.
That sounds like a neutral platform.
Exactly.
Can someone please tell me how we have weight coming into the conversation when what we're talking about is entropy?
Yeah, exactly. Good question.
I don't understand the connection between the two.
He's trying to jump the shark and say gas go down, go boom boom.
I haven't heard that in a hot minute.
Gas is falling down all around you. It's raining gas.
Go boom boom.
Atmosphere is falling down, falling down. Yeah, that was crazy. And he's like, "Well, look, it's in a container. That proves me right. You should have played the sound effect." I'm like, "Yeah, for your dumbass."
Should actually go through that whole video and see if it even shows what he said.
Have you guys been able to actually refute any of the round Earth theories?
We just did.
That's what we do all day long.
We just asked them to prove it, and then they can't, and that's pretty much the end of the conversation.
No, like actually,
stamping their feet at that point. Well, yeah, they make a dumb claim. We're like, okay, got any evidence for that? And then they go berserk.
Yeah, but like
over and over.
outside of your little echo chamber, does anybody?
How is it an echo chamber if we're talking to the opposition?
You're here right now.
Yeah, how are you here?
Are you guys legitimately trying to say this isn't an echo chamber where you control the narrative?
Never mind, you're a flat earther. I guess I got it wrong. Yeah, it's an echo chamber and you're a flat earther. Welcome. Don't know how else you can be in it.
Dude, we're in someone else's server. Hello? We're in a politics server. This isn't even our server. We're in a whole person server. Oh, he did. Wow. Damn, bro.
Well, I guess he realized the paradox. He had to get out of here so it could be an echo chamber, like he says.
Not only that, the entire world is a globe Earth echo chamber. As soon as you go outside, you're going to see a moving truck with a globe on it. Global news. Like everything's, it's all globe echo chamber outside.
Yeah, globalization, global warming. Yeah.
Like 6 globetrotters in here right now.
They don't speak out now. They've just seen the standard that we operate under, the highest. There you go, with the highest integrity to muster.
I'm totally not doing another task right now. I'm just shaking.
Well, if you're doing something else, go somewhere else and do your thing.
No.
What you're not doing is proving the globe, that's for sure. You're not doing that. That is not happening at the moment. So there we are.
I'll ask you just a basic question, like whose gravity are you going to go with, Einstein or Newton?
Yeah, which one are you going to choose today? The Newtonian one that he disagreed with, or the Einstein word salad? Which one will it be? With some special vinaigrette sauce, relativity. Which one are you going to go with?
He's not going to say both.
Yeah, he's gonna go the same thing.
He's going to be greedy. He's going to be greedy, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to take a big bite, yeah? Bite off more than he can chew. Okay, go ahead. Choke on it.
How can something simultaneously be a force and not a force?
Exactly. He must be in Narnia somewhere.
Something can be what it is and also not that?
Crazy.
Yeah, like I said, that's Bizarro World. That's the other place. If it's not Narnia, then it's Bizarro. Bizarro World. Everything's upside down and inside out.
I'm just curious. I'm not like attacking you guys. I've gone down this rabbit hole before, and do you guys think like you might be like just spending too much time on this one topic, and you get like a little schizophrenic about how
you're here more than me.
The world is against you. Like I think most people just don't care about the shape of the Earth.
No, I'm not schizophrenic. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Shut up. Oh
no, but it's like, oh, those globetards, they're just—it's all one big conspiracy. Like I don't think people care really.
No, it's one big indoctrination, is what it is. Beliefs abound.
Why though? Why indoctrinate? Like,
It's just culture, because that's what you've got. You've been indoctrinated to believe that you're on a globe, and now when you're being confronted with the truth, and it's your responsibility to go and check what we're telling you, because it goes against what you believe. You're supposed to go and check it and come back and say, "You arseholes, I've got it right. You've got it wrong." You haven't done that yet. What do you mean? Why? Why would you even ask that question?
I mean, like, why would the powers that be just indoctrinate everybody to believe the world is round?
Well, so you're going to say that? Have you gone out to check? Have you actually gone out to check this thing?
So that we have Globers that jump on because it's fun.
Exactly.
That's why.
Yeah,
I set this up so that you fools would come here and I could have my entertainment. There you go.
I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. And the point is, though, when you don't go and check anything and you're just running on beliefs, you don't even have the right to ask that question. You should only ask that question once you've found out the truth. Then you can ask why they're lying. Go and check first. Make sure you know they're lying. Make sure you know they're lying first. Then ask why. Don't ask before you've checked. See what I mean? That's the integrity there. Why would they? Go and check that they're lying first, so you know they're lying. Then when you know they're lying, you should be upset enough to want a change on that situation. That's the psychology of the truth. Not be asking where they're lying before you go and check and still remain in your belief. That's a coward's route. That's a man who doesn't want to know the truth. Scared. Let me remain in my shell. Or you're an agent here to dissuade us, but we're impossible. You'll never dissuade us. You'll only expose yourself. All you're going to do here. And that is, you haven't proven that the earth is a globe, yet you're asking why they lie. Go and check. Make sure you know they're lying first. Then we'll ask you, are they lying? Is the government lying? I wonder why. Can you tell us now? Now that you know they're lying, then you seem to answer that question for yourself. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. We operate on the highest standards. We know the government's lying, and once you know they are lying to you, clearly you want redress. You don't want the lie to continue. That's why we're here. Thank you.
No, thank you.
May I get an amen there, please? An amen? Amen.
Amen.
Hey. Yeah, but you're doing a fabulous job, guys. Fabulous job. Again, fabulous.
And he tells you, hey, your girl's cheating on you. Do you just instantly say, nuh-uh, bro? Or do you check in on that hoe?
You check in on it, man.
Yeah, but like, who cares about the shape of the Earth? There's like more important topics.
Here we go.
Who cares?
Cop out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's okay for your government. Ladies and gentlemen, the man is saying it's okay for your government to misinform your children at school and to continue right away through the schooling and right away through your life and then create industries that don't go to space and take the trillions from your children who are not yet born to be paying that debt. That's okay. Don't care about it. Just let it happen. Is that right?
I know what you're saying, but I don't think you're like.
No, you don't
maybe
know
I'm just not being clear enough.
You wouldn't have made that statement. Sorry.
Hey, you care about to be here.
Yeah, get out of here, man. Why should we care about the shape of the earth?
Okay, so I guess a better way to ask that is, what could be so important that they're hiding that they need to brainwash everybody into thinking that the world is round instead of flat?
You know what? They're blatantly emboldened. They're not hiding anything at the end of the day now. They're just emboldened. They're making poisons for you to take. They're making wars that you die in. They're lying about the shape of the earth every day of the week. They're lying about everything you have known is a lie on this earth so far. They're emboldened. They don't care. They're killing humans in the millions, man. They don't care.
Oh, nobody fucking give a shit about fucking things, man. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm unmuted. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, dude. I was just talking to myself there for a minute, dude. I love the curiosity and the care for fucking people. I was just literally, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Like speaking to my higher power. Like these people fucking care about people. It's great.
Yeah, we care.
The fundamental level of like care and curiosity. I was talking to somebody about this. That's a flat Earth. He was sending me some links last night. But just the curiosity is the birthplace of knowledge, and I fucking love it. I sent a bunch of people in here. I'm legit. I think this deserves an unmoderated discussion. I don't like the fact that any one person can silence another, just in general. My way or, it's not my way or the highway. But there is an opening if y'all want. If y'all want. I'm just saying, I sent a bunch of people in here.
Because you get people
and I'm not going to invite anybody.
Right? Like if you're gonna have two people who are gonna meet, like have a meeting of the minds and try to have like a real discussion about it, then absolutely. But they're just trying to like.
I've seen y'all be respectful, like especially to yourselves, like when it comes to y'all's discussion. So I know you can transfer that to other people as long as they can provide the same thing.
Yeah, totally.
But I don't think you necessarily need to silence somebody. I think if there's a general level, and also like I don't make any. This is literally like a Discord that me and my friend use for TFT. He actually, it's funny because I talked to him about Flat Earth, and he was like, "Well, I don't see why there's a point in not discussing it." So like, there's no moderation there, is what I'm saying. Like on both sides, everybody gets a say. But I think there can be a general modicum of respect. I think. Some people over talk and that's just like their nature. And that's where it's like on people to just respectfully be like, hey, we get it. You've said the same thing 3 times, but I don't think there needs to be a silencing of people. And I think
that doesn't actually, can I just interrupt there? Now, look, we don't silence people as the way you're putting it. When somebody is not adhering to his or her claim and they're going on a different direction and they're not actually addressing the point that we want them to address, we have to mute them, point that out to them and direct them back to the point. That's the only time, and then they drop the mic.
Understandable.
Yeah, and then if someone comes in here and starts dropping hard R's and like playing siren,
obviously, but and that's where like I think
sometimes we don't silence people. We don't.
Well, but that's the thing, though. As long as this is why I sent the message, because there's nobody else can. It's not a public Discord, so if I invite you, you can invite whoever you want. This is why I said to everybody, or maybe I didn't send that part to everybody, but I sent the same message to everybody because I feel like it's just in case. But no, outside of being invited there directly, you would not be able to join it. So I haven't heard anybody say crazy. I don't fuck with racism. I don't think anybody in here is racist or anything like that.
That's not what I'm interested in. It's not on the menu. But anyway, look, I haven't received any invites. I'm Jin CBR1.
I haven't sent the invite because I sent a message to everybody just to see if they would even be interested. I'll send anybody the invite, 100%.
Send the link in here. We'll go in there and rate it. Okay, here we are.
For sure. No, I love it. But as long as we can all be respectful, because that's where I don't think there needs to be moderation. We can have respectful conversation. I'm interested in the discussion at the bare minimum. And outside of me inviting somebody, they're not going to get it. You can rate it as much as you want, but you're only ever going to get your people that you've invited, or me and my friend that will randomly join to play TFT sometimes.
Yeah, so, I don't mind. I'm into that.
And you can use it to your heart's content, but you will never get. There will be no moderation privileges. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody gets it. I don't have it. It's his server.
I'm not looking for that. I don't look.
Hell yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. Unmoderated. Yeah. So if anybody's interested, please respond, and I will send the link. And I would love to have discussions about this unmoderated. Absolutely, but with respect.
Common courtesy. That's all it is. It's just common decency.
Absolutely. And understanding of I think it's, for me, and I think for a lot of people, it's easy for people that believe in globe Earth to dismiss things that they deem like,
I'm only going to do it
almost like, you know what I'm saying? But you've gotten the vibe, right, from people, I'm sure, where they just like, you're dumb as hell. And even I will accept that even me, I can be like that sometimes. But I think there can be.
I actually don't do that. I just deal with the facts. And when you begin to ignore facts, that's when I start shouting because you're ignoring facts now. I'm not going to give you any theories, any speculations, suppositions, assumptions. That's not my name. Facts only. And when you begin to ignore that, then you've got hell to pay. Simple as that, man.
Sure.
You'll have hell
and
to pay.
in unmoderated discussion, I mean, people do argue, man. Like, that's the thing. Like, people do raise their voice. They get passionate about their subject. Because, you know, passion. I think passion for your craft or for your interest is important. But there has to be a modicum of respect. Like me, I should learn to sometimes shut up more, you know, and listen. You know, I'm a firm believer that you were born with 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. But sometimes I don't live by that.
I generally remind the Globers that, remember, I believed in the Globe for 48 years. So don't be telling me something I don't already know, yeah? Thanks. Now I'm telling you that was an error. That was a 48-year error. That should make you think, what would make a man who believed in the Globe for 48 years go to be a flat earther? What happened there? That's what should be on your...
That's what I am interested in, absolutely.
Yeah. Right.
That's where I'm coming from. I promise you. As I promise you, that's why I'm inviting people that I do not know that could be, you know, I mean, it doesn't really matter because, again, it's not a public Discord. I mean, do what you want, dude. Like, I really don't care. As long as it's not like racist or, you know, against children or any weird shit, as long as we stick to subjects, right? Like, I don't give a fuck what goes on there. But what I do care about is a respectful conversation. I can't moderate that, but you know, I mean, I've known this dude for 25 fucking years. If I tell him to fucking give me mod privileges just to kick everybody the fuck out and reset, then I guess that's what it has to be. But I wouldn't specifically kick anybody out or specifically mute anybody. I'm not going to ask for that shit as long as nobody does any weird shit. But unmoderated discussion is what I am for sure.
Yeah, I like that. But the problem, as my colleagues have put forward, is that there are times when we're giving them all the amicable treatment, the red carpet, we're insulted, we're being abused verbally, and then we try to mute them just to get them back on track, because that's when the moderation comes in. It's needed, of course, because sometimes...
Well, then let me ask y'all... Well, let me ask y'all, I mean, genuinely, I mean, you don't know me, but if I told you that if I asked for, you know, because again, my friend doesn't give a fuck about Discord. We literally use it to play a game. He would give me mod powers if I swore on whatever, my son's life. It's the thing I will swear on that like means something to me. But I will not mod people.
Sorry, what am I
the only reason would be the only reason I would have it would be to there's no reason to disparage somebody for their beliefs. So like talking about people's intelligence and shit, that's like a, you know, whatever. But if you can trust me to not like just kick people out and fucking unnecessarily mod, then I will ask for that. But if not, then it could be completely unmodded.
I fear no moderator. That's me, because my intention is to deliver the truth amicably with interest and integrity. That's all. I don't use profanity. Yeah, that's not my way. Unless
profanity isn't really an issue.
Wait a minute, please. I'm trying to talk you. Unless you start,
does it?
Yeah, there you go. Unless someone tries to attack me with profanity, I'm the worst at it. You wish you never said it. But outside of that,
well, I mean, some people, like, I use profanity just like I think it naturally comes out. I'm saying like unnecessarily like attacking character. I don't think this discussion should ever come down to somebody's character. Okay,
it never does.
This is an actual discussion, right? We're talking about facts. We're talking about evidence, we're talking about facts, we're talking about reasoning, we're talking about logic, we're talking about observation. These are not emotional, these are not character driven. So for me, I would not moderate something in that essence. Like the only reason I'll either leave it unmoderated, but if you need somebody that has just one overarching power, then yes, that's the only thing where it gets down to attacking character, being like, you're a dumbass, retarded. Okay, well, you have to calm that shit down maybe sometimes. But that doesn't mean permanent mod. That doesn't mean ban. That doesn't mean the only people that would be banned are people that try to be racist. And again, this is invite only, right? This is invite only. Okay? Yeah. So just remember that. Invite only.
The thing is, Vic, what exactly are you trying to avoid by...
I'm not avoiding anything.
It sounds like you're trying to avoid... It sounds like you're trying to avoid, quote, unnecessary moderation. What does that mean?
Like, if somebody attacks people's... Well, no. I'm saying unnecessary moderation is like, for me, I think you can... there's people that take it to like what you're saying, right? Like people are they're avoiding the question. They're like, well, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's the kind of thing where like I think you should maybe, I don't know. I think unnecessary moderation is just silencing anybody. I think if you can hold yourself well in a conversation, of course there's going to be trolls that are just like, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong. But as a convicted like as somebody with conviction, you should know that shit doesn't matter, and you can just talk right over that shit.
Oh yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. And especially if it's like 8 against 1, you know, they eventually die out. Those people fucking stop.
I love those numbers. That's where I've excelled. That's what I've been doing. For the last.
And again, it's invite only. I'm only inviting people in here. I'm the only globe person outside, I guess, Mansky maybe, that I know of so far in here. So I'm inviting everybody in here, and you can invite whoever you want in here. Okay, but it's only invite as far as it is right now until it doesn't need to be.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to offer a level playing field because that's I guess the basis.
Okay, so first of all, I appreciate that. Okay, I think the more the merrier. Do what you gotta do. The thing is, okay, you're not the first one that I've heard kind of propose this idea. Okay, but in general, what happens is basically at the back of your mind, you're kind of saying, I don't like how things are run here. I want to not be subject to. Hang on. I don't want to be subject to being muted, quote, unnecessarily, whatever that means, right?
Yeah.
And therefore, I want to go somewhere whereby, there's not going to be any muting, but except for these circumstances wherein you introduce another arbitrary set of criteria that does allow muting.
Character, and then, right?
Well, see, here's the thing, right? So I would suggest the following, right? Maybe grow, some tougher skin. Okay, take it.
Well, that's not what it's about, man. I mean, I can be muted. I was muted for 40 minutes.
Everybody can. I'm going to finish my sentence, bro. All right, everybody can at least try to be somewhat civil. Okay, the problem is, like you were saying before, things get heated and all that, and things happen, right? So instead of jiggering everything, right, to only find ourselves in a similar position where we are now, only to try to maybe like assuage, some sort of, discomfort that you have, I would say, grow a pair and we'll stay here.
Well, then what if we just, so then fair enough, right? I suggested that if you trusted me to mod, I would, but that was just to deflect the character kind of attacks. But if you say that y'all can handle that, if you say y'all can handle that, then I say fair game. There will be no moderation then.
Hang on, let me tell you what's going to happen. What's going to happen? Hang on. What's going to happen is this. When the time comes for you to send the invite, this group will send me in to seek and destroy and to test the water. Okay? That's what they're going to do. They're going to send on the mandate.
There's no really water to be tested. It's literally a blank
Discord. We'll find out, won't we? We will find out.
Yeah, no, look, here, go. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you right now. Hold on. You can say, look, I'll show it to you right now.
The thing is,
it's literally a blank Discord server, man. I promise you. Hold on. How do I? I've actually never invited somebody to this.
Yeah, Big, do what you got to do. Okay, I support that. The problem is, all I was trying to do is highlight the notion that whatever you're trying to avoid, okay, by doing this, is going to naturally emerge back again just elsewhere, right? So it may be
not there.
Yeah, like you even said it right earlier. You said, under certain circumstances, if X, Y, Z. Right, we might have to.
If you trust me to moderate, but if you don't, then unmoderate. I'd have to ask him for moderation powers. It's his server. I can just invite you to it.
The point is, okay, if something happens, you're going to introduce that anyway, and then we're going to find like a duplicate scenario.
I literally can't unless I ask him to do it. I can't. I don't have power in that server.
All I'm saying is do what you got to do, but it may just be kind of diluting things. And it may not.
Well, here's the beauty of it, right? You can always come right back here if it doesn't work out. That's the beauty of it.
Do what you want, bro. Do what you want.
I'm just saying, and you can do. Yeah, we can do it.
All I'm saying, dude, is do what you want. It's just that here it's not like nobody condones necessarily condones like a character assassination stuff. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course. I'm not saying y'all do either.
Yeah, exactly. So I would say don't worry about it, man. That's all.
Well, I mean, but I think there should be an even ground to have this discussion on respectfully, but out of respect. I think it can come. I think people come here from a place of respect until respect isn't given, right? So, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
But then you're also saying like the thick skin. I get that. Okay, but if you have thick skin, on moderation is the place, right?
Yeah, that's fine. But dude, you're asserting it's not even. Why? Because the mods happen to be on one side or the other.
It's not. It can't be even if one side has more power than the other in general, right? Even if it's by a small margin.
Yeah, but I have. Excuse me.
We have to agree on that, right?
Well, see, here's the thing, right? But this is what I mean by what you're saying before. If we just shift over there, okay, whoever owns or runs that server, they're going to be one-sided. All right, so
no. This is what I said before. Like, this is a friend I've known since I was in middle school, and I half expected him when I brought this up for him to be like, "Of course that's retarded," right? But he didn't. He surprisingly, even though I know him very well, but surprisingly, he was like, "No, man. Like, I mean, basically, he said you never know. So why would you subscribe to one belief?" So he's barely fucking ever on there. He's a 34-year-old man. He's got like close to a wife. He plays golf and shit. The only reason we get on there is like once or twice a week to play TFT, Teamfight Tactics, League of Legends. All right. Yeah, I promise you. This is the...
I don't care. Do what you gotta do.
Well, I invited Jin, and Jin, you got the invite, right?
I haven't seen it yet. Did you DM it to me? Is that correct?
I sent you the direct invite, and I know that people trust you, so you can.
Oh, of course they know
putting you in charge of sending the invites, man.
My colleagues know me well because I'm the one they send out there to seek and destroy, and I bring back the victories. So there you go.
And when you speak, people tend to be quiet, so I can tell.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that I sent everybody the same message, but you seem receptive to the invite. You can send whoever you want.
Because that's been my forte. But I don't see the invite in my DMs, so I'm looking.
Well, I think I sent you a direct invite. Maybe it didn't. Do I have to add you?
I don't know. I haven't seen anything.
Wait, can I just copy the link and put it in the side chat? Is that possible?
Yeah, put it in the side chat, please. Yeah, that'd be quicker.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm like
exponentially quicker.
Okay, copy link. Okay. I'm not like great at the Discord stuff, so here we go. Oh wait, I'm like I can't. It says done reading. Check out. I can only click the side button or whatever, the blue arrow button
on the server. You might end up getting in trouble for that. A lot of servers prohibit that sharing links.
Oh yeah. That's
okay. Well, here. All right. Well, here. I'll just message it to because I only need to message it to one person, right? And then you can send it to. You're more savvy than I, right? So let's just. No, it says Wait. Are you not here? I got it. Hold on.
Can we move forward?
Send the friend request first. Let's try to hash that out, and then we'll do.
Match team.
Yeah. See, my boy Matthew's interested. All right, let's do that. I'll send it. Anybody that's interested, I'll send it directly to you. I'll spend the rest.
So yeah, most people aren't going to be interested. We do not care. Jin will probably visit you, but we're going to move forward from this conversation. We're no longer talking about your unmoderated server anymore. How much you want to bet he kept on talking and he didn't hear anything I said?
Yeah. Okay, I'll go in there and wreck that. I'll wreck that. So, do you know what I mean? I'm that man. You send me in, drop me in. Lower me in like Rambo.
You're gonna get destroyed, Jin.
Not me, you're joking. Believe you me, mate. I'll go off like a nuclear bomb in there. That's what tends to happen. Just stick with the facts. They spiral, they'll end up muting. And they try and talk over me. You know, no one can do that because I'm just going to carry on like a machine.
Someone's trying to talk to her. I've done it for 8 hours solid 8 hours non-stop psychological barrage from Jinn CBR1. One against all of them. They came, they went shopping, they went to the restaurant, they shagged their missus, they came back. I'm still at it. 8 hours. Okay, so no, I don't think I'm going to be destroyed. No, hasn't happened. Never will.
You think you're Rambo in First Blood? You're Rambo in the retirement home.
You out of your mind? What? Still doing 20 miles every other day? No, I'm sorry, that's not the case. Okay, I live it the way I say it. Okay, at 63. That's the thing. At 63, I have posted my exercise regime on server so people can see that I live the life that I'm telling you about. Here it is. Come and do the exercise if you dare. So no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm too real. Not after 48 years of a mistake. Can you imagine that? So now it's a rebirth, reclaiming the 48 years. See the psychology there? What man?
Psychology.
Do you think if you had discovered this at the age of 15 or 20 that you would have had a different reaction? Like, do you
I
think
would have had a different person entirely. Absolutely. Absolutely. Especially with the spirit that I have now that hasn't changed. I'm going to be famous back then. I would have been well famous. The truth is the truth, no matter how much you try to hide it. That is the thing. That's what saw me through. Why do you think? You mentioned racism, yeah? I kicked racism in the arse because I believed I had a right to live on this earth. No one can stop me. That's why racism to me is like a water up a duck's back. Yeah, man. So I would have been super duper, man. I always think about that, actually. If I'd known all this stuff when I knew it back then, wow, my life would have been completely different. Yeah, because I would have trumped all these nerds. Said, nah, you ain't got no curvature, man. Well, where's the curvature? Come on. Show me it. Take me to the place. Let's go measure it. Come on. Come on, miss. Sir. Yeah. Let's go, Mr. Mallinson. Yeah, Mrs. Aberhart, you're supposed to show me this. Let's go get it. So then, yeah, they would have been thinking, well, how did he know all this stuff? So, yeah, we are the champions. I did defend us, though. We don't silence people here. We don't do that. We get them to address their claims and then give them back the mic. Not smell these people, misrepresenting us every step of the way. Now, if somebody comes in being rude and that, well, they just get kicked out immediately. Boom, he's gone. Interfering with the flow of the conversation. Coming in into the stratosphere, never to be heard of again. There you are. We're within our rights to do that. Yeah, don't worry, guys. I'm the man you send out there to seek and destroy. You guys.